Chapter 51. The time he is talking with her, Duan Jiasu used to lower his head to look at her. His body is slightly bent, and his eyes meet hers. They are standing close to each other. His lips breathe out warm breath. Sangji feels like she can feel it. It also brings a faint tobacco scent. Sangji just takes a step back awkwardly and says subtly, "How can you have the face to say that kind of thing?" Duan Jiasu straightens his body and says calmly and composedly, "Isn't it because I want to be a polite rogue? If you don't like to hear it." Duan Jiasu smiles and once again bends his body and approaches her closer. "Then I will directly." Sangji straightens her face and clutches the hem of her shirt nervously. "Directly what?" Duan Jiasu just stops and looks into her eyes. The little lady's eyes are big and round, clear and bright. They are full of him. Perhaps because she has never experienced any of this, her expression is somewhat rigid. She looks like she even forgets to breathe. Yet she acts like she remains unmoved. Duan Jiasu stands up straight again and laughs. "Forget it." Sangji releases her breath in an instant, but she feels a bit disappointed. It is better to be more polite. Duan Jiasu lifts his hand and then touches the corner of her eye. He says hoarsely, dubiously, and affectionately, "I am afraid that you will cry." Now it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Because of living in the dorm, Sangji does not want to affect her roommate's work and rest. She plans to go home early and get ready to sleep. Duan Jiasu takes her back to her dorm. Sangji turns her body and wants to say goodbye to him. Suddenly she notices that he is looking at something for quite some time. She looks over too and notices a couple kissing and hugging like they are reluctant to part. During this time, a lot of couples are coming back to the female dorm after going on dates. The light is dim at night. She cannot make out their faces clearly. All of them are self-absorbed. Sangji feels nothing wrong about it. But this time Duan Jiasu is with her, and he is watching those couples. It makes her feel awkward. "Then let's go home." Sangji coughs lightly. She pulls his attention back. "Jiasuga, it is late. Remember to drive safely." Duan Jiasu just withdraws his gaze and suddenly asks, "I have been chasing after you for 3 days. How can I not hold your hand?" Sangji looks at him without any expression. She says, "Can your actions be considered as pursuing me? Duan Jiasu looks like no. I am just reminding you. If you pursue someone like this, you commonly will not be able to get them." Duan Jiasu, then what should I do? Why are you asking me? Saying she does not give him any face. She frowns. "Perhaps you want me to teach you how to chase after me." Duan Jiasu says shamelessly, "Can't I? I am just reminding you. Even if I give you a clue, you might not be able to do it." Sangji says seriously, "You could browse around or perhaps ask other people." Duan Jiasu says, "What is wrong with me? These 3 days, you chatted with me through WeChat. You frequently called me." Sangji tries to suggest, "With me here, a pursuer who doesn't meet for 3 days, it means it is hopeless." Duan Jiasu, "Weren't you busy?" Sangji, "Then what is the difference between you and an internet friend?" Sangji continues to add, "You are this old. Do you want to learn from someone to have a cyber love?" Hearing her explanation makes Duan Jiasu remember her past matter. He looks at her and says, "Then tell me, from whom should I learn?" Sangji also remembers her lie about internet friend. She immediately feels guilty. She immediately waves at him and walks toward her dorm. "Anyway, I will just tell you this much. It is up to you whether you listen to me or not." Duan Jiasu returns to his car, but he does not drive directly. He just considers what Sangji said to him. He picks up his phone and sends her a message. "Are you free tomorrow?" Gigi, no. Every time she will reply this word. Duan Jiasu just laughs and says, "Now I am suspecting that you are lying to me." Duan Jiasu, "Send me your class schedule." Then he gets a photo that shows a full, jam-packed class schedule. Sangji adds, "I have a full class." Duan Jiasu looks at it. It indeed is a full class. Sangji does not answer. Duan Jiasu laughs. I treated our Gigi wrongly. Sangji does not reply anything. He just puts down his phone and drives his car. At night there are only few people and cars. Duan Jiasu lowers the window and thinks of Sangji. He starts to smile. His mind turns blank. He remembers again that he met Jiang Ying today. Occasionally, he even thinks about whether she has a mental problem or not. Maybe because it is just Jiang Ying. Maybe she sometimes feels so tired and starts to hallucinate. If not, how could there be that kind of person? For 10 years, she keeps pestering him and not letting him go. She keeps appearing in front of his face. She keeps saying extremely bad words. Her mood has turned from bad to worse. She puts all the blame, which was not his, onto him. After being pushed by Jiang Ying that time, several students came over to comfort her. They asked him to try his best to avoid her. After a while, what happened and what his homeroom teacher said were passed on to the principal. Then the homeroom teacher received disciplinary action. Considering the relationship between Jiang Ying and Duan Jiasu, the school finally moved him to another class. Afterwards, actually a lot of people told Duan Jiasu not to listen to the homeroom teacher's words and not to think about Jiang Ying's actions. Actually, what hurt him the most were the words said by his classmates. How could he have the face to let Jiang Ying apologize to him? That was the first time Duan Jiasu felt his dignity was trampled to the bottom. Previously, every time Jiang Ying said those words in front of his classmates to mock or attack him, he wouldn't care about it. Because Duan Jiasu thought it was the best way. Everyone would think the same way as her. He thought that matter was unrelated to him. But Jiang Ying lost her father. She felt heartbroken, so her words were harsh. She just thought of him as her thing to vent her anger. But when he heard his classmates say those words, he just realized that their thoughts were not the same. It turns out that in the dark, there are people who think that his father's mistake should be compensated by him too. No matter if it is most people or few people. That classmate's words affected his life greatly. Duan Jiasu could only force himself to realize that when Jiang Ying meets him, it equals revealing his past scar. So he tries not to appear in front of her. But Jiang Ying's thought is completely different from his. She feels that she is in pain, so she wants to make his life unhappy too. After moving to another class, Duan Jiasu's class was on the 5th floor. His previous class was on the 3rd floor. Though there was a gap, Jiang Ying from time to time came over to look for trouble with him. That time, it was almost the entrance examination for senior high school. Su Ruoshu heard about this and asked for his opinion. Then she spoke to the school to let him go home and study by himself. Afterwards, Duan Jiasu got into Yihee's first school. Jiang Ying's grades were not great, so she could not follow him. His life just gradually started to be okay. Without realizing it, his car enters the small complex. He parks his car and looks at his phone. He notices that Sangji just replied to his message. I will sleep first. Bye-bye. He also replies again. I am home. Oh. Duan Jiasu just smiles again. Then he takes out one of the candies that Sangji gave him earlier and eats it. Sangji feels that her suggestion to Duan Jiasu is like throwing a stone into the sea. There is no response. For a few days after that day, he shows no change. It is just during the weekend that they both go to have a meal and go to the cinema. Then she feels that everything is back to normal. She feels that if they were dating for real, it would supposedly be like a long-distance relationship. Normally, Sangji would say that she is busy, but she also needs to eat. Couldn't he just take the chance at that time to come and take her out for dinner? When another man chases someone, he will purposely create a chance of meeting by accident. But he is too aloof. Maybe it is because of her last words. Anyway, I will just tell you this much. It is up to you whether you listen to me or not. Maybe he answered inside his heart, I will not listen to you. Sangji is so angry. She releases her breath and washes her face clean. When she comes out of the bathroom, she sees that Yu Xian is still sleeping. Sangji knocks on her bed and asks, "Don't you have class?" After several seconds, Yu Xian says, "Last night I stayed up late reading a novel. Now I am too sleepy. Help me mark the attendance." "I will not go." Sangji nods. Actually, she also feels sleepy and is too lazy to do her makeup. But she controls her laziness and just draws her brows and uses her lipstick. Then she tidies up and leaves the room. For this period, it is a large lecture. Sangji comes early, so half the lecture hall is still empty. She conforms to the norms of society and sits down by the window. She finds an empty seat in a row of 4 seats. She looks at her phone and yawns. When she is getting ready to lie on her stomach to sleep for a while, she notices that someone is sitting down beside her. She lifts her eyes to look over. She is startled and turns silly. The person in front of her just wears a simple white shirt and black trousers. He looks fresh and clean. He looks at her and lifts his eyes. He smiles. What a coincidence. You also attend this class? Sangji seems to have lost her ability to respond. She asks, "You don't have to go to work?" "I am compensated for working on a holiday by resting on a workday." Sangji scratches her head. "Then how could you know that I have class here?" Duan Jiasu laughs. "Didn't I ask you for your class schedule?" "Oh," Sangji says in a low voice. "You want to attend class together with me?" Duan Jiasu says concisely, "We met by accident." He did not attend college at Ihi. He graduated around 4 years ago. How could he say those words? There are 10 minutes left before the class starts. Sangji grumbles, "Your attire makes you look like a college student." Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. "Do I look young?" Sangji, "It is okay." Duan Jiasu, "Okay. In the future, I will wear something like this." Because of his sudden appearance, Sangji finds it hard to maintain her calmness. She takes out her book and lays her head on the table. She plans to continue with her plan. She calms herself down. "I am sleepy. I want to sleep for 10 minutes. If not, later I will fall asleep. Then the teacher will choose me to answer questions." Duan Jiasu looks at her for 2 seconds and laughs. "I came to make you sleep, ah?" Sangji explains, "I was really sleepy even before I noticed you were coming." Duan Jiasu, "Okay, you can sleep." Sangji closes her eyes, but because of his appearance, she has lost her sleepiness. Perhaps it is her illusion, but she feels that this time Duan Jiasu is watching her. She hesitates about whether she needs to change the direction of her head. But she is afraid it would be too obvious. She suddenly remembers that she isn't wearing full makeup. Hey, why didn't he tell her earlier? Then she wouldn't have been that lazy about doing it. Duan Jiasu watches her side profile intensely. Her facial features are small and delicate. Her skin is smooth and fine. Her lips are rosy red. After a while, her eyelashes quiver slightly. Duan Jiasu pauses for several seconds and his eyebrows raise. A little kid pretending to be asleep. Duan Jiasu finds this interesting. He suddenly straightens up his body and approaches her. Then he uses his finger to touch her cheek, and his lips press close to his finger. He kisses his finger. It makes a small sound. In the next moment, he sees that Sangji opens her eyes and lifts her head. Looking at his face so close, her lips move. She looks at him with a disbelieving stare. Sangji is startled for a few seconds and remembers what happened. Duan Jiasu teases, "Why are you awake?" Sangji just regains herself. This man just kissed her secretly. She blushes and yells, "Duan Jiasu." It is his first time hearing her call his full name. Duan Jiasu is startled for a while and laughs. He asks, "What are you calling me?" Duan Jiasu reminds her seriously, "Sangji, mind your manners. With our current relationship, you calling me this way." Duan Jiasu says slowly, "Isn't it inappropriate?" Chapter 52. Sangji feels dejected. She cannot act like him as if nothing happened. She uses the back of her hand to rub her cheek. She asks him, "What did you do?" Duan Jia-su does not listen to her. "Why?" Sang-ji looks at him and forces herself to calm down. She pretends to be indifferent. "I am not sleeping. I know what you did." Duan Jia-su smiles happily. "What did I do?" Seeing his action, Sang-ji really wants to tear up his lips. But this time she remembers what her two roommates told her to do. "If he teases you, then you should tease him back." Her face blushes red. Sang-ji has an impulsive thought. She lifts her head and says, "Come here." She acts fierce, just like she will slap him in the next moment. Duan Jia-su has no resistance. He obeys her and gets closer. "What is it?" "Sang-ji, come a bit closer." "Duan Jia-su, you want to whisper something to me?" Sang-ji says something. When there are only 10 centimeters of distance between them, Sang-ji suddenly raises her head and kisses his cheek quickly in just a second. Then she notices that he is completely shocked. He turns stiff. "You did this before." This time, the bell rings. The lecturer has stood up on the stage and several students run inside to find empty seats. Sang-ji withdraws her gaze. Her heart is beating so fast, like it will come out of her body soon. After she regains her rationality, she feels more delighted than regretful. She peeks and notices that Duan Jia-su is still looking at her. Sang-ji pretends to drink and acts indifferent. Duan Jia-su laughs and looks so happy. Actually, he finds this quite unbelievable. It is a good thing. Sang-ji looks at him and says, "What I did before does not mean that I like you." "It is not." Duan Jia-su raises his eyebrows. "Then you just behaved like a hoodlum." Sang-ji is bold and assured. "You did it first. Then in the future, you will act like this too?" Seeing that she is really being deceived, Duan Jia-su does not explain and just says, "If I act like a hoodlum, you will also act like one?" Sang-ji looks at him for a few seconds and does not want him to notice that actually she feels like she is being taken advantage of by him. She considers for a while and says grimly, "If you dare to do it again, I will tell your go." "Duan Jia-su, you want to call your go to hit me?" Sang-ji, Duan Jia-su does not care. "Okay, you can call him over." Sang-ji, Duan Jia-su laughs. "Sooner or later, we should make it public." Sang-ji, Duan Jia-su, it is good to make it earlier. Sang-ji cannot help but say, "I am not even together with you." "I know." Duan Jia-su says lazily. "I am just brainwashing you, okay?" Sang-ji ignores him and pretends to listen to the lecture when she basically never listens seriously to that subject. Her cheeks and lips are hot. She takes out a small mirror from her bag and looks at her appearance. But with him beside her, she does not want to act shamelessly. After a while, Duan Jia-su takes the initiative to speak up. "Let's discuss your action earlier of yelling my full name. You don't let me call your full name. You don't need to call my name either." Sang-ji does not feel guilty. She continues, "I feel it is too inappropriate." Duan Jia-su, okay. Sang-ji snorts quietly. Duan Jia-su leans on his chair and laughs. "You don't call me Ge. It shows that our relationship has improved. I just think that you are flirting with me." Sang-ji is startled. She finds it absurd. "I call your name, and that means I am flirting with you?" Duan Jia-su says. "I am more like suffering from unrequited love." After the period ends, Sang-ji uses her phone to see her next class. She takes Duan Jia-su to another lecture room. This is a specialized course, so this time most of the students are Sang-ji's classmates. Ning Wei and Wang Ruolan are there too. This time they are sitting in the second row. They have saved seats for her and Uxin. Seeing Duan Jia-su with Sang-ji, in an instant they understand what happened and look at Sang-ji. Sang-ji just pretends not to see their strange gaze. She notices that there are 2 seats left. She just sits on another row. After a while, the seat beside Duan Jia-su is taken by another male student. That male student seems to have a good relationship with Sangji. He looks at Sangji and says, Sangji, your boyfriend came to accompany you to class, ah? Sangji looks at Duan Jiasu. She does not explain or deny it. That male student thinks that both of them are agreeing. He asks, which department are you from? Duan Jiasu, software department. The male student, are you in your first year too? Duan Jiasu, Sangji. This man really likes to pretend to be young. That man does not seem to doubt it. He then talks to another student. Duan Jiasu looks at Sangji and smiles. We are in the same grade. Sangji, how can you be so shameless? Duan Jiasu seems to be tired. Afterwards, he folds his arms and just places his head on them. I will sleep for a while. Listen well to the lecture. This specialized course is important. Sangji, oh, if you want to. Duan Jiasu restrains his laughter. He adds, you could kiss me secretly too. Sangji cannot control herself. She takes her book and covers his face with it. Dream on. They both sit near the front. Moreover, this is a small lecture room, so the lecturer can notice Duan Jiasu beside Sangji. After a while, Duan Jiasu just becomes the thorn in the lecturer's eye. The lecturer is not old. He smiles kindly. That student who is sleeping, stand up and answer. Duan Jiasu does not move. Sangji just pretends not to know this man. The lecturer says, the student beside him, please help to call him. Sangji cannot act like nothing happened. She just pushes him a bit. Jiasu go. Duan Jiasu lifts his head. Sangji says, the lecturer asked you to answer the question. Duan Jiasu frowns and stands up. He is not alarmed or bewildered. Hearing the teacher's question, he thinks for a while, then he answers composedly. Sangji feels a bit magical. When he sits down again, she asks him, how could you know how to answer it? Duan Jiasu points at her book. I just read a few sentences casually. Sangji looks at the book. She cannot find the answer. The male student beside Sangji moves closer and says, friend, aren't you coming to accompany your girlfriend? How could you know the answer? Even I don't know the answer. I just studied a bit. Duan Jiasu says calmly. So in the future, I could help my girlfriend make up missed lessons. That male student raises his thumb up to him. Sangji also moves closer to him. Did you really study it? Not really. Duan Jiasu laughs lightly and says, I was not really sleeping. I listened to the lesson. After the excuse of accompanying her to attend class, Duan Jiasu comes over to find her several times. But in the morning, he needs to go to work. So normally he comes in the evening. Sometimes Sangji has things to do, so she tells him in advance. Besides going to class, Sangji is also busy with the competition. Because of this matter, Sangji also frequently looks for guidance from their teacher, Lu Miao. They start to get closer with each other. In just an instant, the May 1st holiday arrives. Sangji attends the department's activity. At night, when she returns to the dorm, she hears some students discussing whether to go home for the summer or not. I might not go back home. I want to find an internship. Ningwei says. If I go back home, I will not find any internship. I would just be idle. It is better to find things to work on. Uxin, internship in the first year. Sangji is somewhat surprised. It is just my plan. Ningwei smiles. Our seniors in our department also found internships during their first summer holiday. I heard that it is not so idle. Moreover, my boyfriend also will not go home. Sangji is somewhat interested in what she said, but she feels that if she mentions this to Sang Rong and Li Ping, she will get their opposition. Maybe they will send Sang Yan over and take her home. Sangji tries to send Sang Yan a message. Question mark. Sangji, I don't want to go home for the summer. QWQ. Question mark. Sangji considers for half a day, then she types. I plan to find an internship to enrich my college life. I don't want to waste my youth. I want to seize my young age to put in effort. So could you help me say it to mom and dad? If mom later still urges you to marry early, I will help you too. Sang Yan has no patience to type it out. He immediately sends a voice note. Your postgraduate boyfriend is not going home either? Sang Ji. Sang Yan laughs coldly. If it is a holiday, come back home. What are you talking about? Sang Yan, I even blush for you. Chapter 53. Considering Sang Yan's words and his tone, it is clear that he thinks differently than her. Sang Ji feels unhappy and just ignores him, yet she wants to fight with him. She feels that words and voice notes might not be imposing enough, so she just opens up her contact list and immediately calls him. Sang Ji is contemplating what she should say. When she wants to speak up, the call is hung up. Sang Ji. The next moment, Sang Yan just sends another voice note. If you have nothing to say, don't call me. Sang Ji controls herself and opens up her voice note. I mean internship. I don't mean that it is dating. Moreover, so what if I want to date someone older than you? I am not dating a man who is older than Papa. Her voice note is sent. Sang Yan immediately replies. If you have something to say, just type. It is clear that he does not want to open it. Sang Ji is very unhappy. She starts to record a voice note again. You also send me voice notes? After a while, Sang Yan does not reply to her anymore. Sang Ji, because you didn't date when you were in college and now you are still single and unhappy, you have become jealous of me. He still does not reply to her. Sang Ji's heart is full of anger. She does not want to stop the chat abruptly. She purses her lips. She types what she said before in the voice note. This time, Sang Yan replies quickly. Despite my business, I spare some time to reply to you. You want me to type for you? What are you dreaming about? Sang Yan's tone is alluring. Also, you're good me, I have a girlfriend. Sang Ji, ? Sang Yan, there is no way out. The lady has been pursuing me for quite a long time. If I don't accept her, she will. Sang Ji does not want to hear his self-love words. She just records another voice note and cuts him off. Bye-bye. Sang Yan sends another voice note. It is very short, only a second long. Sang Ji looks at it and hesitates before she opens it. Sang Yan snorts. Xiaopai hai. Sang Ji is flying into a rage. Without waiting for her response, Sang Yan says, This is my last warning for you. Don't date like a dumb person. You went to Yihi when you were in high school to meet your internet boyfriend. I just thought you were young and going through puberty. For that matter, Sang Ji was wrong. She immediately stops being angry. Sang Yan says calmly, This time, I am too lazy to talk to you. If you want to date and not come home because of this matter, just try it out. I will immediately fly to Yihi to break your leg. Sang Ji decides not to hope for Sang Yan's help. She thinks about it. Since she was little, the person who has control over her is Sang Yan. Sang Ji considers that she cannot seem to remember when Sang Yan has helped her. Except for bullying her, he only educates her. She feels that she was wrong to hope for his help. Anyway, there are still 2 months left before the summer holiday. Sang Ji is not really worried about that. After May 1st, it is Duan Jiasu's 26th birthday. Their birthdays are not far from each other. There is only half a month between them. Not long after Sang Ji's birthday, she already started to prepare for Duan Jiasu's present. After class, Sang Ji does not return to the dorm. She counts the time. This time, Duan Jiasu should still be working. But she needs to pick up the cake, and she calculates the time needed to get there. It should be just about right. Sang Ji has not come out of the university gate when she suddenly gets a message from Liang Jun. He is looking for her to talk about the project. For this competition, though Liang Jun is the leader, overall Sang Ji is much more committed to it. She spends a lot of her time on it, so every member contacts her if they have a problem with something. She looks at the time and replies, I have something to do today. If you have a problem, you can tell me through WeChat. Sang Ji, or perhaps tomorrow. Liang Jun, it is okay. I will tell you through WeChat. Sangji talks to him and then goes to take the subway. She chooses a bakery for Duan Jiasu's birthday cake based on online recommendations. It is not near Ihi University or Duan Jiasu's house or company. Sangji ordered online, so this time she should go there to pick up the cake. That bakery is inside a shopping mall. Sangji does not really know the way. She just follows the directions and looks for it for quite some time. She finds it and enters the bakery. The shop assistant takes the cake out of the box and shows it to her. The sign on the cake, she asked the shop assistant to write, "Wishing the 26-year-old Duan Jiasu a happy birthday." Sangji smiles brightly, and her eyes show a slight childishness. She is happy that she can retaliate. She carries the birthday cake box and gets out of the bakery. She considers whether she needs to buy anything else. Or she could buy it later with him. Last time when she went to his house, she noticed that his fridge was empty. There was nothing except drinks. Yet, she thinks it is not easy to carry a lot of things now with the birthday cake box. Sangji does not think for a long time. Very quickly, she decides not to buy anything. She enters and strolls through the nearby boutiques for a while. When she is about to leave, she faintly hears that someone nearby is fighting. There are several guests in the stores. Because of this, a lot of people are coming over to watch. Sangji is not interested. She just carries her things out of the store. It is just that she doesn't know whether that Jiang Ying has looked for Duan Jiasu recently. She asked once last time, but he said no. So maybe they haven't met again. But Sangji thinks, based on Duan Jiasu's temperament, even if Jiang Ying comes to look for him and make trouble, he supposedly wouldn't mention it to her. He would solve it by himself. She doesn't know whether he can bear it or not. But it seems that he is not really good toward that Jiang Ying. He shouldn't be controlled by it. Sangji doesn't dare to ask more personal matters to Duan Jiasu. She is afraid that he would be unhappy. She doesn't want to think about this matter anymore. She takes the subway and just goes to Duan Jiasu's office. She looks at the time and thinks that the timing is just right. She takes out her phone and asks him, "Are you getting off work now?" The pursuer, "I am getting ready to leave." "What is it?" Sangji, "Oh." Sangji, "It is nothing." Sangji waits outside his office building for several minutes and notices Duan Jiasu coming out of the building. He is wearing his casual clothes, a simple shirt and trousers. This time, he is looking at his phone. He hasn't noticed her. He walks toward the parking area. Sangji blinks and follows behind him. After a while, her phone vibrates. The pursuer, "Tonight you seem to have no class." Sangji, "But I have things to do." The pursuer, "What kind of things?" Sangji thinks about it. "Picking up someone," she adds. Then taking him to celebrate his birthday. In the next second, Duan Jiasu, who is in front of her, stops walking. He seems to remember something, then he turns his head and looks at her. "You came to pick me up?" Sangji walks toward him and grumbles. "I have been following you for quite some time. How can you walk without making any noise?" Duan Jiasu looks at the birthday cake box in her hand. He takes it from her and smiles. "I even forgot about my birthday." Sangji understands. When someone is old, they wouldn't like to pass their birthday. Duan Jiasu says casually, "Right. I am not young anymore." Sangji just looks at him. "I hope you could let me." Duan Jiasu tries to think about his age and says, "Marry before I turn 27 years old." Sangji cannot help but say, "Before you turn 27 years old, I haven't even graduated from college." "Okay." Duan Jiasu opens his car door. "You are not refusing. I will just think that you accept." Sangji gets into the car and feels oppressed. "Are you shameless? When you are pursuing a little woman." Duan Jiasu is calm and at ease. He starts to drive. He says, "Or a difficult little woman, how can you not be shameless?" Sangji knows that she cannot win against him. She does not want to talk about this topic anymore with him. She takes out her phone and asks randomly, "My Ge and Qianfei Ge, they don't wish you a happy birthday?" Those people wouldn't even remember their own birthdays. How could they remember other people's? Duan Jiasu says. But some of my colleagues remembered it. But today I was so busy, so I forgot about it. Sangji says, oh. She opens up her WeChat and finds Sang Yen. Do you know what day it is today? This time, Liang Jun also finds her again to discuss their short animation film. Sangji replies to him. Noticing that her phone keeps making sounds, Duan Jiasu looks at her and sees. Who are you talking to? Sangji answers honestly. He is a senior in my department. After several seconds, Duan Jiasu asks again, why is he looking for you? Sangji, for discussing the competition. Duan Jiasu says casually, is he handsome? Is he taller than you? Sangji looks at him. He has a girlfriend. Duan Jiasu says, I am just asking. Sangji lowers her eyes and continues to reply to Liang Jun. In the past, I said to you, right? Duan Jiasu says calmly. Don't date early. Sangji says, I am already an adult. An adult can date? What is the rationale behind your words? Duan Jiasu says, I mean, dating early is when two people's ages add up to less than 45. It means you are dating too young. Duan Jiasu sighs and pretends to be surprised. When both of our ages are added up, it is 45. Sangji turns silent. Then I will wait for several years. After 3.5 years, I could find someone my age. Sangji says, why would I need to find someone older than me? I am not that impatient. In the next moment, Duan Jiasu's phone rings. Sangji helps him look at it and says, my gu is calling. Duan Jiasu, help me pick it up, or just open the speaker. Sangji follows his order. Oh. Sang Yen speaks up. Suddenly, I just remembered that today is your birthday, right? Congratulations, brother. You are almost 30, but you still have no girlfriend. Let me tell you something. I have. Sangji. It is clear that she is the one who reminded him about it. How can he say that he suddenly remembered it? Sangji is speechless. She just pretends not to know that person. She even feels too lazy to speak up. Duan Jiasu says, bye. Sang Yen says again, let me ask you something. Maimei gave you a present, right? Duan Jiasu, Sang Yen, that one is from me. Sangji, I have nothing else. I just wanted to send my greeting to you. Bye. Sang Yen pauses and suddenly remembers something. Oh, right. Have I met Maimei's boyfriend? Sangji is shocked. Duan Jiasu notices Sangji's movement. He smiles and says, boyfriend. Sang Yen clicks his tongue. Didn't I tell you about it? He seems to be a graduate student. Duan Jiasu pretends to remember it and smiles. I seem to have met him. How is he? Sang Yen says coolly. That Xiao Gui is quite infatuated. For that person, today she called me to fight. She wants to stay at Yihe for the summer holiday. Feeling that Sang Yen will spill everything out, Sangji immediately speaks up to cut him off. Gaga. An awkward silence for 2 seconds. There is no sound from anyone. Sangji looks at Duan Jiasu slowly, and she really wants to beat him. The next moment. Did I hear Maimei's voice? Sang Yen says. He suddenly just realizes. He seems lost. You two are together? Chapter 54. Duan Jiasu coughs lightly, like he is enduring his urge to laugh. He just says, Sangji adds stiffly, you should hang up now. Wait. Sang Yen says. Duan Jiasu, you are older than me, right? Duan Jiasu says flatly, why? Sang Yen, Maimei's boyfriend is older than me. He seems to be the same age as me. Silence after that. Sang Yen seems to be furious. Don't tell me. Sangji is worried. She has no courage to confess. She just cuts him off. No, of course not. Gaga, what are you thinking? Sang Yen says coldly, what did I say? Why are you saying no? Sangji tries to control her emotion and says unhappily, how could anyone not know what you are about to say? Sang Yen, you guys are having dinner together? Sangji is confident. Yes, Jia Suji's birthday. I came to find him to eat dinner. I am not like you. How could you not remember his birthday? You even have the face to say that my present for him is from you. Duan Jiasu is quiet and listens to the brother and sister's fight. Sang Yen mocks, adult men celebrating a birthday, it is too unreasonable. Sang Yen finally just says, okay, you guys go have dinner. Also, Xiao Gray, remember not to go back to the dorm too late. Bye. The atmosphere inside the car is too quiet. Sangji feels really awkward. Sangji pretends to be calm and just plays with her phone. According to what happened before, she could conclude that for everything she said to Sang Yen would tell it to Duan Jiasu. How could this Duan Jiasu pretend like he knows nothing? Supposedly every day this old man is laughing about her acting. Indeed. After a while, Duan Jiasu asks her, what boyfriend? Sangji just sits up and explains seriously, I told my good that I might date. I didn't say that I am already dating him. He laughs lightly. Graduate student. Duan Jiasu, now do I have enough time to go and take the exam? Sangji feels embarrassed. She continues to pretend to be dead. If I don't, then in the future what should I tell your go? Duan Jiasu says. Say that you and that graduate student didn't work out, so you're with me? Okay. Sangji just says, how could I be with you? Duan Jiasu laughs. You even laid your cards out with your go. How can you not admit it? Sangji, couldn't I like a graduate student? Hearing this, Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. I only have an undergraduate degree. His every sentence is suggesting something. The person you describe, though the age or the appearance might not match with me, that person could only be me. Sangji looks at him and suddenly feels unlucky. She says, did you know from the start? Duan Jiasu looks at her. What do I know? Sangji says nothing. When the traffic light turns red, Duan Jiasu glances at her. She lowers her head. She is not smiling. Her eyes are drooping. He cannot make out what is on her mind. But it is clear that she is unhappy. It is really obvious. He should pretend that nothing has happened. Duan Jiasu finds this funny. I am asking you a serious matter. Sangji says in a low voice, what? Duan Jiasu, you really don't like me? Sangji looks at him, and her frown smooths out. She is quiet for several seconds and looks out the window. This time, finally she releases her breath. She says ambiguously, just a bit. Okay. Sangji says oddly, you only react this way? Duan Jiasu, why don't you say to me? Sangji also feels that she is too unreasonable. She mumbles, it is clear that you like me, but I don't accept you. Every day I wait for you to chase after me. But didn't you say that you only like me a bit? Duan Jiasu doesn't really care. He is thinking of a reason for her. Supposedly, it is not yet to the step where we should be together. Sangji says nothing. The car passes the supermarket near Duan Jiasu's apartment. He finds a parking space and teases her. Our Gigi is dating for the first time. You should have a lot of worries. Gugu understands. Sangji cannot help but say, what if I keep being stubborn and not accepting you? Duan Jiasu helps her unfasten her seatbelt. He raises his eyebrow. Then every day you just wait for Gugu to pursue you. Duan Jiasu ponders for a while and smiles lightly. Then in this lifetime, supposedly you could only date once. Sangji does not deny, but her expression is awkward. Duan Jiasu looks into her eyes. He smiles. Then he speaks up. His voice is gentle. He acts like he is pampering her. So if other little girls have it, our Gigi should have it too. They both enter the supermarket. Duan Jiasu wants to come over to buy a bit of vegetables and meat. They will cook dinner. He goes to the seafood area. Sangji does not follow him. She goes to the snack area and picks up a lot of snacks. Then she goes back to Duan Jiasu's side and places a whole lot of snacks inside the shopping cart. She comes and goes. The fourth time she returns to Duan Jiasu's side, the shopping cart is half full. Basically, all of it is hers. He takes a box of chicken wings and puts it inside the shopping cart. He says, "Are you going to live in my house?" Sang-shi chokes. "I bought all of these for you." Duan Jia-su takes a pack of jellies from her grip. "For me. The time you are greedy, you could take one to eat. If you don't eat, you could just let them be. If I have time, I will come to help you eat them." Sang-shi says shamelessly, "I also like all of these. It will not be wasteful." Duan Jia-su laughs. "Also, what?" Sang-yi says. "I also have never seen you eat any snacks. I also don't know what you like to eat. I just could take what I like." Duan Jia-su looks at all of the snacks and comments, the snacks that a little girl likes. Sang-ji is quiet for 2 seconds and says unwillingly, "Then I will return all of them." Duan Jia-su pushes the shopping cart and goes to the vegetable section. "Why would you return them?" Sang-ji is like his tail. She follows him everywhere. She mumbles, "Don't you say that all of these are little girls' favorites?" Duan Jia-su says calmly, "I raise one at home." Sang-ji is startled and stops walking. She blushes and follows behind him again. She does not go to the snack area anymore. She goes with Duan Jia-su to choose several vegetables. Duan Jia-su looks at Sang-ji and asks, "You aren't going to choose a few more snacks?" Sang-ji, "I have nothing else I want to buy." "Then let's pay." Sang-ji looks at the shopping cart and asks Jia-su-go, "Can you cook?" Duan Jia-su, "Just a bit." Sang-ji thinks about it. "Later I will cook jjangshomyeon for you." "You can cook that?" Sang-ji says innocently, "Just boil the water, throw the noodles inside, and it is done, right?" Duan Jia-su raises his eyebrow. "Would it taste good? Isn't it only for ritual? How could it taste good?" Sang-ji says and walks to take the noodles. "Go and queue first. I will go buy the birthday noodles." They both leave the supermarket and return to Duan Jia-su's house. She is afraid that the cake will be ruined, so Sang-ji just changes her slippers, then places the cake inside the fridge. Duan Jia-su tidies up all of the things that they bought, then he goes to the kitchen. He washes the rice and cooks it. Sang-ji follows inside to help. "Duan Jia-su, are you hungry?" Sang-ji shakes her head. "I am okay." Duan Jia-su washes a box of cherry tomatoes and stuffs one into her mouth. Then he passes the box to her. "Hold this. Go outside and watch TV." Sang-ji does not refuse. "I want to cook birthday noodles for you." She takes out her phone and looks for a birthday noodle recipe. "You do yours. No need to mind me." Seeing her serious appearance, Duan Jia-su does not stop her. He smiles and cannot help but laugh. Both of them are doing their own things. Sang-ji just occupies the space near the induction cooker and sometimes uses the cutting board and knife. Duan Jia-su wants to come over to help her, but she is annoyed and drives him out. Cooking noodles does not take a long time. But Sang-ji has never cooked. Since she was young, she has never even cooked instant noodles. She moves slowly. When she is cutting her vegetables, she is always slow and cautious. She is afraid to see blood on this good day. When the rice is cooked, Duan Jia-su's 3 dishes and 1 soup are done. Sang-ji feels extremely embarrassed to see her cooked birthday noodles. Sang-ji hasn't tasted it. She is alarmed when she places the noodles in front of Duan Jia-su. Duan Jia-su raises his eyebrow. "I have cooked everything for you. Let's eat." Sang-ji doesn't dare to imagine the taste of the noodles. She hesitates and says, "Don't eat these noodles. Just regard them as a ceremonial thing. I heard from my friend that they would cook this for a birthday." Duan Jia-su says gently, "Let me try. If it is not tasty, then I will not eat it." "Okay." Sang-ji sits down and agrees reluctantly. "Okay." In the small living room, the atmosphere is soft and sweet. Sang-ji starts to eat, but her gaze is on Duan Jia-su. She wants to see his expression when he tastes these noodles. She watches him pick some with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. He chews gently. There is no change of expression. In the next moment, Duan Jia-su smiles. "It is quite tasty." Sangji cannot believe it. She says hesitantly, really? Duan Jiasu, Sangji, then let me try a bit. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. Indirect kiss? Sangji finds it hard to explain in a few words. I will use new chopsticks to eat. No. Duan Jiasu refuses gently. Don't take advantage of Guga. After the meal, Sangji takes out the birthday cake box from the fridge. She tears open the plastic of the birthday candles and smiles. Jiasuga, take the birthday cake out of the box. There are words on it. Duan Jiasu does as she says. He takes a look and reads, wishing the 26-year-old Duan Jiasu a happy birthday. Sangji blinks. I even specially requested from the shop assistant for a pack of candles. Oh, right. Sangji takes out another plastic bag. The shop assistant also gave me a birthday party hat. Wear it. Duan Jiasu finds this hilarious. What is that? Sangji looks at it and helps him put it on. This is an imperial crown. Today you are King Duan. Duan Jiasu laughs and says, why am I not Princess Duan? Sangji attacks him. With your age, how could you be a princess? On the cake, it is written 26, so Sangji also does not insist on sticking in 26 candles. She just lights a few candles and sings happy birthday to him. Then she says seriously to him, make a wish. Duan Jiasu makes a wish and says, I hope that next year will also be like this. Then he blows out the candle. Sangji hasn't responded. In the dark, she asks, what do you mean like this? Duan Jiasu turns on the light and says carelessly, next year you also pick me up to celebrate my birthday. How can you make that kind of wish? She finds it weird. She gives the present to him. Your present. Duan Jiasu takes it. Thank you. Several seconds of silence. Sangji suddenly thinks of something. She raises her head and says dully, Jiasuga, let me ask you something. If we are really together. If we don't find that we are suitable for each other, then we break up. Sangji asks with a soft voice. Afterwards, we will also not communicate with each other. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu's eyes move. Very quickly, Sangji responds. She feels that it is indeed inappropriate to discuss this matter now. She adds, I am just asking randomly. Duan Jiasu cuts the cake and says clearly and loudly, you don't trust me? Sangji is quiet. I don't mean that. Duan Jiasu, is it because I usually act not too seriously? Sangji says nothing. Duan Jiasu smiles. It seems like that. Sangji says slowly, I don't mean that. Sangji, if you feel that in the future we will separate, then indeed it is inappropriate. If you don't accept me, then I will have no way to force you. Duan Jiasu looks into her eyes. But if you are accepting me and you still mention breaking up. He stops talking. His eyebrow is raised again. He smiles like an evildoer. Have you ever seen me be angry? Sangji clutches her sleeve and looks at him. Duan Jiasu lowers his voice and pinches her cheek intimately. It is too frightening. These words stop at that time. Afterwards, Duan Jiasu never mentions it anymore. Sangji also acts like she never asked him that question. Seeing that it is time to go home, Duan Jiasu takes Sangji back to her dorm. After freshening up, Sangji continues to do her own things, but her mind is blank. She cannot focus on her work. She recalls that she is having a thought. Actually, she knows what her worries are. Sangji does not worry about whether Duan Jiasu will treat her well or not. She knows what kind of person he is. But she would worry that perhaps he doesn't really like her. Though he doesn't like her, it is highly probable that he wouldn't mention breaking up with her. He would only try to persevere in their relationship because of his high sense of responsibility. It would be too hurtful for both parties. Is it because she is unreasonable? Being with him, it is clear that it has been her long expectation. But when it is happening, she is considering losses and gains. She is insecure. She is so insecure that she doesn't even have the courage to accept him. Sangji tries to abandon her thoughts. As before, She maintains her way of interacting with Duan Jiasu. A lot of times, when she is determined to be with him, yet she cannot say it. Duan Jiasu seems to notice her strangeness, so he comes to look for her much more than before. Sangji doesn't know how to tell him about her worries. After all, she is also not willing to tell him that she has been liking him since she was 13 years old. She also doesn't know how to solve this insignificant thing. In an instant, it is the end of May. At the end of Friday night, 7 o'clock, Sangji and her classmates go out for a dinner party. She is talking with a female student. When she comes out of the university front gate, she notices Jiang Ying, who is standing under a tree. Sangji is startled and looks at her with uncertainty. Just in time, their gazes meet. Very quickly, Sangji looks the other way. She completely does not expect her to come to meet her. She just feels that this is getting weird. She continues to talk with her friend and walks with them to the barbecue restaurant nearby. At this time, a lot of people are inside the restaurant. One of her classmates is there to take tables for all of them. Sangji comes over and has a seat. After a while, she notices a table for 2 people being cleaned. Then there is a guest sitting down there. That guest is Jiang Ying. Once again, their gazes meet. Sangji looks at her, and at this moment she feels that this Jiang Ying is coming to meet her. But why is Jiang Ying coming to look for her? Moreover, how could she know that she is here? Sangji cannot understand it, but she also does not mind her. She lowers her head and drinks her water. Jiang Ying seems to just come over to eat. She does not take the initiative to find trouble for Sangji. But her gaze is on Sangji. Her gaze makes Sangji feel uncomfortable. Sangji simply asks her friend, who is sitting in front of her, to change positions. She gradually forgets about Jiang Ying. After eating, Sangji stands up and goes to the restroom. She wants to wash her hands and redo her makeup. She has no plan to do anything else. Before she washes her hands, she notices that Jiang Ying also comes inside the restroom. Sangji glances at her but says nothing. She presses the soap dispenser and washes her hands. Jiang Ying takes out a lipstick and indeed speaks up. "You're Duan Jiasu's new girlfriend?" Sangji says nothing. That is right. College students are easily deceived. Jiang Ying smiles and says, "Luckily, I met you here. I just want to remind you. In the past, he has joined hundreds of blind dates. Do you know why he couldn't find a suitable one?" Sangji says expressionlessly, "What do you mean, luckily? You took the initiative to come meet me. I just don't want to see a little girl like you being misled, okay?" Jiang Ying says flatly, "Do you know that he has a father who is lying in the hospital in a vegetative state?" Sangji stops washing her hands. "It seems he never mentioned it to you." Jiang Ying notices Sangji's action. She smiles. "Let me tell you one more secret. His father is also a dirty swine who drove while intoxicated and ran over and killed someone. In a year, he pays almost 100,000 in medical expenses for that dirty swine." Jiang Ying says, "Which woman would be that rich to be with that man? He doesn't even have a house." Sangji lifts her head and does not seem to be affected by her words. She says with a natural voice, "I have money." It is obvious that Jiang Ying did not expect Sangji's answer. Jiang Ying's expression turns sour. "His father killed someone. He is a murderer. Are you listening to me?" Sangji says slowly, "Is it possible that I will marry his father?" Sangji does not want to stay with Jiang Ying any longer. She does not even redo her makeup. She just takes a tissue and wipes her hands. Jiang Ying cannot maintain her calm expression any longer. She suddenly throws her lipstick at Sangji. "Do you understand my words? Are you crazy? How can you not understand me?" The lipstick is small, so it does not hurt Sangji. But in just a flash, it makes Sangji so angry. Sangji looks at the lipstick and laughs coldly. She holds her bag and throws it back at Jiang Ying's face. She says, "Who would want to be used to your craziness?" Jiang Ying's body retreats a step. She is silent for a while, then she smiles. "Who do you think?" Duan Jiasu, ah. Both parties refuse to budge. Sangji looks at her. Ae, if you think so, then why did you come to find me today? You have time to do all of this. Sangji picks up her bag again and says sarcastically, it is better for you to spend your time taking good care of your appearance. Otherwise, when you stand beside Duan Jiasu, I will think that you are his mother's friend. Then Sangji goes out of the restroom. Jiangying is so furious. She immediately follows her out. She clutches Sangji's arm and raises her arm. Just in time, Liang Jun also comes out of the men's restroom. Seeing this situation, he is startled and immediately pulls Sangji's arm to stand behind him. He scolds Jiangying, what are you going to do? Jiangying is silent. She just watches Sangji. Then she just returns to her table. Liang Jun asks whether Sangji is okay. Sangji just makes a vague excuse. She also returns to her seat. She becomes inattentive. She looks at her phone and continuously recalls what Jiangying said to her. After the dinner ends, her friends decide to go to the bar to play games. Sangji follows them, but she is not really interested in it. She recalls the night Duan Jiasu stayed over at her house. The time he was smoking on the balcony. She remembers his words. Xiao Sangji, in the future when you have earned money, you need to buy a beautiful dress for yourself to wear. She remembers that during his college time, he always had a lot of part-time jobs. She remembers that when he was sick, he didn't go to the hospital. On New Year's Day or other holidays, he passed them all by himself. She recalls his recent life. It seems that he is living a much brighter and more cheerful life. She remembers his smiling appearance, his appearance when he winks and smiles at her. So if other little girls have it, our Gigi should have it too. She suddenly feels enlightened. Her worries seem to be solved. Sangji feels her brain is heating. She suddenly stands up and says goodbye to everyone. I have things to do. I will leave first. When she arrives in front of Duan Jiasu's apartment building, luckily someone is opening the front gate. Sangji follows that person. Her mind is blank. She enters the elevator and goes to Duan Jiasu's apartment floor. Then she stands in front of his apartment door. She releases her breath and presses the doorbell. The door is opened quickly. Duan Jiasu seems to have just finished his shower. His hair is very wet. Sangji can smell a strong peppermint fragrance on him. He is startled. He does not expect that she would come over. He looks at her and approaches her. He asks confusedly, why are you here? Sangji also watches him and does not answer his question. She feels impulsive that she can finally say what she has been longing to say. She speaks frankly. Can you keep on liking me? Anyway, it is me who liked you first. So I want to keep being by your side. Though there might be a possibility that you don't really like me, I seem to not be suffering any loss. Duan Jiasu hasn't responded. He acts like he is dreaming. He speaks out his subconscious thought. Yes. Sangji just inhales. Then, wait. Duan Jiasu smiles. What are you doing? Without waiting for Sangji's words, Duan Jiasu already pulls her inside the apartment. Come inside first. Tell me. Duan Jiasu says patiently. What happened? I think that today is a suitable one. Sangji says quietly. So I don't want to wait. Duan Jiasu stops breathing. He just realizes that she is not joking. Have you been drinking? Sangji, no. Duan Jiasu, you agree to be together with me? Several seconds of silence. Duan Jiasu suddenly holds her chin and raises her face. His dark eyes fix on her eyes. His Adam's apple moves, and once again he confirms. Have you thought it through clearly? Sangji looks into his eyes too. Finally, he gets a firm answer from her. They are close to each other. The temperature seems to rise. Duan Jiasu looks at her lips and suddenly speaks up with a hoarse voice. Open your lips. Sangji hasn't responded well. Her lips open. In the next moment, he says enthusiastically and gently. Gugu will teach you how to kiss. Chapter 55. His words and actions are taken by surprise. The moment Sangji just composes herself, Duan Jiasu's lips are covering hers. His tongue enters her mouth. It is hot. It is like an electric current that continuously warms up. Sangji's eyes turn big, and she subconsciously takes a step back. Her back is pressed against the door. In the next moment, she is pulled back by him. Her wrists are held by him and placed on his chest. At this moment, Sangji does not feel anything else. Her senses are full of him. Sangji has no experience, so she just accepts passively. She even forgets to close her eyes. She watches his expression. It is so clear in front of her. She looks at his eyelashes and nose. His eyes are full of affection. Her awareness is dazed. Her body is stiff. Perhaps because Duan Jiasu notices Sangji is at a loss, he laughs. It sounds sexy. He raises his hand and covers her eyes. It is powerful yet gentle. The towel on his shoulder falls to the ground. He makes a low and heavy sound. The water on his hair is cold and drips onto Sangji's neck. Sangji cannot help but curl up and shiver from the cold. Duan Jiasu stops and pecks her lips for a while. Then he hugs her. His mouth is close to her ear. He says hoarsely and affectionately, "I like you." Sangji feels her ears are numb. In the next moment, he moves his hand, which is covering her eyes. He holds her face and strokes it. Their eyes meet. His lips are red. He is smiling. He is watching her intensely. Sangji is startled and is drawn to his gaze. "Let me tell you something serious," Duan Jiasu says quietly. "Actually, I also couldn't do it." Sangji asks him, "What?" "But you always say that I am old, so being honest makes me." Duan Jiasu keeps stroking her face. Feel a bit embarrassed. "Duan Jiasu, this is also my first time being in a romantic relationship." After several seconds, he lowers his voice and adds, "It is also the first time for me to like someone." Duan Jiasu bends his body to meet her eyes. He says seriously, "So don't think of leaving me behind." Sangji is slow to speak. Duan Jiasu laughs quietly and says, "You have kissed me. You should be responsible for me forever." His words make Sangji instantly remember what happened before. She blushes. Her lips are still numb. She uses her hand to cover her lips. She looks at him and expresses that she feels like she is being taken advantage of. She stammers, I just agreed. You. I am too happy." Duan Jiasu coughs lightly and says gently yet like a scoundrel. "So I couldn't control myself. I am sorry. Next time I will pay more attention." Sangji finds this too absurd. How could the first time? Duan Jiasu controls his laughter. "Later on, I will pay more attention to the process. I will proceed in an orderly way, step by step." Duan Jiasu says, "Just think of this as practice, okay?" Sangji this time cannot control her emotion. She approaches him. Then she pinches his cheek. She is shamed into anger. "Why are you so shameless?" Duan Jiasu just cooperates with her and then reminds her, "It is better for you not to get too close to me." Sangji is unhappy. "No." Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows and says frankly, "If you are too close, I will want to kiss you again." Sangji pauses for a moment, then she awkwardly mumbles, "I am done talking. I will go back now." "Wait." He seems to remember something. He bends his body and looks at her lips. "Earlier, did my teeth bump your lips?" She cannot believe what he said. How could he do that? How can he say those things without any expression? Without waiting for him to finish talking, Sangji suddenly covers his lips with her hands and seems to be falling apart. No, don't talk about it anymore." Duan Jiasu is startled. He looks at her blushing red face. He laughs. His hot breath sprays onto the palm of her hand. It is ticklish. "Okay, I will not talk about it." Then he looks at Sangji's lips and mumbles, "It seems okay." When Duan Jia-su returns to his room to change his clothes, Sang-ji goes to the fridge and takes out a glass of orange juice. Then she takes a pack of dried squid from the shelves. She walks to sit down on the sofa. She tears the package open and eats the dried squid. She remembers her chat with her roommates. Her roommate said, "That 25-year-old inexperienced man will be a pervert." Sang-ji considers it seriously. He is 26 years old. They were saying something serious, and he just kissed her. He also said that he would teach her. His kiss plainly wasn't very outstanding. Yet, she remembers what he said before. Sang-ji's gloomy feeling just disappears. She smiles and opens her orange juice. She drinks her orange juice. This time, Duan Jia-su comes out of his bedroom. His hair is still half wet. His bangs are drooping on his forehead. He comes over and sits down beside her. He looks at her like she is a hamster chewing its snack. Duan Jia-su wants to laugh. Sang-ji suddenly feels awkward. She speaks up. "Can you stop watching me?" "Okay." Duan Jia-su looks at the table and takes his glass to drink water. Then he asks his first question again. "Why did you suddenly feel that today is a suitable day?" Sang-ji considers for a while. She doesn't know whether she should tell him or not. Duan Jia-su smiles. "You messed up my plan." Sang-ji glances at him. "You have a plan?" "I prepared to confess in front of your dorm the day after tomorrow." Duan Jia-su says flatly. "I would light up heart-shaped candles, hold a bouquet of flowers. I also prepared a script." "Cheesy." "It is cheesy?" Duan Jia-su says. "Isn't it a popular and trendy way of confessing?" Sang-ji recalls it, and indeed that kind of confession has been held several times at their university. She says, "Then what is in your script?" Duan Jia-su suddenly calls after her. "Sang-ji. Sang-ji, I like you. Please be with me." Sang-ji blinks and says hesitantly, "Are you serious?" "For that kind of occasion, it should be okay." Duan Jia-su says, "I will make it up to you. This time I will not tell you." "No need to make it up." Sang-ji mumbles. "We are together now. Why should you confess again?" He says, "Just for formality." Sang-ji turns her head to him. "Why do you care about that?" "I don't really care." Duan Jia-su remembers that last time during his birthday, Sang-ji had prepared a bowl of noodles specially for him. He says, "But our Gigi should care about it." Sang-ji does not deny it. Her dimples are deeply set. She continues to drink her orange juice. "Jia-su go, is this really your first time being in a romantic relationship?" Duan Jia-su, "Oh. What?" Duan Jia-su looks at her. "Do you look down on me?" Sang-ji smiles. "No." Duan Jia-su looks at her smile and smiles too. Sang-ji notices the time now. She takes a tissue and wipes her hand. She points to the dried squid on the table. "I can't finish it. Can I bring it home to eat?" Bring whatever you want. It is best." Duan Jia-su helps her open the bottle of orange juice. "For you to take me back to." Sang-ji says seriously, "I am only interested in food." Duan Jia-su smiles sexily. "I am also quite tasty." Sang-ji tidies up her things and stands up. "I will leave now." Seeing that she is planning to leave, Duan Jia-su still sits on the sofa and does not move. He suddenly sighs and says, "I suddenly remember something. I seem to have never told you about my family situation." Sang-ji stops moving. She remembers Jiang Ying's words. Then she says lightly, "It is okay if you don't want to tell me." "It is not that I don't want to tell you." Duan Jia-su sounds indifferent. His tone is flat. "My mother has passed away. My father is a person in a vegetative state. He ran over and killed someone with his car. I have a car but no house. I have a bit of savings." Sang-ji watches him. For a moment, she does not know what to say. "Don't feel awkward. I think for our relationship, I should inform you a bit." Sang-ji shakes her head. "I don't feel awkward." Duan Jia-su smiles for a while. Let's go." I will take you back to the dorm. Duan Jiasu. Sangji feels that something is wrong with him. She calls his name and gets closer to his face. Her eyes are fixed on his face. Are you happy mentioning these things? It is not that I am unhappy. I am just nervous. Duan Jiasu's Adam's apple moves. His expression betrays him in an instant. Sangji is startled. Why should you be nervous? Duan Jiasu laughs at himself. I am afraid that you will mind. She looks at him with her startled gaze. At this moment, she finds this absurd. This kind of man. A man that made Sangji unable to fall in love with another man after meeting him. Somehow he is feeling inferior because of his own father's wrongdoing. Sangji is silent for a few seconds, then confesses what happened today. Today I encountered Jiang Ying. She told me about your father's matter. Duan Jiasu's eyes turn dark. She looked for you? Maybe, Sangyi says. You shouldn't be brainwashed by her. She is unreasonable. Next time if you meet her, remember you should advise her to go to the hospital to check her brain. Duan Jiasu still wants to say something. Sangji opens her eyes wide and pats his head gently. She says to him seriously, actually, I think a house is not a life necessity. But if you want one, then wait for me for a few years. Wait until I graduate and can earn money. I will buy it for you. He takes Sangji back to the dorm. Duan Jiasu returns to his car and recalls what she said. He smiles and thinks about something. He thinks about it and takes out his phone. He sends a message to Sang Yan, then calls Qian Fei. It is answered. Qian Fei, I am really curious. Why do you always like to call me this late at night? It shouldn't be too late. Duan Jiasu says in a good mood. I want to tell you something. You got her. Duan Jiasu smiles. Great, bro. Qian Fei says excitedly. Right, it is all thanks to me. If it weren't for me, you might not be able to get her, right? If there were no me, how could you get her? You should thank me. Duan Jiasu just obeys him. Thank you, bro. No need to mention it. You better get married before Sang Yan. I have had enough of him. Bro, I have something that I haven't confessed to you. Duan Jiasu, actually, you also know this lady. Qian Fei has a bad feeling. You know her at Yihe. I am at Nanwu. How could I know her? Are you crazy? Duan Jiasu, I didn't get to know her here. Qian Fei guesses. Our classmates? Who went to Yihe to work? Duan Jiasu, not working, but attending university. Qian Fei. Silence. Qian Fei's voice starts to tremble. Don't tell me she is Sangji. Duan Jiasu has a smile on his face. Qian Fei falls silent for a few seconds. Bye. Duan Jiasu repeats what Qian Fei said before. It is all thanks to you. Crap. Qian Fei roars. No. I never helped you. What the heck, Duan Jiasu, you are really inhuman. You have known her since she was 10 years old. Damn. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. Didn't you say that it is okay as long as she is an adult? Qian Fei says. Did I say that? Have you told Sang Yan about this? Not yet. How do you plan to tell him? I haven't really thought about it. Wouldn't he beat you to death? Qian Fei does not find this matter hard to accept. He just laughs. I'm sorry. I unexpectedly really look forward to his response. I just told him that I have a girlfriend. Then, I also told him, Duan Jiasu says casually, that you are the one who taught me to pursue her.
Chapter 56. Qian Fei turns silent once more. After a few seconds, he finally speaks up. He cannot believe this. He tries to control his anger. Are you human? Duan Jiasu says kindly. You are a great person who has rendered outstanding service. I cannot ignore your contribution. Duan Jiasu says slowly and honestly. I am not a thankless wretch. Damn. Qian Fei feels that Duan Jiasu is confused between right and wrong. If you had told me from the beginning that she is Sangji, I would not have helped you. Duan Jiasu laughs. If it weren't for you, I really could not have gotten her. In the future, in front of my brother-in-law, I will thank you even more. On the other side, Qian Fei hangs up. He immediately notices Sang Yan's message to him. Sang Yan, Duan Jiasu is okay, right? He looked for you to help him chase after a woman. Sang Yan, awesome. Qian Fei. Qian Fei, go away. Sang Yan, why didn't he come to me for help? Sang Yan, oh. Sang Yan, I also cannot chase after a woman. Sang Yan, I'm sorry. I am the one being pursued. Qian Fei, if you are sick, then take your medicine, please. Sang Yan, tell me, how did you help him? Qian Fei is struggling. He types a few words agitatedly. I did not help him. I don't know anything. Don't listen to his nonsense. How could I help him? I even chased after my wife for half a year. How could I have the ability to help him? Sang Yan, why are you so emotional? Qian Fei, I really don't know anything. Sang Yan, Boss Qian, you are quite strange. For this matter, you could be cocky for 3 years. How can you deny it? Qian Fei wants to cry. I really don't know anything. Really? Sang Yan immediately sends a voice note. He laughs coldly. You guys are really something. You are pushing me aside. Okay, Qian Fei. He really wants to go to Yihe right now and kill that Duan Jiasu. When the car passes the supermarket, Duan Jiasu gets out and goes inside to buy the dried squid and orange juice from the brands that Sang Ji ate before. He returns home and places the snacks and drinks in their places. Then he goes to sit down on the sofa. He tidies up the trash. The apartment returns to normal. Yet Sang Ji's remaining scent can still be sensed by him. Duan Jiasu stays in the living room for a moment. Then he takes something out of his pocket. It is the lighter that Sang Ji gave him for his birthday. Then he takes out a cigarette and just bites it. He does not light it. After 2 seconds, he puts it down and laughs. Duan Jiasu leans back in his seat and uses his fingers to touch his lips. He smiles happily and sexily. After a while, he stands up and returns to his bedroom. On his bedside cabinet, there is a photo of him and Sang Ji from years ago. Next to it is a moon-shaped, 3-dimensional sleeping light, also from Sang Ji. He turns off the bedroom light and turns on that sleeping light. The room is peaceful and quiet. The light is dim. He still has a message from Sang Yan on his phone. Seeing how emotional Qian Fei was when he heard about his relationship with Sang Ji, Duan Jiasu can guess how Sang Yan will respond. He thinks about it and replies, in a while, I will go back to Nanwu. Duan Jiasu, I will explain everything face to face. Then he sends a message to Sang Ji. Are you asleep? She might be asleep, or she might not have looked at her phone. Sang Ji does not reply to his message immediately. This time, Duan Jiasu also cannot fall asleep. He stands up and goes to turn on the computer. He wants to finish all his remaining work. At this time, his phone suddenly rings. Duan Jiasu looks at the screen, which shows an unknown number. When he wants to reject it, he suddenly remembers what Sang Ji said to him today. His smile slowly disappears. Jiang Ying has also done the same thing in the past. There were a few times that Jiang Si-yun, his boss, frequently introduced someone to him. He did not mind too much about it. Especially that time he had just graduated from university. He put more of his energy into his work. Yet that time he also did not want to brush off Jiang Si-yun's good intentions. He also thought that he seemed to have no reason to reject. For several blind dates, most of the women liked him and wanted to ask him out for a date. Duan Jiasu kept appointments to meet them. But afterwards, they just cut off from his life without any reason. He used to communicate with them through WeChat. He heard from one of the women that a woman had looked for her and said something. Duan Jiasu could guess directly that that woman was Jiang Ying. So afterwards, when Jiang Si-yun wanted to introduce him to someone again, he just kept making excuses not to come. He rejected Jiang Si-yun's good intentions indirectly. Actually, it is a reality. After all, marriage is not a small matter. It is not only about 2 people being together. Duan Jiasu can understand it. Because Jiang Ying did not do anything severely and did not create any great bad effect. She just spilled out the facts about his family, so Duan Jiasu did not really mind it. After a long time, he also forgot about Jiang Ying's actions. He never expected that she would take the initiative to find Sang Ji. Duan Jiasu is calm, but there is a hint of impatience in him. He answers the call. Indeed, the caller is Jiang Ying. He does not know how she got his new phone number. She seems to be startled, as she did not expect that he would answer her call. She hesitates and speaks up. Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu just directly asks, "Today you went to Ihi University?" "Why?" Jiang Ying responds and mocks him. "Your little girlfriend reported to you about it? I see that you keep running over there. I see that you are giving a lot of care to her." Duan Jiasu takes out his lighter and plays with it. He says nothing. Jiang Ying. If you know that college student is easily deceived, you should have found her earlier, right? Now you should be happy, right? That college student is like someone who has been brainwashed. Have you been sleeping with her? Duan Jiasu is still quiet. Jiang Ying raises her voice. Are you mute? Duan Jiasu. Are you done? Actually, I feel your words are superficial. Duan Jiasu says calmly. He smiles coldly. Compared to what happened in the past, your voice makes me feel you are unbearable. Jiang Ying is silent for a few seconds. Her voice turns even sharper. Okay, then I will make you even more disgusted. If you are happy, then do it. Duan Jiasu does not really mind. I thought that this is a small matter, so I was too lazy to mind you. But now I feel you are really annoying. I think it is not good to solve this by myself. So I might ask for the help of the police. What should you report me to the police for? What did I do? Though I do not know whether it is useful or not. Duan Jiasu laughs. But it is better to try, right? Duan Jiasu. Jiang Ying's breath turns heavy. Her voice turns to a sobbing voice. She reminds him in her hysterical manner. Think about it yourself. If it were not for your father, my father would not have died. Duan Jiasu. Finally you say it. My father, Jiang Ying. You are his son. Listen to your words. My father drove the car and ran over your father, so your father is dead. So I, as his son, am also a murderer. Duan Jiasu says gently. So for your father's matter, you, as his daughter, why don't you also die with him? Jiang Ying is startled. She does not expect that he would say those words. What are you saying? Duan Jiasu realizes that his words are unpleasant, but he does not think they are wrong. He says, what do you think? Is it meaningful? Then he just hangs up. Jiang Ying does not call him again. Duan Jiasu also blocks the number. After the shower, Sang Ji comes out of the bathroom. She notices Duan Jiasu's message on her phone. She smiles sweetly and replies, not yet. I will sleep soon. She thinks about it and adds another sentence. But if you want to chat, I could force myself not to sleep. The pursuer, wouldn't you fall asleep while chatting with me? Sang-ji replies honestly, maybe. Looking at Duan Jiasu's remark, Sang-ji opens up his contact ID and thinks of a few ways to call him. In the end, she changes his ID from the pursuer to Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu. Do I need to call you to help you sleep? Sang-ji frowns. Then you could sleep early too. Why are you staying up late? You also have nothing good to do. Sang-ji. You will get old quickly if you keep doing that. Ning-wei sits down on her bed and applies body lotion to her skin. She asks casually, Sang-ji, tonight what did you do? Why are you back so late? Earlier I saw your classmates, but I did not see you. Sang-ji lifts her head. I went to find Duan Jiasu. Ning-wei, you guys went on a date? Sang-ji blinks. I decided to date him now. Hearing this, Uxin turns her head towards Sang-ji. That was quick. Not really. Sang-ji thinks that she has been dragging this for so long. In the past, he did not know that I like him. But now he knows. Why should I let him pursue me? It is quite odd. Uxin, that is reasonable. Sang-ji lowers her head and continues to chat with Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu. It is okay to be old. Anyway, I have a girlfriend now. Sang-ji. Question mark. Sang-ji, I mind it. Duan Jiasu. Okay. Duan Jiasu. Then I will sleep early. Sang-ji looks at the time and says, we can still chat for half an hour. After half an hour, perhaps because of what happened today, until now Sang-ji is not sleepy. She is full of energy. She holds her phone and curls up inside her blanket. Yet she has no intention to sleep. But Duan Jiasu takes the initiative to remind her. It has been 30 minutes. Are you going to sleep? Sang-ji is not willing to sleep. I think that we can chat for another 30 minutes. This time, Duan Jiasu replies after several tens of seconds. He repeats her words. Then I will get old quickly. Sang-ji smiles widely and repeats his words. It is okay to be old. Anyway, you also have a girlfriend now. In a flash, June arrives. Sang Ji's group has finished the short animation film for the competition. There are only minor revisions that should be done. They will submit it soon. Exam week will arrive soon. Sang Ji finishes up all the competition matters and starts to get busy with exams. She also takes advantage of time to make her CV for applying for an internship like Ningwei. After a long consideration, Sang Ji gives a call to Li Ping. She is nervous to mention that she will not come home for the summer holiday. Hearing her words, Li Ping unexpectedly does not oppose. She just asks Sang Ji to take good care of herself. But she reminds her that she should go home for National Day. Sang Ji agrees. Her courses in one after another. Sang Ji wants to get a scholarship, so she really takes her grades and achievements seriously. Most of the time she goes to the library and controls herself from meeting Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu suggests accompanying her a few times, but Sang Ji refuses. She feels that if Duan Jiasu is beside her, she definitely cannot concentrate. Moreover, he would be bored in the library. Today, after taking a shower and coming out of the bathroom, she climbs onto her bed. Before sleeping, she hears Wang Ruolan say, "I heard that tomorrow there will be no electricity on campus." Ningwei, Wang Ruolan. There will be maintenance work. Only a few dorm areas will have power. Ningwei, what about our dorm? Wang Ruolan, no. Uxian, how long will it last? Wang Ruolan, from 7 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening. It will last for a day. Uxian, even for a day, I think I will suffer heat stroke. Sang Ji feels a bit annoyed about it. After all, she needs her computer to study. Yet she thinks there should not be a big problem. She could go to one of the quiet coffee shops and stay there for the whole day. But what she does not think about is that now it is exam week, and the blackout happens at the same time. The quiet coffee shops are also full of students. She goes out early, but she cannot find any empty seats. She looks at the time and enters the subway. She plans to take the subway to go to the city public library. This time, Duan Jiasu calls her. His voice is electrifying, pleasant to the ear. He says, "Girlfriend, today do you have time to go out for a meal?" Sang Ji thinks about it. "Now I am on my way to the city library." City library? Sang Ji says, "Our university has a blackout today. I am going there to study." Duan Jiasu reminds her. That library is not big. By now, there should be no space. Sang Ji has been looking for a seat for quite some time. She thought that she could find a seat to study. But hearing his words, she turns depressed and wants to vent her anger. Why is it so hard to just find a seat to study? Luckily, it is the weekend. Duan Jiasu is at home. This time he has nothing to do. He just laughs in a low voice and suggests, "Come to my house." Sang Ji is moved, but she also hesitates. "Would I disturb you?" No. Sang Ji also does not want to waste any more time, so she does not think too much about it. Now I will take the subway to go over. She gets off the subway and exits the turnstile. Sang Ji looks at her phone, and this time she notices Duan Jiasu's new message. He said that he would be waiting for her at the subway station. She lifts her eyes and looks around. In a while, she can see him, standing not far away from her. He is wearing a black t-shirt and long training pants. He is placing one of his hands inside his pocket, while his other hand is holding his phone. He looks at his phone. He is tall and skinny. He is so handsome yet cool. He is attractive. Sang Ji plans to go over. This time, a woman approaches him. Her face is blushing red. She seems to be embarrassed. With a glance, Sang Ji can guess that the woman wants to get his number. Sang Ji's expression turns sour. She comes forward silently and just stands beside the two of them. She does not take the initiative to speak up. She hears the woman say shyly, "And how? Could I add you on WeChat?" Hearing a voice, Duan Jiasu raises his head and just in time notices the silent Sang Ji. He looks at her with full interest. Then he looks at the woman. No. After a few seconds, Duan Jiasu looks at Sang Ji again and laughs lightly. "If my girlfriend finds out about this, I will lose my life."
Chapter 57. That woman's expression turns stiff. She quickly notices that Sang Ji is standing on the other side. In an instant, she realizes that this man is taken. She coughs awkwardly and says, "I'm sorry. I disturbed you." She also does not stay any longer. She just leaves quickly. She leaves the two of them there. Duan Jiasu looks at Sang Ji and approaches her. He takes her laptop bag and watches her unhappy expression. He seems to be in a good mood. Are you angry? Sangji also looks at him. She says without any expression, why should I be angry? Duan Jiasu tries to control his laughter. Why didn't you speak up before? Sangji is still unhappy. She does not want to mind him. She just passes by him and says stiffly, she was asking you for your WeChat ID, not me. Why should I say anything? I didn't give it to her, right? Duan Jiasu just follows her and makes an apology playfully. Forgive me. Sangji looks at him. Did I say something? Duan Jiasu considers and teases her. You said that you are jealous. Sangji purses her lips and refutes as she is keen on saving face. You are the one who is jealous. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. You aren't jealous? Sangji says nothing. Am I misunderstanding you? Duan Jiasu says. Why do I see that you are indeed jealous? Sangji is still silent. Seeing that his action of keep talking, Sangji also feels that she showed her expression too obviously. She holds back her emotion for a few seconds and simply says, so what if I am jealous? Duan Jiasu is startled and laughs. He smiles and speaks up. It is okay. Sangji says furiously, couldn't you? Duan Jiasu, She says coolly, couldn't you behave well and wait there for me? Duan Jiasu says, why do you think that I wasn't behaving well before? Sangji looks into his eyes. His eyelashes are fine and long. His pupils are brown. When he is looking face to face with someone, it can make that person bewitched. He always smiles casually like he is provoking. She just directly declares his misconduct. Earlier, I saw that you lured her. This is a surprising final conclusion. Duan Jiasu almost chokes. What? You were. Sangji is serious. She is planting false evidence against him. Then how could that person, without any reason or cause, come over and want your WeChat ID if you were just standing there doing nothing? Zhao Pengyu, how can you accuse the victim? Sangji, how can you be so muddle-headed? Duan Jiasu, then tell me how I lured her. Can you describe it to me? Sangji pauses. For a moment she cannot describe it. She lowers her head and starts to polish and refine a literary work. She mumbles the accusation. You glanced at her. In an instant, Sangji turns bold and confident. She criticizes him seriously. Right. You glanced at her. Duan Jiasu is amused. So glancing means luring? Sangji mumbles, not really, but we should consider the scene and analyze deeply. Then she runs her eyes over his body and says, you even dressed up before you went out. Duan Jiasu lowers his eyes and looks at his clothes. This time he just realizes that no matter what he did is wrong. Hearing Sangji's false accusation, he just laughs and pinches her cheek. Xiao Xi Yen. Sangji frowns. You are the petty one. This time they exit the subway station. Sangji takes out her umbrella. She says, today it is really hot. She glances at him and adds childishly, I will not cover you. Duan Jiasu, really? You will not cover me. Sangji is silent for 2 seconds and finally loosens up. If you want, then I will cover you too. Give it to me. Sangji just passes the umbrella to him. Duan Jiasu opens it and covers her fully with it. He asks, have you eaten your breakfast? Yes, Sangji says. I also drank a glass of soy milk. I also ate a savory Chinese crepe. Do you want to eat anything else? Sangji cannot think of what she wants to eat at that moment. She shakes her head. Duan Jiasu thinks about it. I will buy a bit of fruit. Sangji blinks. I want to eat watermelon. Okay. They both go to a nearby fruit vendor's stand. The stand is small. There are a few buyers too. It is a bit crowded. With the boss's recommendation, Duan Jiasu chooses a watermelon. Sangji does not go with him. She goes to choose several plums. Then Duan Jiasu goes to pay. He asks Sangji to wait outside. Sangji stands in a shady place, but she thinks that she is blocking the road. So she finds the shade of a tree and takes out her phone. She looks at the time. Suddenly her view turns dark. Someone is standing in front of her. Sangji thought that it is Duan Jiasu. She lifts her head. Why? In the next second, Sangji notices that the person in front of her is not Duan Jiasu. She just stops talking. That person is a young man. That man looks delicate and pretty. He smiles and carefully points at her phone. I'm sorry to disturb you. Could you give me your WeChat ID? Sangji is startled and says, I'm sorry. I have a boyfriend. That man says, and scratches his head. Okay. Sangji looks over and notices that Duan Jiasu has come out of the store. This time he is standing not far from her. It is hard to guess his expression. He is watching both of them. When that young man leaves, both of them start to walk to Duan Jiasu's apartment. On the way, no one is talking. Sangji glances at him from time to time. She is anxious. Very quickly, she coughs lightly and pretends to be calm. That person was asking about the street, so I just told him. Duan Jiasu, MM. Without waiting for Sangji to loosen up, Duan Jiasu just speaks up. Are you luring him? Sangji is silent. She feels it is so awkward, as earlier she criticized Duan Jiasu for the same thing. Duan Jiasu says slowly and pretends to be indifferent. Good, just want to buy fruit. Sangji. Duan Jiasu, it was only for a few minutes. Why couldn't you behave well? Sangji says seriously. I think that we are even now. She means that now you should shut up. Duan Jiasu seems not wanting to let this go quickly. He says slowly, I see that today you also dressed up so well. Without waiting for him to finish his words, Sangji says, I take back everything I said before. Duan Jiasu says, how did you answer that man? Sangji says honestly, I said that I have a boyfriend. Duan Jiasu acts like he cannot hear it clearly. What? Sangji looks at him. Boyfriend. Duan Jiasu smiles and looks at her. Here. Duan Jiasu only has one bedroom in his apartment. He has no study room. At first, Sangji planned to study at his dining table. She did not plan to occupy his private area. But he takes the initiative to take her inside his bedroom. At home, he usually works in his bedroom, as the desk is inside the room. Duan Jiasu has arranged and cleaned up his desk, so now it is empty except for a stack of papers. Sangji sits down on the chair and places her laptop and books on the desk. She looks at Duan Jiasu and asks, what will you do now? Duan Jiasu pats his bed and says, I will lie down here. Sangji, you want to sleep? No. Duan Jiasu says, it has been days since I saw you. I want to watch you for a while. Hearing this, Sangji moves her face closer to him and waits for a few seconds. She says, you should be done by now. Go to the living room and watch TV for a while, or perhaps sleep there. I need to study. Both of them are looking face to face for several seconds. Then he pulls her into his embrace. Sangji is caught off guard. Can't I stay here? Sangji sits down on his thigh. She once again faces his enticing gaze. Then he smiles and says, I will not even speak a word? Sangji is a bit absent-minded. She almost cannot respond. But very quickly she regains herself. She reminds him, you said that you would not disturb me. Okay. Duan Jiasu does not disturb her. He strokes her face with his finger and says, a heartless girlfriend. Sangji stands up. Duan Jiasu, oh right, have you booked your ticket to go home? Sangji sits down on the chair and says, this summer holiday, I will not go back. You really will not go home? Duan Jiasu smiles. Then where will you stay? The dorm. Have you told your parents? Duan Jiasu stands up and opens the curtain. Okay, go study, Xiaopeng Yu. Sangji, what will you do? I will prepare lunch. Duan Jiasu strokes her head and says gently, what do you want to eat for lunch? I will cook tasty dishes for you. Our Gigi must be tired from studying so hard. Sangji blinks. I am okay with anything. Later I will go out for a while. I will buy ingredients. If you want to eat something, just go to the fridge or the shelf and eat something first. Duan Jiasu thinks about it and says, if someone knocks on the door, do not open it carelessly. Sangji mumbles, why are you treating me like a little kid? Duan Jiasu, I am afraid that you will be kidnapped. They both do their own matters until lunch. Duan Jiasu cooks simple dishes, then he calls Sangji to come out and have dinner. Sangji helps him set the table and washes the dishes. In the process, she accidentally breaks one of the bowls. Because of her request, Duan Jiasu also does not help her. He just watches her do it. Seeing how she breaks one of the bowls, he does not feel unhappy. He just laughs. Let me clean up the broken bowl. Sangji is afraid of being scolded, so she says nothing. She just turns off the water tap. Duan Jiasu cleans up and asks her, you have never washed dishes before? Won't I be able to do it after several times? Sangji says boldly, why should you be able to do it? Duan Jiasu takes out a tissue and gives it to her to wipe her hand. He laughs lightly. I also would not let you wash them. Sangji blurts out, I also wouldn't let you in the future. She immediately stops talking and coughs. I did not think too much. Duan Jiasu pretends to be calm. I know. Sangji continues to wash the bowls. This time she is much more careful. She says, next time I will buy new ones. I will buy plastic ones so they will not break easily. Then Sangji wipes clean the kitchen counter and then comes out of the kitchen. Duan Jiasu sits down on the sofa and fills a kettle with water. He says, now it is 12 o'clock noon. It is napping time. Would you come over and chat with me, or do you want to take an afternoon nap? Today, Sangji feels that her studying is not going as well as she planned, so she does not want to waste any more time. When you are studying, you are not supposed to take an afternoon nap. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. You plan to continue studying? You aren't sleepy? Sangji nods firmly. No. Duan Jiasu is puzzled. How can a woman like you be so devoted to studying? I want to get a scholarship. How can you be so great? Duan Jiasu pours a glass of hot water and prepares a glass of oolong tea for her. Take this. If you are sleepy, just lie down for a while and sleep. You still have time. She is afraid that he would think that she is making an excuse not to spend time with him. Sangji says seriously, I am not really sleepy. I am not even a bit sleepy. I am very energetic. This whole afternoon I can study well. Duan Jiasu says, You are not sleepy. Though she says it, her biological clock is precise. Today, Sangji woke up around 7 o'clock in the morning. She strolled around the university area looking for a place to study. She also took the subway to Duan Jiasu's apartment. She had studied for a few hours. This time she becomes sleepy. She is full and feels so tired. She fights with her own eyes. She looks at the bed. This time it is so enticing. She thinks about what Duan Jiasu said to her. She also remembers that she still has a lot of studying to do. She releases her breath and stands up. She plans to go to the bathroom to wash her face. When she gets out of the room, she notices that Duan Jiasu is sitting on the sofa. He lifts his head and looks at her. He asks, What is it? Nothing. Sangji says, I want to go to the bathroom. Very quickly, Sangji goes out of the bathroom and looks at Duan Jiasu again. She hesitates for a while and says, I want to study well. Please do not come in and disturb me. Duan Jiasu, Sangji just feels relieved. She returns to the bedroom. She sits down again, but she still feels sleepy. She cannot focus and concentrate on her studying. She feels that her efficiency has gone down. She decides to sleep for 15 minutes, then continue to study. She remembers how she stressed her intention to study well to Duan Jiasu. If he knows that she is taking an afternoon nap now, Wouldn't he think badly of her? Just like she didn't want to talk with him and just stubbornly insisted she wants to study. But she does not have that kind of meaning. She really just wants to study. But now, she is really sleepy. Now if she suddenly goes out and explains to him and then sleeps, it would be too odd. Moreover, she also said to him that she would study well and not let him come inside. For 15 minutes, she opens and closes her eyes. Sangji finally decides. She takes her folded papers and lies on her stomach on Duan Jiasu's bed. She reads while from time to time she closes her eyes. When she is on the verge of sleep, she suddenly hears a knock. She is so surprised. She immediately opens her eyes and looks toward the door. When the door opens, this moment Sangji feels like she is a thief. Her mind goes blank. She gets off the bed quickly and just unintentionally bumps into the edge of the bed. She does not even have time to feel the pain. She is lying on the carpet beside the bed. She is concealed by the back of the bed. This time, Duan Jiasu says, "Gigi, do you want to?" He pauses and is confused. Where did she run off to? Duan Jiasu walks inside the room, then he sees that Sangji is on the floor. A 3-second pause. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. What are you doing down there? Sangji tries to open her mouth and tries to think of a reason. She notices that she is holding papers. She clears her throat and says, "I am studying." Duan Jiasu says playfully, "Then why didn't you answer me when I called you?" Sangyi says, "I was studying secretly. There is a chair to sit on. There is a bed to lie on. Why would she lie on the bed to study?" Duan Jiasu teases her. "Why would you study in secret?" Another silence. Sangji's expression turns serious, and she says, "Because it is too exciting." Chapter 58. It is clear that Duan Jiasu does not expect that she would make that kind of excuse. Duan Jiasu is startled, but in a short moment he just laughs as if this thing is too absurd. What? Sangji just realizes that her words are too naive and stupid. Supposedly she is too sleepy that she cannot think too clearly. She is embarrassed. She turns silent. She tries to stand up. Noticing Sangji's action, Duan Jiasu bends his waist and holds her wrist. He helps her stand up. When she stands up, he holds her waist and hugs her. Sangji raises her head and feels so nervous. She fists her hand and places it on his chest. She can feel his sturdy chest. She feels so unnatural and tries to take steps back. What are you doing? Duan Jiasu seduces her openly. You like to feel excited? The sky spins and the earth goes round. In an instant, Sangji just leans on the bed. She lifts her head and faces Duan Jiasu's lips. The bed is soft. One of his hands is on her back, so she does not feel any pain. Because of this sudden action, her mind is blank. For a moment, she cannot understand him. Duan Jiasu is still smiling. Sangji blinks slowly and just regains herself. She takes a deep breath and kicks him. She is furious. Duan Jiasu. He is not affected by her. His lips stick close to her ear. He says quietly, "Let us excite each other for a while." Sangji's breath is rushed. In a moment, her neck to her face turns blushing red. She feels so hot. She feels that her heart is beating so fast that it would come out of her body. She tries hard to control herself and looks at him. He does not press her down. He just uses his hand to support his body. Sangji purses her lips and extends her leg. She kicks him. There is a large difference in strength between a man and a woman. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows, but he does not struggle. He just lets her kick him until he falls on her side. Sangji sits up and bites her lips. Why are you acting like a rogue? Duan Jiasu leans on his side and says, "If we are together, how can you say that I am acting like a rogue?" Indeed, it is not really true. Moreover, he basically does not do anything too extreme. Sangji does not bicker with him anymore. She just rubs her forehead and gets off the bed. Noticing her action, Duan Jiasu pulls her back. He looks at the red bruise on her forehead. Did you bump something? She points to the edge of the bed and says quietly, I accidentally bumped that. Duan Jiasu, does it hurt? Sangji shakes her head. Not really. Tell me, why were you lying on the floor? Duan Jiasu says. Sangji answers honestly, I suddenly felt so sleepy. Duan Jiasu, then why didn't you sleep on the bed? I said those words to you. I am afraid that you would think that I just want to ignore you. Sangji says worriedly. But I really want to study. Tomorrow afternoon I have an exam. I want to get a good mark. Do I look like a petty-minded person? Duan Jiasu says. Sleep. I will wake you up in a while. Sangji mumbles, then would you feel bored? Just a bit. Then I will study quickly. Duan Jiasu smiles. Are you afraid that I will be angry? Sangji glances at him, like she agrees tacitly. I asked you to come here to study. I also have my selfishness. Duan Jiasu says gently. But I really did not mean to disturb you. Our Gigi is very motivated. How could I stop you? Sangji says cautiously, then I will sleep? Just sleep. Duan Jiasu kisses the palm of her hand and says, I just feel a bit bored. But when I think that you are here, I am very happy. Sangji tucks herself in the blanket. After a while, Duan Jiasu takes a hot towel back to the room. He places it on her red bruise and says, earlier, you tried to hide because I opened the door? Sangji nods hesitantly. Duan Jiasu smiles. Dim-witted. Sangji covers half of her face inside the blanket. She looks a bit depressed. I am just worried. If you are worried, then don't move. Duan Jiasu stands up and goes to close the curtain. What if you fall down to the ground again? Sangji thinks about it and suddenly calls after him. Jiasuge. Duan Jiasu, It is, you should know that if you are too close to me, I will be very nervous. Sangji licks her lips and explains. Just like you did before. But I am not angry. I also don't mean that I don't like it. Duan Jiasu takes the wet towel back and says, then do you like it? Sangji forces herself to say, but I don't like to be excited. Duan Jiasu smiles. Okay. For the time being, I will not. Later on, Sangji stays at Duan Jiasu's house until 10 o'clock in the evening. In the end, she does not mind Duan Jiasu staying by her side. One is studying, and the other one is lying down on the bed and reading a book. It is abnormally harmonious. After Sangji answers her roommate's call, Sangji starts to tidy up her things and plans to leave. She goes to the shelf and takes out a soft candy. Both of them change their shoes and go out. Sangji tears open the candy and asks, Jiasugo, do you want a candy? Duan Jiasu is not fond of candy. He pinches her cheek lightly. You can eat it. Sangji just tears the candy open and stuffs it inside her mouth. Oh. They both get into the elevator. Suddenly Duan Jiasu speaks up. It is better to give me one. Sangji passes one to him and places it on his palm. She has not yet withdrawn her hand when Duan Jiasu just holds her hand. He intertwines their fingers together and does not let go. He says, give me candy or hold hands? Sangji is stunned. Don't you want to eat the candy? Duan Jiasu says, hold hands or hold hands? She starts to respond. Oh. Duan Jiasu, hold hands. Sangji lifts her eyes and looks at him. She finds him so funny. She smiles, but because she has candy inside her mouth, her words are not clear. Why are you asking me so seriously? Duan Jiasu keeps on asking naturally. Hold hands or not? Sangji takes the candy with her other hand and blinks. Hold. Duan Jiasu laughs and holds her hand. The elevator arrives at the first floor. He holds her hand out and says, you plan to do your internship this summer holiday? I have applied to several companies. One of them called me to have an interview. Why do you want to start your internship early? I just want to find something to do. Sangyi says. If not, when I go home, I will also do nothing. I will be alone at home. Sangji suddenly asks again, do you want to eat candy? Duan Jiasu, no. Jiasu go. Sangji kicks a small stone and mentions to him. Most couples, when they hold hands, they would seize the opportunity of crossing the road or walking, then holding hands. It is only you who asks this kind of question. Last time I just kissed you without asking. Didn't you feel unhappy? Duan Jiasu says. Sangji is silent for 2 seconds. I am not really unhappy. Duan Jiasu, Sangji says, I just feel a bit embarrassed. It is just that I seem to have never told you. Sangji lowers her head and thinks about it. She stammers and says, I really like you. Duan Jiasu turns his head to look at her nervous face. They are walking toward Duan Jiasu's car. Hearing her sudden confession, Duan Jiasu stops walking and just pulls her into his embrace. He bends down his body and rubs his nose with her nose. He is watching her intensely. After a long time, he kisses her forehead. It feels like he is cherishing her. I also like you very much. After finishing the examination, Sangji exits the exam room. She has no exam in the afternoon, yet she has an interview to attend. She plans to go back to her dorm to change her clothes before going to the interview venue. Sangji takes out her phone from her handbag and looks at it. Just in time, she notices Sang Yan's missed call. Sangji calls him back. Sang Yan speaks up as he always does. Xiao Gui, Gugu recently is busy dating. So I forgot about you, the insignificant person. Sang Yan, have you booked your ticket? Sangji, I am not going home. Silence. Then Sang Yan laughs and says deeply, repeat once more. I already talked to mom and dad. Sangji feels somehow worried, but she does not feel that she has done anything wrong. She does not show any guilty feeling. They agreed to let me. Repeat once more. Sangji gets annoyed. I am looking for an internship here. I am not doing anything bad. Okay. I am too lazy to mind you. Sang Yan says coldly. If this time you are deceived, do not come to me and cry. I have no free time to mind you. Sangji attacks him back. How could I be deceived? Indeed, you have a longer rebellious period. From junior high school till now? You are a college student now. How can you not be more sensible? Sang Yan says. At first you were stupid. Now after dating, you are getting even stupider. Sangji is so furious. You are the stupid one. You just date and you use a loudspeaker to declare it to the whole world. You also boast about how she chased after you. Who would believe you? Sang Yan says. You want to fight with me? You are the one who started all of this. They both refuse to budge. Sangji, think about it yourself. If you were sensible, then why would I mind you? Sang Yan calms himself down. He says, just do whatever you want. Do not come looking for me. Then he just hangs up. Sangji puts down her phone and looks at the screen. Her mood turns bad. She rarely fights with Sang Yan. Most of the time it is only a small fight. Though she does not feel happy about it, she does not want to be in a cold fight with him. She feels that if she had not made the mistake of going to Ihi when she was in junior high school, Sang Yan would not try to stop her like this. Because of that time, he thinks Sangji is a wimpy brat easily deceived by love. Sangji scratches her head and opens the chat with Sang Yan. She considers what she should say to him. If she confesses to him that her boyfriend is Duan Jiasu, he might not be that angry. He would believe Duan Jiasu. Sangji starts to form her words. She types. Gaga, you really do not need to worry. I am looking for an internship this summer holiday. I just want to do something in my free time. I will go home for National Day. I just lied to you. My boyfriend is not the graduate student from our university. You know him. He is Jiasuga. He is a good man. She rereads her words and is somewhat hesitant. Would her words make Sang Yan come over to Ihi and beat Duan Jiasu? Sangji tries to think about it from Sang Yan's side. If her friend were with Sang Yan, it seems not to be a hard thing to bear. Sangji starts to calm down and clicks the send button. Afterwards, she notices a red exclamation mark on her screen. The message is sent, but the receiver rejects to accept it. Sangji. Okay. Sangji's anger just escalates. She lowers her head. Sangji goes to attend the interview for an internship at a small advertising company. The company is close to the school, yet she needs to take the subway for 2 stations. She walks inside the building and goes to the floor where the company is located. The office is not really big. There are 3 rows of tables and chairs. There are sofas in a small area. There is also a small meeting room. There are not many people coming over to be interviewed. Besides her, there is only a man around her age who joins. That man goes inside first. Sangji waits outside. A woman pours a glass of water for her. She thanks her politely and looks around. The company is just starting, so they do not have a lot of employees. Most of the tables and chairs are empty. Sangji looks around and notices a woman. That woman is talking with a man. She seems to be in a great mood as she smiles so brightly, but quickly she shifts her gaze. She feels that woman looks familiar. After a while, the man comes out. He says that now Sangji can go inside. Sangji nods and stands up to go into the room. After the interview, it is only 11 o'clock in the morning. Sangji counts the time and takes the subway to Duan Jiasu's office building. She looks for a coffee shop to wait. In the past, she heard from Duan Jiasu that for lunch he usually orders takeout with his colleagues. He never goes out to eat. She turns on her phone and sends him a WeChat message. Go and take a look at your window. Duan Jiasu, are you nearby? Sangji drinks her coffee and smiles. No. Sangji, I want to let you see the view. Duan Jiasu, okay. Duan Jiasu, you ask me to look, so I will look. Sangji, this midday, let's go out and have lunch. Duan Jiasu, what do you want to eat? Sangji, I want to eat barbecue. Duan Jiasu, okay. Sangji does not disturb him again. She just types. Now I will take the subway to come over. When it is lunchtime, I will be there. She feels a bit bored, so she just opens up her games and plays to pass the time. After Sangji passes 1 round, after quite some time, Duan Jiasu sends her a message. Sangji opens it and notices that now it is 12:15 in the afternoon. Duan Jiasu, turn your head. Sangji is startled. She notices from her view that someone is standing beside her. In an instant, she can guess who it is. She just turns her head. That person, who is standing beside her, just bends his body and lowers his head. He moves his face closer to her. Sangji is shocked. Her lips touch his cheek. Her body turns stiff. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow and stands straight again. He smiles. I just asked you to turn your head. How could you just kiss me? Chapter 59. It is clear that you are. Sangji is speechless. She also stands up. I was just sitting down here peacefully. How could you move your face closer to me? Duan Jiasu lowers his head and holds her hand. He smiles. I did that on purpose. His hand is hot. He holds her hand not too tight nor too loose. Sometimes he would need her fingers. Sangji looks at him. Duan Jiasu takes her out of the coffee shop. I wanted to seize the opportunity to let you kiss me for a while. Sangji purses her lips and just says, oh. How long have you been waiting for me? You even finished a large cup of coffee. Not too long. I played games before, so I forgot about the time. How did you know that I was there? Duan Jiasu points at the glass window of the coffee shop. I could see you. Next time if you come over, just go directly to my office to find me. Or perhaps you could call me to come down and pick you up. Sangji nods. They both enter a nearby barbecue restaurant and find a table to sit. Duan Jiasu takes a hot towel to wipe his hands, then helps pour her a glass of water. You still have one more exam. When is it? Sangji, Thursday. You still have 3 days? Sangji rubs her eyes. So I plan to go back to the dorm after this to sleep. These days I kept staying up late. I am so sleepy. Duan Jiasu laughs. Then why did you drink coffee earlier? Sangji says seriously, because I wanted to stay awake, so I drank coffee. After I drink coffee, I feel sleepy. What kind of body do you have? Duan Jiasu laughs. So will you stay up late again for these 3 days? No, Sangyi says. I think 3 days will be enough to study for the last exam. How was your interview? It is okay. I feel I can pass it. That company seems to be lacking people. Sangji scratches her head and asks Jiasugo, did my go look for you? Hearing this, Duan Jiasu looks at his phone. No. Why? This seems to get serious. Yet when she thinks of how he ruthlessly blacklisted her, Sangji does not want to reconcile with him. She drinks her water and says expressionlessly, we are fighting. What happened? He does not agree that I am not going home for summer holiday. Then he also said. Sangji hesitates. Oh right, have you talked to my gu about our relationship? Not yet. Duan Jiasu says calmly. At first, I planned to take a leave for a week to find you when you come back to Nanwu for summer holiday. I plan to find your gu to talk about it. Now I will wait for you until National Day holiday. Both of us will go home together. It is much more sincere, right? Duan Jiasu smiles. I will personally come over to let him beat me. Sangyu says. He should not beat you. It is okay. Duan Jiasu does not mind about it. He is happy. I am quite willing to let him beat me. After lunch, they both stroll around to aid digestion. Then Sangji takes the subway back to the university. When she arrives at the dorm, it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is only Ningwei inside the room. Sangji looks at how clean Wang Ruolan and Yu Xian's places are and asks, they both already left? Ningwei is packing up her things. They do not have any more tests. They just packed up and left. Yu Xian is going home. Ruolan and her boyfriend seem to be traveling somewhere for a few days. Her roommates have no more exams. Only Sangji has an exam for her elective course. Sangji, where will you go? I am renting a place outside with my boyfriend. Ningwei says. I plan to stay together with him. This summer holiday, I will not stay here. Sangji, she is a bit reluctant to part with her. I thought we would be living here together. You could go and find your Duan Gaga, Ningwei lifts her head and smiles at her. Tell me, how do you feel about dating? Oh no, I mean, being together with your secret crush. It is okay. Sangji thinks about it and hesitates. I do not feel any different. Just like before, there seems to be no different. Except being together that day. Sangji suddenly raises her left hand and touches her lips. Just that time for a while, but there is no big difference. Wow. Ningwei is surprised. You guys have kissed? The day you started to be together, you guys already kissed each other? Ningwei is excited. The one who took the initiative should be your Duan Gaga, right? Oh, great. An older guy is much more great. But I feel that I did not respond correctly. Sangji says in a low voice. Let me ask you. You and your boyfriend, when you guys act intimately, do you get nervous? At first, I was a bit nervous. Ningwei said. But I feel that he should be more nervous than me. My boyfriend is much more shy. After a month of being together, he even did not dare to hold my hand. I was so impatient that time. Oh, I think I was so nervous too because of his influence. Ningwei rolls her eyes. But now he is much more bold and unrestrained. He even dares to fart in front of me and blame me. Sangyi laughs. Ningwei talks about the main topic again. So, do you get nervous? Sangyi says. Then I would worry that I seem unhappy. I am afraid that he would misunderstand me. So I confess to him that I really like him. He should misunderstand you. But I had not confessed to him. Sangyi says. I think if I did not tell him in person, he would not know. Oh. Ningwei blinks. But you could just interact well with him. No need to be too cautious. Like you need to explain every action. You will get too tired if you keep doing that. Are you used to being nervous because in the past you were afraid that he would know that you like him? But now you guys are together, right? It is normal for you to express your liking toward him. It is a reasonable thing to do. Ningwei says. I say it because I think you are also not a really sensitive person. Sangji says, are you complimenting me or speaking sarcastically about me? Just want to let you be happier in dating. You have been liking him for so long and you guys are together right now. If it were me, I would definitely pester him every day. I would hug and kiss him every day. Ningwei pulls up her suitcase and wipes her sweat. The matter of love is not about words. You cannot, he kissed you for a while and you expressed that you were not happy, then you told him that you like him. Isn't that like slapping him on the face and then giving him a candy? Sangji is silent for a few seconds and nods. Moreover, you said that at first he thought of you as his Mei, right? And you guys also have an age difference. You could think from his perspective. Supposedly, he would adapt to you. You feel that it is too fast. You feel that you do not like it. He probably would not force you. Ningwei says, it is just my thinking. My boyfriend is too easily embarrassed. It makes me want to tease him. I feel like I am a rogue. No need to think too much. Ningwei comes over and strokes Sangji's head. Perhaps you could think that this man supposedly would be the one who accompanies you forever. Sangji is startled. Then, Ningwei laughs. If you can do anything you want, you can endure it. If you cannot endure it, then just leave. Otherwise, how could you be cautious this whole lifetime? After Ningwei leaves, Sangji changes her clothes. Then she gets onto her bed. The room is narrow, so she can hear the noise from the air conditioner very clearly. She hugs her pillow and thinks about Ningwei's words seriously. It seems right. Under Sang Yan's guidance, indeed she is not an easily embarrassed person. But how come in front of Duan Jiasu, she seems to be so easily embarrassed? She admits that she herself is much more shameless than Sang Yan, yet she seems to be less shameless than Duan Jiasu. Sang Yan is shameless, but he is nothing compared to Duan Jiasu. She thinks about it, then she suddenly concludes. Duan Jiasu and Sangji are greater than Sang Yan. Today, when she accidentally kissed his face, she felt a bit embarrassed and at a complete loss. But now when she thinks about it, she feels that she should say, I kissed you, so what? It sounds cocky. Okay. In the future, she will do that. It is just dating. It is just dating. How should she be so nervous? Since she was young, she always dared to fight with male students. She even did not cry when her tooth was knocked out. She is not someone who is easily scared. Sang Yan even once called her a little evil tyrant. It is just dating. It is just kissing. Why should she be afraid? Sangji turns even more energetic that she loses her sleepiness completely. She sits up and opens up the chat with Duan Jiasu. She types, Duan Jiasu. After several minutes, he replies, what happened? Sangji, do you want to play an escape room? Duan Jiasu, I do. Duan Jiasu, what theme do you want to play? Sangji, near our university, there is a new one. The theme is class reunion. It is not scary. It has positive reviews. Duan Jiasu, okay. Duan Jiasu, didn't you say that you wanted to sleep? Sleep for a while. When I am nearby, I will give you a call. After deciding about it, Sangji makes a plan. She starts to loosen up and falls asleep. She sleeps soundly. She is woken up by Duan Jiasu's call. She feels a bit of a headache. She answers in a daze. Duan Jiasu, you are still sleeping? She cannot respond for a moment. She is sluggish. You called to wake me up just to ask whether I am sleeping or not. Duan Jiasu laughs. What are you talking about? A 3-second silence. Sangji just gradually regains herself. Oh, you remember it? Are you downstairs? She turns silent for a few seconds again. Sang-ji sits up and cannot help but find fault with him. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? I am not in a rush. Duan Jiasu says lazily. Now you can get out of bed and freshen up. Then change your clothes and shoes. Then you can go out. Sang-ji opens up her mosquito net and gets out of bed. Then wait for me for a while. Bye. She goes to the bathroom quickly to brush her teeth and uses cold water to wash her face. Then she goes to change her clothes. She puts on simple makeup. She then ties her hair into a ponytail. She picks up her handbag and takes her phone and keys to leave. She uses 20 minutes for all of that. She is afraid that Duan Jiasu feels impatient, so she runs downstairs. When she is out, she can notice him immediately. He is standing under the tree. She walks faster and hops in front of him. Hearing noise, Duan Jiasu lifts his eyes. Sang-ji seems unable to stop. Sang-ji knocks against his embrace. He takes a step back. He is afraid that she would fall down, so he holds her back. Duan Jiasu is startled and cannot help but smile. Today you are so happy? Sang-ji lifts her head and looks at his face. She does not take a step back. She just smiles. Duan Jiasu also smiles happily. Sang-ji looks at him for several seconds and takes 2 steps back. She takes out her phone and blinks. I thought you would complain to me that I was too slow. It is okay. Duan Jiasu reminds her. Next time, do not run. You could fall down. Sang-ji nods. Before I slept, I booked the tickets. I already told the owner that we would be there around 8 o'clock in the evening. It will probably take around 1 hour, so until 9 o'clock in the evening. Is that okay? We can have dinner first, then go there. Duan Jiasu holds her hand and says, okay. After a while, Sang-ji suddenly calls after him. Duan Jiasu. What is it? No. Sang-ji consults. In the future, I will call you this way. You can call me whatever you like. Duan Jiasu massages her fingers like he is playing with putty. He says, I just wonder when you would change. I think if I keep calling you Go, I feel like I am dating an older student. Moreover, you always tell me what to do. It feels even more obvious. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. Do I? Sang-ji, you do not feel it? In the past, I kept talking to you about it. How can you like to control kids? Why shouldn't you have one by giving birth to one? Duan Jiasu laughs. Okay, let's wait until you graduate. Sang-ji just responds. She thinks that his words are related to her. By the time I graduate from university, you will be 30 years old. At first he thought that she would be angry, but hearing how calm she is, he feels surprised. Sang-ji adds seriously, a son born at a very late age? Who talked to you about that? Duan Jiasu finds this hilarious. Maybe when you are 50 years old, you can say that. They go to a nearby restaurant to have dinner. Then Sang-ji takes Duan Jiasu to the escape room game. They both go to the counter to find the owner. Sang-ji shows the tickets on her phone. They listen to the owner about the rules and concepts of the game. Then the owner gives them name tags and asks them to wear them. Sang-ji looks at her name tag, then at Duan Jiasu's tag. She laughs. Your name is Xiao Hong, grade 2, class 1. Elementary school student. Duan Jiasu laughs with her. Sang-ji, Xiao Hong. Duan Jiasu answers in a good mood. Here. The owner. Dating is really something. The owner takes them to one of the rooms and says, the time limit is 1 hour. There is a timer on the side. If you want to extend the time, you can use the microphone to tell me. Sang-ji nods. Then the owner closes and locks the door. Sang-ji is not really interested in playing this. This time she does not know where to start. She just starts to flip through everything. Inside the room, there is a small classroom. On the blackboard in the classroom, there is a sentence. On the teacher's desk, there is something too. There is also a long table with papers. On top, there is a calendar and student photos. Sang-ji takes out a box from the long table. It is locked. She looks at the blackboard. There are 3 questions on the board. She guesses, the questions on the board should be related to this one, right? Duan Jiasu glances at the box and takes it. He fiddles with the code. He can open it quickly. Inside the box are 2 flashlights. Sangji cannot understand it. What are these for? Duan Jiasu accompanies her to play and suggests, maybe for turning off the lights. Maybe there are some markings around. We need to use these flashlights to see them. Oh. Sangji feels that she is so stupid, so she just does what he tells her. She turns off the light. Where should we look? Duan Jiasu gives a flashlight to her. Just try everywhere. This room is sealed, so when the light is off, there is no ray of light. Sangji turns on the flashlight. It has a purple color. She looks at the ground, the wall, and the ceiling. But she cannot find anything. Sangji just simply kneels down. Just in time, she finds that near the wall by a table, there is some writing. Sangji is confused by her own sight. She looks at it for a few seconds and says happily, there is a math question right here. Duan Jiasu is standing near the blackboard. Hearing her words, he comes closer to her. He also kneels down. I saw a paper. This should be the 4th question. They both are kneeling close to each other. In the dark and narrow room, the atmosphere turns romantic. He is talking normally, but he moves closer to her ear. Sangji looks at him and raises her flashlight toward her face. With this minimal lighting, she can see the bridge of his nose clearly and his smile. She thinks about Ningwei's words to do anything she wants. She suddenly stands up. Duan Jiasu stands up too. Let's look for the other questions. Sangji is silent for a while and answers evasively. I am afraid that you will be nervous, so I want to warn you about something. Duan Jiasu, Today, I plan to kiss you. Duan Jiasu is surprised and looks at her. You should get ready. Chapter 60. After finishing her words, Sangji acts like nothing has happened. She takes her flashlight and waves it toward the teacher's desk. For quite some time, she does not hear any answer or movement from Duan Jiasu. She cannot help but take a look at him. She notices that he is still standing there. He turns off his flashlight and says, kiss. The room turns even dimmer. Sangji feels that it is better for her to tell him in advance. If she kisses him directly, it seems to be disrespectful. To be fair, she decides to not let Duan Jiasu see her expression. She kneels down. Duan Jiasu laughs. You're informing me, Sangji notices there is another question under the teacher's desk. She notes down the question and thinks about it. She answers, if you think that today is unsuitable and you are unwilling, it is okay. I feel that today is very suitable. Duan Jiasu is very gentlemanly. Do you want to take the initiative, or me? Sangji stands up and says seriously, of course, me. Okay. Duan Jiasu considers for a while and is frank and polite. Can I stick out my tongue? Sangji's grip on the flashlight is not too steady, so it falls to the ground. She picks it up and answers coolly. No. Duan Jiasu does not object. Come over. Not now. Sangji emphasizes. We should play this game first. One person costs 50 yuan. Moreover, there's a CCTV right here, just like in a cinema. Someone could see us. Then why did you tell me this early? Duan Jiasu once again switches on his flashlight and says, you plan to make me impatient? Sangji pretends not to listen to him. I found 2 more questions. Duan Jiasu comes over and passes the paper to her. He says, just answer all the questions. You should be able to open the lock under the teacher's desk. Sangji feels that he could finish this game soon. How do you know? Duan Jiasu, it is not that hard. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? You seem to love playing this. Duan Jiasu says. At first, I wanted to accompany you to play slowly. I wanted to make you feel excited. But now, Gugu wants to leave here early. After finishing all 4 questions, Sangji turns on the light and feels stunned. So you know how we get out? Duan Jiasu says lazily, We just entered less than 20 minutes. Sangji feels that something is wrong. Forget it. Don't play anymore. You just sit down and let me play. Don't give me any clues. Duan Jiasu finds this so funny. This girl, how can you be so dictatorial? Sangji says nothing else. She goes to the teacher's desk and unlocks the drawer. She takes out the things and grumbles, "It is obvious that we even found all the clues. How could you know that you know how to get out? Duan Jiasu, bring it over for me to look." Sangji hesitates and passes him the folder in her hand. Duan Jiasu looks at it. Inside that cupboard, there is another box. After opening that then, Sangji takes the folder back. Just stay here silently. There is a paper inside the folder. There are 4 sentences. It should be a riddle. Sangji sits down and thinks about it. Duan Jiasu watches her and says, "So you still plan not to let me play? But your actions would make me feel that I wasted my 50 yuan. Moreover, you can do it, so how can I not?" Sangji feels that his action brazenly tramples her IQ. She is unhappy. "I just rarely play games." Duan Jiasu waits patiently. "Okay." He extends his leg and hooks it on her chair. He reminds her lazily, "As long as you don't forget it." This riddle is not really hard. Sangji uses several minutes to solve it. Then she stands up and starts to flip through the papers on the very back table. She says, "Is this useful?" Duan Jiasu, "Of course." Sangji does not turn her head. "I did not ask you." Because she hears his answer, she checks it thoroughly. Then she raises her head and looks at the graduation photo. There is a person's name. She thinks about it seriously for more than 10 minutes. Duan Jiasu looks at the time. It is almost time. We could add more time. Sangji looks at him. He is sitting like a grandpa. She purses her lips. Can I tell the boss to add one more person's time? At last, Sangji uses her own effort to find the key and gets out of the room. They both return to the counter to return their name tags. The boss also gives them back their phones. The boss takes responsibility to explain the story clearly, then they just leave the store. Sangji wishes to continue talking about it. Why do I think that it is quite scary? Duan Jiasu, Sangji, the plot is a student is violated on campus, then she cannot bear it, so she commits suicide. And we're also ones of the attackers. We're invited to join a class reunion. Thinking of this, didn't you feel that the classroom was strange? Sangyi says, "We turned off the light earlier. If I had known the story earlier, I definitely would not have dared to turn it off." Duan Jiasu watches her and just says, They both walk back to Sangji's dorm. On the way, Sangji is preoccupied with the game. What do you think about going to another escape room? Let's choose the hardest one. Duan Jiasu, okay. When they arrive in front of her dorm, Sangji lets go of his hand. Then I will go back first. It is late. You should drive carefully. Duan Jiasu looks at her and smiles gently. Did you forget about something? Sangji blinks and her dimple disappears. She seems to be considering something. Very quickly she smiles and responds, "Oh right. Today you are not driving. Then hurry up and take the subway. If not, you will miss the last train." Duan Jiasu watches her smiling face and smiles too. He suddenly also does not want to remind her. He always feels that he makes her unnatural and nervous. He does not care whether she is forgetting it or just teasing him. He wants her to be carefree around him. She could laugh as willfully as she wants. He wants that more than anything. It makes him even happier. Duan Jiasu stands there and watches her go inside the dorm. When he plans to turn his body and walk toward the university gate, there is a sound of footsteps. He turns his head and notices that Sangji suddenly runs toward him. Duan Jiasu is startled. He does not even have time to ask her, "What is it?" She already extends her arms and hugs his neck. She lifts her head and kisses his lips. Then Sangji just takes 2 steps back. She is panting. She stammers. I already warned you about it. I asked you to get ready. Because she ran, Sangji could not control her strength. She bumps her lips against his. Her lips are a bit in pain. Without waiting for her to finish, Duan Jia-su just bends his body and moves closer to her. He strokes her face. They both look into each other's eyes. After a while, Duan Jia-su speaks up with a tone full of affection. Kiss me one more time. Sangji clutches his clothes tightly. Then in 2 seconds, she lifts her head and touches her lips to his. This is much more gentle. It is not rude and impetuous. He rubs his nose against her nose and says, "Couldn't you kiss more energetically?" Sangji says, "Don't you feel pain?" Just a bit. Duan Jia-su's lips turn a bit red. He just hugs her. Duan Jia-su smiles and says, "But I like to be ravaged by you." Sangji returns to her dorm room. She sits down and changes her shoes. She grumbles, how can this man be so shameless, and it is no wonder that she could call him Huli Jing. She lifts her head and notices her smiling face in the mirror. She suddenly covers up the mirror and goes to take a shower. Sangji takes a long shower. She is done around 11 o'clock in the evening. She pours a glass of hot water and looks at her phone. She notices a message from Ningwei. "I live near Shuangcheng Plaza. If you have nothing to do, you could find me." Sangji, "Okay." Ningwei, "Hey, have you found an internship?" Sangji, "I had the interview. I think I will find one soon." Ningwei, "I plan to find an internship nearby." Sangji, She thinks about it and decides to tell the love expert about what happened today. "Today I said to Duan Jia-su to let him get ready, because today I plan to kiss him." Ningwei, Reading Ningwei's response makes Sangji lack confidence. "This is the first time I took the initiative to kiss him. I thought I should ask him first to show my respect. In the future, I will not ask him again." After all, when we started holding hands, he also asked. I learned from him. Sangji, "Isn't dating a process of learning about each other?" After a while, Ningwei replies, "That is right. It is great." Sangji releases a deep breath. The next moment, Sangji adds, "But in the future, it is best for you to not ask anymore." After her last examination, Sangji gets a call from the company where she was interviewed. She is informed that she can go to work the next day. After the call ends, she opens up her WeChat and tells Duan Jia-su. Then she opens up the chat with Sang Yan. She types, "Gaga, I found an internship." Then she sends the message. But the red exclamation mark still appears. After several days, he is still angry with her. Sangji looks at the screen for a while. She cannot vent her anger. She suddenly just laughs coldly and blocks him. The next day, Sangji comes early to the office. The company is really lacking employees, yet the salary is low too. Sangji's motivation for getting an internship is to learn something. So she accepts the internship, as she feels that it is not easy to find an internship, and she does not really care about the money. The man she met last time during the interview is also accepted. Both of them are taken by another intern to understand the company's situation. They are assigned to different departments. Sangji's job is an assistant designer. She sits nearby the familiar woman she met during the interview. Her name is Shi Xiaoyu. Sangji learns from Shi Xiaoyu. Because it is her first day of work, she is at a loss about what to do. But she gets a lot of things to do. The company has a rule not to work overtime on the first day of the job. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Sangji sees that it is time to get off work. Yet Shi Xiaoyu does not let her go. Sangji does not know whether it is her illusion or not, but she feels that Shi Xiaoyu is not too friendly to her. But overall, when Sangji thinks about it, Shi Xiaoyu would use a sour tone when talking about her design. It is the first time for Sangji to work. She has no experience, so she just listens to her words and redos what she designed. It is normal to work overtime for an advertising company. Shi Xiaoyu does not let her go. Sangji also does not take the initiative to leave. She just stays there and draws. After a long time, Xiaoyu just stands there and looks at her. I will leave first. You finish your design, then go home. Sangji nods. When she leaves, He Pingxing comes closer. Today, Xiaoyu Jia is not in a good mood. Sangji continues to draw and says, indeed, I did not do it well. He Pingxing has come to work a few days earlier than her. She has been scolded so much by her mentor. This time she says, yet Xiaoyu usually does not act this way. Did you provoke her? How did she provoke her? This is the first time Sangji has met Xiaoyu. She does not know her. Moreover, today she acted humbly. How could she have provoked her? Sangji continues to answer politely. Xiaoyu Jia is stricter. She might hope that I can do my best. Though she said those words, actually. Sangji is extremely unhappy. She walks out of the company. It is already 8 o'clock in the evening. Sangji does not eat anything for dinner. She just eats a pack of biscuits. She goes to a nearby store to buy a steamed bun with meat stuffing. Then she finds a bench near the road to sit down. She chews it. Duan Jiasu calls her at this time. Sangji answers. Duan Jiasu, you are still working overtime? Sangji feels weak. No, I am not. You are so busy. How could you work overtime on the first day? Duan Jiasu says. When I was interviewed, the boss also said that I do not need to work overtime. Then the man who was also interviewed with me could get off work on time. Sangji complains. She feels that she is wronged. I was also scolded for a day. Duan Jiasu is silent for a few seconds. Where are you? I will come by to find you. When Duan Jiasu arrives, Sangji has not even finished her steamed bun with meat stuffing. She has no appetite. She just drinks her fruit tea. Looking at him, she does not stand up. She just keeps sitting there. He comes over and kneels down in front of her. You just sit here to eat a steamed bun? Sangji says nothing. Duan Jiasu smiles. Why are you so miserable? Sangji continues to bite her steamed bun. Duan Jiasu holds her wrist and says, do not eat this anymore. Gugu will take you to eat something much tastier. I am not hungry. Sangji shakes her head. I will go home and take a shower. Then I will sleep. Duan Jiasu, you will only eat this for dinner? Sangji says honestly, I also ate biscuits earlier. Let's go eat a bowl of porridge. Duan Jiasu frowns. Even if you work overtime, you should eat something. Oh. Duan Jiasu stands up and pulls her back. Then he asks, are you unhappy because of your work? From when I was little until now, I have only been scolded a few times. It is nothing compared to what happened today. If you are unhappy, then do not go anymore. You are only in your first year. You should not rush it. Sangji feels that she is too negative. She says no. I am just complaining for a while. It is only my first day. It is quite okay. It is not too much. Duan Jiasu, if not, you could come to work at our company. Sangji walks forward. Your company seems not to recruit any interns. Duan Jiasu smiles lightly. I will help you. Sangji just thinks he is persuading her. Then you should give me the position of boss of the interns. Okay. Sangji's mood turns better after talking with him. She starts to say, forget it. I will get into a dispute with her. I do not believe that I cannot make her satisfied. Duan Jiasu, what makes her dissatisfied with you? Sangji considers for a while. She says sincerely, she has no bit of satisfaction toward me. I always feel that she is hostile toward me. Sangji hesitates and looks at him. Did you really never have a girlfriend before me? I suspect that she is your ex-girlfriend. Duan Jiasu laughs. What are you talking about? Oh. Sangji glances at him. Why do I never see you post my photo in your moments? Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows and passes the phone to her. How could I never post your photo? Sangji takes his phone. I have never seen it. She opens up his moments and notices that indeed he only started posting photos recently. Basically, they are all her photos. He just blocks them from certain people. Who do you block? Duan Jiasu, several college friends. Sangji, oh. She takes out her phone and takes a look. I really have never seen your posts. She opens up Duan Jiasu's contact and suddenly notices the sign on the right side. Not looking at his moments. Duan Jiasu looks over and notices it. Sangji just remembers that last time after she came back from Ihi when she was in junior high school, she blocked him. Afterwards, she completely forgot about it. Duan Jiasu looks at her and says calmly, "Could you explain for a while?" Chapter 61. How should she explain it? If he frequently posted his photos, Sangji could make up a reason. But he had never posted. She thinks for a while. Then she acts at a loss and says, "Oh, I was wrong." Duan Jiasu looks at her. "At first, I planned to choose for you to not look at my moments." Sangji explains. "I couldn't see it clearly, so I chose wrongly." Duan Jiasu. "What kind of reason is that?" "You should understand. Some of the posts and moments aren't really good to be seen by the seniors. I am too lazy to block them one by one, so I won't mind anything else." Duan Jiasu cuts her off and grabs 2 words. "Seniors?" Sangji looks for a reason. "If you see it, that means Maiga also sees it. Maiga sees it, then he would tell my parents. I should cut it off at the root. Moreover, I also never touch the block list. I don't see anything that is appropriate to be blocked or to be seen by your parents. I have already erased it." She pulls Duan Jiasu out of the block list. Mentioning about this, Duan Jiasu says, "Xiaogun Yang, why haven't you posted anything interesting in your moments? You also have no boyfriend." This is an obvious sign. Sangji indeed has a habit of not posting in her moments. She just posts once in a while. Sangji says cautiously, "Then now I will post one?" Duan Jiasu knows from her tone that today her mood is not really good. He isn't really bothered by it. "No need. I was just teasing you." Sangji nods. After a while, Sangji cannot help but ask, "You don't mind about it?" I also never mention you in my moments. Did you do that on purpose?" "No. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not." Duan Jiasu holds her hand and goes inside the restaurant. He says relaxedly, "Though you never say it, you think that it is extremely shameful to let someone see me, so you want to hide it from everyone else." Sangji refutes, "When have I ever said that it is shameful?" He acts like he does not listen to her words. Duan Jiasu looks at her and says, "You are also my family." She just started working, but Sangji feels that her back is in pain. She returns to her dorm and cleans herself up. She even soaks her feet in hot water. She does not want to do anything else and just lies down on her bed. It is not her usual time to sleep, yet she is surrounded by sleepiness. Sangji forces herself to open her eyes. She replies to Duan Jiasu's WeChat message. Then she sends a message in her family group chat. Inside the group chat are Sang Rong, Li Ping, and Sang Yan. Sang Rong and Li Ping send Sangji a red envelope to celebrate her success in getting an internship. Seeing this, Sangji's mood turns better. She thanks them and opens the red envelope. She notices that the red envelope has been taken by Sang Yan. Sangji just types ? Sang Yan does not reply. Sangji waits for a while and just falls asleep. The next day she wakes up. She notices that Sang Yan still has not replied to her. But expectedly, Sang Rong tries to calm her down. Last night he sent 2 other red envelopes. Then he sent, "Cho Xiaozi, all day you just know how to bully your Mei. Can't you do anything else?" Sang Yan still does not comment. Sangji is awake. She has a bad feeling. She opens up the newly received red envelopes. Those 2 were also taken by Sang Yan. In total, she has lost 800 yuan. Okay. Now she thinks let's not just have a cold war with each other. Now she really wants to cut ties with him. Let's be totally isolated from each other. For the next few days, Sure Xiaoyu still treats Sangji the same way. For whatever Sangji does, she always gets scolded. For example, Sure Xiaoyu asked Sangji for a glass of water. The first time, Sangji poured room temperature water and she was scolded. The second time she asked, "Do you want hot or cold water?" Sure, Xiaoyu just answered, "Do you think you should ask that?" Then Sangji just followed her last request and poured warm water, but she kept being scolded. Another example. She followed Sure Xiaoyu's request to find source materials for the design. She kept finding fault with her. Sangji revised her design several times, but she kept being scolded. At last, Sure Xiaoyu just said, "Forget it. Just leave it like this." She kept acting dissatisfied. Sometimes Sangji chats with Ningwei, and Ningwei tries to comfort her and advise her to be strong. Sangji also does not want to give up halfway. She knows that real life might not have rules like school life. Every day, besides going to work, she also works overtime, then she goes home to her dorm to sleep. She does not have any strength to do anything else. Sometimes she gets so angry that she thinks about breaking the contract and not working anymore. But she thinks that she has been mistreated for a few days, so how can she leave without getting any money? Time passes quickly. Now it is Friday. In the mid-afternoon, Sangji and her colleagues decide to order takeout. After lunch, she tidies up. She throws away the box and goes to the elevator. She notices that Sure Xiaoyu is leaning near the window and talking on the phone. Her voice is soft. She is a completely different person. "Why do I feel that Xiao Gunyang is different from what you said to me? She is quite good. I am hard on her, but she never complains. I also never see her say anything to the male coworkers. Hey, I am also embarrassed to bully her like this." Sangji stops and just throws away the trash. Sure Xiaoyu does not notice her. She keeps talking. "Maybe, but when I think about what you said to me, that man should be a scumbag too. You should dump him." Sangji does not continue to eavesdrop on her conversation. She returns to the office. She goes to the bathroom to wash her hands first and thinks about Sure Xiaoyu's words. It seems clear to her that Sure Xiaoyu's hostility is all personal. But she really does not know Sure Xiaoyu. Could it be that she has trouble with her classmates, and this Sure Xiaoyu is one of her classmates' older sister? No matter what, if it is all about business matters, Sangji feels that she could accept it. But now that she is sure that the hostility is purposeful, she thinks she should not endure this anymore. Sangji returns to her seat and plans to take an afternoon nap. Sure Xiaoyu is back and occupies the sofa. She plans to take an afternoon nap on the sofa. The company has only one sofa, which she usually uses. Seeing that Sangji is laying her head on the table, Sure Xiaoyu says, "Who asked you to sleep?" Sangji looks at her. "It is not working time yet." "Sure Xiaoyu, have you found any source material?" "No." Sangji looks at her and says calmly, "But now it is not working time." Sure Xiaoyu is not used to Sangji's retort. She frowns and slaps the table. She is furious. "You go and find it first. I need it quickly." Sangji, "Oh." Sure Xiaoyu's expression calms down. "Hurry up." Sangji adds, "No." Sure Xiaoyu says, "What did you say? If you need it quickly, then you should not take an afternoon nap. You should find it now." Sangji is not someone who has a good temper. But this time she says calmly, "If not, will you pay me for working overtime?" Because of Sangji's attitude, Sure Xiaoyu's actions become nastier. If she were reasonable, Sangji would endure it. But she feels that Sure Xiaoyu is looking for trouble with her. She just replies expressionlessly and politely. On the way, when Sure Xiaoyu goes to the restroom, Wanja says, "Did you eat explosives today?" He Peng Xing, "Awesome. Aren't you afraid she will mistreat you even more?" Sangji opens her folder and says calmly, "Just enduring being scolded is not better than making her unhappy too." He Ping Xing, "Good." Wanja, "Very good." He Ping Xing, "But I don't dare to do it." Wanja, "I also don't dare." For the 3 new employees, the boss, Zhang Hui, decides to have a welcoming dinner party. So today the employees get off work early. Sure Xiaoyu has no way to make Sangji work overtime today. The welcoming dinner party is held near the office. In front of Zhang Hui, Shi Xiaoyu does not dare to act too impudently. After dinner, a group of people decide to go to a nearby KTV to loosen up. Zhangji does not want to go, but everyone else wants to go, and she feels embarrassed not to go too. She plans to stay for an hour, and then make an excuse to leave first. On the way, Zhangji hears Shi Xiaoyu say to Zhang Hui, "Hui go, my friend plans to find me. Is it okay for her to join us?" Zhang Hui just laughs. Okay. The more people, the merrier. Zhangji does not think too much about it. She just walks at the back. She is silent and reads Duan Jiasu's message. He is asking where she is going. After a while, Zhangji meets the friend that Shi Xiaoyu mentioned. It is a long time no see, Jianging. In that moment, Zhangji suddenly remembers why she feels that Shi Xiaoyu looks familiar. She is the friend who was with Jianging at the hot pot restaurant. Zhangji sits down in the corner seat inside the KTV room. She is quiet and just watches everyone greet Jianging. When Jianging sees Zhangji, she looks calm. Zhangji also pretends to smile. When the other people are singing, Zhangji just plays for a while with her colleagues. Then she returns to her seat. Without her knowing, Jianging is beside her. She looks normal, and she is smiling gently. I heard that you're a first-year student? Zhangji pretends not to hear her. She just turns silent. Jianging, you're young. Why are you looking for a job early? How does it feel to be with a boyfriend who has nothing? A.E. Zhangji chews her popcorn. If I lack money, I could find a job as a tutor or perhaps find a summer job. It is faster to earn money that way than having an internship. I have no other meaning. But when you said those words, I just wanted to remind you first. Zhangji lifts her head and smiles. If not, you will talk until you are tired, and I would be annoyed too. Jianging stops smiling and looks at her. She suddenly just drinks a lot of beer. Perhaps because there are many people in the room, she does not do anything too extreme. Zhangji looks at the time. Jianging, do your parents agree to your relationship? Zhangji does not respond. You feel that he really likes you? Xiaogunyang, let me talk to you seriously. This man is lacking in love. Jianging says lightly. Aren't you really good to him? When someone has someone who is really great to them, they can easily misunderstand it as love. Jianging says. I think that you really love him so much. But if you break up with him, do you know how he would respond? Zhangji lowers her head and plays with her phone. She says nothing. Jianging pokes Zhangji's arm with her finger. He would think that it is okay. It is okay as long as you can find a better one. Zhangji feels that something has pricked her heart. She purses her lips. Then, Jianging says slowly, a person like you, he could find hundreds of you. Zhangji speaks up and says slowly, you came to find me to say those words. Do you think it is interesting? You are hurt by my words? I am sorry, huh? Jianging has drunk a lot of beer, so Zhangji can smell the alcohol on her. I just cannot bear to see him. So I want to remind you. Let me tell you why I am hostile toward him. Because his father drove the car and killed my father. I know. Jianging is startled and laughs loudly. Her whole body is trembling. He told you about this? How could he have the face to tell you about it? He is really shameless. Now it is 2015. Zhangyi says. Guilt by association was banished 1,000 years ago. Silence again. Jianging forces herself to smile and says coolly, then who should I look for to complain? If your family experienced the same thing as me, don't you think you would be like me? Jiasu's father committed that crime. Zhangyi says. So the court has sentenced him. He would. Jianging suddenly cuts her off. So he would get punishment. At first, my father could have lived. But that Duan Jicheng, that bastard, ran him over with his car and fled. Jianging bites her lips and says, he was afraid of going to jail. He was afraid of being blamed, so he committed suicide by jumping from a tall building. Tell me, what punishment does he have? It is the first time Sangji has heard about this. She just knows that Duan Jiasu said his father is in a vegetative state. She also knows that happened because of the car accident. After a long time, Sangji looks Jiang Ying in the eyes and says lightly, "Then Duan Jiasu, isn't he a victim too?" Sangji finds a reason to leave. Jiang Ying does not follow her anymore. Sangji feels like she is losing herself. She does not want to go back to the dorm directly. She goes to a nearby store to buy octopus balls to eat. After a while, she gets a message from Duan Jiasu. "Where are you? I will come over to pick you up." Sangji sends him her location. She is at the small public square. It is a crowded place. Nearby there are people playing with roller skates or skateboards. Sangji sits on a nearby bench and eats her octopus balls. She then places the box on the side and hiccups. She thinks about Jiang Ying's words and loses spirit. She starts to recall her earlier interactions with Duan Jiasu. He always treats her well. He always accompanies her for whatever she wants to do. For things that she does not want to do, he does not force her. He is really great to her. But can it be called love? Yet since the first day of their relationship, Sangji has been very clear. Their love might not have equal reciprocity. It is okay if it is a temporary interest or familiarity breeds fondness. As long as he has a bit of love for her, it is enough for her. Sangji suddenly stands up and watches other people laughing and playing with skateboards. She notices a man holding a woman's hand. He cautiously holds her as if he is afraid she will fall down. Then suddenly, that man kisses her. They both are startled and blush. They both fall down, but they are still laughing. Sangji also follows them and laughs. She watches them for a while. Then Duan Jiasu sends her a message to say that he has arrived. Sangji replies to his message to ask for his location. After a while, she notices him. Sangji just throws away her box into the trash bin and walks toward him. Duan Jiasu examines her. "Have you been drinking?" Sangji shakes her head and lifts her eyes to see him. She asks him, "Can I ask you a question?" Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. "Okay." "Sangji, why do you like me?" Hearing this, Duan Jiasu is startled and says, "What should be the reason?" Sangji, "Oh right." "Why?" "Nothing." Sangji lowers her eyes and lets go of his hand. She takes out her wallet from her backpack. "This is for you. This is my bank card. I have 1,000 yuan in there." Sangji says slowly, "Last semester I joined the competition. Our group won and sold the award. We divided the money. I also did several tutoring jobs. It is little, not much. I don't know whether I will get the scholarship or not. But if I do get it, I will transfer it into this account. For this job, if I persevere, I will get 2,000 yuan. Sangyi says, "I will transfer it to this account too." Duan Jiasu cannot respond for a while. He asks, "Why are you giving me this?" "I just want to tell you." Sangji feels sad and says, "I will be good to you this lifetime. So you don't need to find another person who is good to you. I will be able to hold nothing back and be good to you." Duan Jiasu is confused. He looks at her. "You want to support me? But why do you sound so wronged?" Duan Jiasu takes out her wallet and puts it in her hand. "Take this money to buy a beautiful dress for yourself to wear." Then Duan Jiasu takes her bank card. "This will be for supporting Gaga." Sangji lifts her head to look at him. This money is not too little, so. Duan Jiasu is in a good mood and pinches her nose. "Boss, you can do anything you want."
Chapter 62. His breath is warm and sprays on her ear. She knows that he is teasing her. Sangji's mood just turns better. She lifts her eyes and watches his face. "Why aren't you talking?" Duan Jiasu laughs and admits. "Okay, I know that my words are cheesy." "You admit it?" Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. "It is really cheesy. It is quite okay." Sangji does not attack him. She looks at the black wallet in her hand and wants to return it to him. "For you." Duan Jiasu does not take it. Instead he says, "This one I will not return to you." Sangji says in a low voice, "I also did not ask you to return it to me." Duan Jiasu looks at Sang Ji's card and suddenly says, I did not expect that at my age I could eat soft food. Sang Ji says, I did not ask you to spend recklessly. You gave it to me. Isn't it for me to spend? Sang Ji looks at him. You should save it too. Duan Jiasu says lazily, save it for your dowry? Sang Ji says seriously, save it for buying a house. Previously, I saw on a website. For 100 square meters in the city center, the down payment would be 500,000 yuan. Sang Ji says, looking at this, I would need 20 years to do it. Duan Jiasu is startled and laughs. He is happy and laughs. Okay, I will wait for you. 20 years sounds a bit long. Sang Ji thinks about it and says, I might not need that long. Duan Jiasu. Gugu will wait for your golden house to keep me. Being teased by him, Sang Ji forgets about her bad mood. She reminds him. Yours. Duan Jiasu takes it and takes out 2 cards from his wallet. He passes them to her. Boss, your cards. Sang Ji does not take them. Why are you giving me cards? I cannot have any money on me. If not, how can I enjoy this soft food? Sang Ji cannot help but say, I spend money too recklessly. But I am quite lucky to find an extravagant bankroller. Sang Ji just takes one and just puts it in her wallet cautiously. I will not use it. I will just keep it for you. If you want it, then I will return it to you. Seeing that she looks in a better mood than before, Duan Jiasu just speaks up and asks, Today, didn't you go with your coworkers for a gathering? What made you unhappy? This is the second time Jiang Ying has looked for her. She has been mistreated for a week because of Jiang Ying. She does not plan to resign. She wants to fight back. She is afraid of influencing Duan Jiasu's mood. Sang Ji does not confess. My mentor is much more annoying. After he sends Sang Ji back to her dorm, Duan Jiasu drives back home. His car enters the complex. He lowers his speed. When he is about to make a turn, suddenly someone rushes out. Duan Jiasu steps on the brake. He starts to sweat a lot. He is panicked. He then unbuckles his seatbelt and gets out of the car. That person is drunk. Duan Jiasu's car does not hit him, but that man keeps mumbling something. Duan Jiasu takes a deep breath and says, Xian Sheng. That man stands up and suddenly points to the car. He starts to grumble and swear. Your car hit my dog. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu looks around and does not see the dog he mentioned. He closes his eyes and says calmly, You are drunk. Let's go to the other side to sit down for a while. I am not drunk. That man cannot stand steady. He is drunk and keeps pointing his finger toward Duan Jiasu. I say, Your car hit my dog. You should compensate me. Hearing this, a lot of people look over. After a while, a security guard comes over. He patiently urges the drunk man to calm down. But that man has lost his rationality. He keeps saying, A dog also has a life. Finally, the security guard has no solution besides calling the police. Duan Jiasu returns to his car and looks at how that man keeps making a fuss. He just leaves after the police come over. It takes about 30 minutes. He returns to his apartment and opens the fridge to take out a cold water to drink. He looks at the multifarious snacks around his kitchen counter. Duan Jiasu purses his lips and takes one chocolate. He goes to sit down on the sofa and bites it. It is sweet. Duan Jiasu takes out Sang Ji's card from his wallet and looks at it for a while. His bad mood just disappears. He is smiling. He finishes the chocolate. Then Duan Jiasu goes to the laundry room to wash his clothes. When he is done, it is already 11 o'clock at night. This time, Sang Ji should be sleeping. Duan Jiasu has no sleepiness. He takes out his phone and plays a game for a while until early morning 1 o'clock. He lies down to sleep. Then he has a dream. He dreams a dream that is connected to what happened last night. He was drinking at a business gathering, yet he did not feel drunk. He was determined to drive his car back home. Then he ran over that man. He could hear his voice. He could hear his voice telling him to stop. He was in despair. But in the dream, he also ran away. In the dream, Duan Jiasu becomes Duan Jicheng. Probably because of his experience, he has an absurd dream. That night, he was in his room doing his homework. He wanted to finish his homework so he could have time to read manga. Su Ruoshu was in the living room watching TV. He could hear her laughter. At first it was a peaceful night. Until Duan Jicheng came home. He was impetuous. He was drunk and trembling. Su Ruoshu was worried. She asked him what was wrong, but she was pushed. Duan Jiasu was not focused on his homework anymore. He stopped writing and walked toward the living room. Mom, what happened? Su Ruoshu said to him. It is okay. Continue your homework. I am done. I am finished, Duan Jicheng said. His eyes were red. He kept repeating his words. Su Ruoshu frowned. She was surprised. What happened? Why are you so drunk? Why didn't you ask Xiao Chun to send you home? I ran over someone with my car. The room immediately turns quiet. They could only hear Duan Jicheng's rushed breathing. After a while, Su Ruoshu regains herself and looks at Duan Jiasu. Su, go back to your bedroom. Then she held Duan Jicheng's arm. She forced herself to calm down. Tell me slowly. What happened? Duan Jicheng cleared his throat and roared. I don't know. Where did it happen? Have you called an ambulance? Su Ruoshu's eyes were red. She trembled. Did you get out of the car and take a look? At Renmin Road, near a store. Duan Jicheng suddenly lifts his head. His tears fell down. What should I do? What should I do? Duan Jiasu spoke up. Dad, have you called an ambulance? Duan Jicheng shook his head and could not hear it out. I cannot call. No one saw that it was me. No one would know. No need to mind it. Don't. Su Ruoshu roars. Duan Jicheng. Are you crazy? Duan Jiasu frowned. His hands turned cold. He listened to his parents fight with each other. He turned silent and went to call 120. Noticing his action, Duan Jicheng looked over. What are you doing? That call was answered. Duan Jiasu's eyes were red. He turned his head and looked at Duan Jicheng. Is this the hospital? At Renmin Road, there is a store. There is an accident. There is a victim. Please. Duan Jicheng acted like a madman. He thought of snatching the phone, but Su Ruoshu stopped him. Please send someone over. Thank you. The call ended. Duan Jiasu said, that person should be saved. That person might not be dead. Why didn't you help him? Duan Jiasu's image of his father just collapsed. He asked, why did you run away? Su Ruoshu protected Duan Jiasu to stand behind her back. She said seriously, go and turn yourself in. You should offer an apology. You should atone for your crime. The first time having this kind of big problem, Su Ruoshu sobbed. You did something wrong. You should make up for it. This is what you should do. You should not run away. Looking at their expressions, Duan Jicheng just shook his head. His face blushed. He kept sweating. I do not want to be imprisoned. I do not want. Su Ruoshu still wanted to say something. Duan Jicheng was not sober. He muttered, can I just pay with my life? I will just die, okay. Then Duan Jiasu saw an image of his father that he could not forget. His father, for avoiding this sin, suddenly ran toward the balcony and jumped. He jumped from the 6th floor. Duan Jicheng did not die. He just lay on the bed as a person in a vegetative state. Duan Jicheng should be the one who bears the enormous hospital fees, the huge compensation money, the criticism. But because of his failed suicide, the family had to bear all of that. Duan Jiasu and Su Ruoshu also kept on enduring Jiang Ying's family, including all the family members. He was young. Su Ruoshu was a gentle and weak woman. Both of them became the most bullied people. They kept being scolded and mocked until the day they moved out. You should also die. I really don't know what you will become in the future. Because of those words, Duan Jiasu never drinks alcohol. He always does everything that conforms to convention. Duan Jiasu feels inferior and cautious. He tries hard to live. He does not believe in luck. He does not give himself up as hopeless. He believes, as Su Ruoshu said. He believes as he thinks. He will live better than other people. Sang Ji hears her phone ringing. Most of the time she silences her phone when she is in the dorm, as she is afraid of disturbing her roommates. But because recently all her roommates have left, she does not silence it. At midnight, she is woken up by her ringtone. Sang Ji is terribly upset because of it. She thinks that it is her alarm. She takes her phone and just turns it off. She continues to sleep. After a while, the phone rings again. Sang Ji is much more sober now. She frowns and looks at the screen. She notices that Duan Jiasu is calling her. She notices the time on the screen too. She immediately flares up. She calms herself down and controls her emotion. She answers on speaker. Duan Jiasu says, are you sleeping? Sang Ji feels that she will go crazy soon. Now it is 3 o'clock in the morning, de go. Duan Jiasu pauses and laughs with low spirit. I am sorry. I could not sleep. Sang-ji still wants to sleep. She says, what do you want to do? I want to chat with you. I want to sleep. Sang-ji just immediately becomes impulsive. Go and find my gu. I think now he should not be sleeping right now. On the weekend he would. Duan Jia-su. I just want to talk to you. Sang-ji opens her eyes. She feels that there must be something wrong if he calls to disturb her in the middle of the night. What are you doing? Her room is dark. She opens the camera and cannot see anything. Seeing this, Duan Jia-su also opens his camera. It shows his face. His room is not too bright. It is okay. You can go back to sleep. Sang-ji says, did you have a bad dream? Duan Jia-su laughs. How do you know? Because she just woke up. Sang-ji's voice is really soft. This time, besides having a bad dream, what else could it be? Are you dreaming about ghosts? Or are you having sleep paralysis? Why are you such a coward? Sang-ji gives him the cold shoulder. Now lie down well. I will sing you a lullaby. Duan Jia-su. Sang-ji lies down on her bed too and starts to sing. Shui ba, shui ba, wachin ai de bao bei. Very quickly, Sang-ji stops and sits up. I feel that if I sing like this, I will be the one who falls asleep first. Duan Jia-su starts to laugh again. Sang-ji wraps herself with her blanket and leans on the wall to sit down. She holds her phone and says, it is just a nightmare. It is all fake. Look around you. Look at me on the screen. Oh, Sang-ji's mind is not clear. I have no light right now. I am too lazy to turn it on. Duan Jia-su laughs. It is all fake. Sang-ji feels that even when she is sitting down, she will fall asleep soon. She tries to speak in a jumbled mess. I am the one who is real. Everything else is fake. Duan Jia-su says quietly and affectionately. I know. They both chat for a while. After a while, Sang-ji falls asleep. The call is not hung up. Duan Jia-su can hear her calm breathing. He laughs and starts to fall asleep too. Until tomorrow. In a new week, Sang-ji goes to her office. As usual, she is scolded by Shi Xiaoyu, but she just answers back. Every time, Shi Xiaoyu also feels furious because of Sang-ji's replies. Unexpectedly, Sang-ji is happy to make her unhappy too. When it is time to get off work, Shi Xiaoyu picks up her bag and leaves. Before she leaves, she looks at Sang-ji and says expressionlessly, finish the report forms too before you leave. Sang-ji nods. Oh. After she leaves, Sang-ji also starts to pack up and prepares to get off work. Noticing her condition, He Ping-shing watches her. You are leaving? Did she not ask you to do the report forms? Sang-ji. I will do it tomorrow. Wanzhou admires. Sang-ji. How can you be so awesome? He Ping-shing. Won't you be scolded again tomorrow? Whether I do it or not, I will also be scolded. Sang-ji says. Then wouldn't it be better for me to get off work early, have a good rest to get more energy, and then wait for her to scold me tomorrow? Wanzhou. I want to be like her. I also want to be that cool. He Ping-shing. If I do not plan to become a regular employee, I could also be that cool. Sang-ji. Sang-ji exits the office building and takes the subway. She goes to Duan Jia-su's office building and waits until he gets off work. She finds a sushi restaurant and chooses a meal set. She opens up her manga app. After a while, Sang-ji gets a call from Li Ping. She answers it. Li Ping. Ji, where are you now? Are you working overtime today? Sang-ji bites her sushi. No, I just got off work. I am eating my dinner right now. After you are done, go home quickly, okay? Li Ping sighs. You are alone over there. It makes me worried about you. In the future, you should find an internship in Nanwu. Okay. It is okay. Sang-ji looks at the time. I will go back around 8 o'clock in the evening. I will not be too late. Okay. Later, give me a video call, okay? Okay. Sang-ji hangs up and does not think too much about it. She continues to eat her sushi. Very quickly, Duan Jia-su also comes over. She orders one meal set for him. She says, today I should go home early. My mom wants to have a video call with me. After dinner, Duan Jia-su sends Sang-ji back to the dorm. He does not drive today. Both of them take the subway. They hold hands and walk to the dorm of Yihe University. Today, Shi Xiaoyu asked me to pour her a glass of warm water, so I helped her. Then, after I poured one, she just scolded me. She said that she clearly asked for cold water. Sang-ji is excited. So I said that the dispenser could not make cold water. Duan Jiasu finds it funny. Then, she was very angry. She said, how could it not have cold water? I said, then you should try it. She wanted to try it. Then she said that it could. Then I said that it might have been broken when I used it. Suddenly her phone rings. Sang-ji takes out her phone and looks at the caller ID. She blinks and says, what? His tone is cold. Are you back? Why do you and Mom ask the same question? Sang-ji finds it strange. I will arrive at my dorm soon. What? So, Sang-yen says. Now the one that is in front of the university gate, with a man, holding hands. That is you, right? Sang-ji is a bit frustrated. She cannot respond. She looks around. Gugu, you are at Ihi. Then the call is hung up. Sang-ji just notices Sang-yen. He is nearby and watches them holding hands without any expression. Sang-yen says calmly, am I blind? Why do I feel that your graduate student boyfriend? Sang-yen says coldly, looks like Duan Jiasu.
Chapter 63. Sang-ji turns her head rigidly and looks at Sang-yen, then Duan Jiasu. She feels like a kid that is caught by her parents dating early. She immediately takes her hand back and hides it behind her back. She swallows her saliva. At first, she did not think that this is a big problem, but looking at Sang-yen's hostile expression, Sang-ji, who thought that she had prepared herself mentally, feels so nervous. Duan Jiasu lowers his eyes and notices his hand is empty. He raises his eyebrow. Then Sang-ji says, they look alike. But take a careful look. Sang-ji says dryly. But there is a bit of difference. This kind of face is a common type of face. Most people I know also have this kind of face. Sang-yen cuts her off. He is angry, but he is laughing. You really think that I am stupid? If not, let me find you a reason. Sang-yen sounds cold. Duan Jiasu is blind, he is limping, he is drunk. So for helping him, you should hold his hand. A 3-second silence. Sang-ji tries to be calm. Then he is drunk? Hearing this, Sang-yen just looks at her without any expression. He breathes calmly and watches Sang-ji intensely. He says, come over here. Sang-ji is afraid of being scolded, so she looks at Duan Jiasu for help. Seeing this, Duan Jiasu looks at Sang-ji. He seems lost in thought. But very quickly, he speaks up. Yet he just replies to what she said before. My appearance is not common. It is a double attack. Both are crazy men. Sang-ji does not know why she is the flustered one. She takes a deep breath, then looks at both men. Then she suddenly pushes Duan Jiasu toward Sang-yen. She just throws all the responsibilities to Duan Jiasu. She says honestly, he is the one who chased after me. Duan Jiasu starts to feel guilty towards Sang-yen, and his smile disappears. He looks at Sang-yen, coughs, and admits, I am. Sang-ji suddenly regrets her words. Today, if she had not looked for Duan Jiasu and just went home after getting off work, then Sang-yen supposedly would not have met Duan Jiasu. If she had known that Sang-yen would come, they would have taken time for further thought and discussion about how to confess to Sang-yen. This time, the three of them are like strangers. All of them are silent and awkward. They are walking towards Sang-ji's dorm. Sang-ji walks in the middle. She does not dare to be too close to Duan Jiasu. She walks closer to Sang-yen. She keeps glancing at Sang-yen's face. Her heart is beating so fast. She suddenly feels guilty. She hangs her head low and thinks if she were in Sang-yen's position. He has been fighting with his Mei-mei for 2 weeks. Finally, he makes time to come to Ihi to break her leg. He rushes toward his Mei-mei's university. Yet, unexpectedly, he sees that his Mei-mei is holding hands with his best friend. His Mei-mei and his best friend are together. It is okay if they are together, but both of them are keeping this a secret from him. He is unaware. He always asks his best friend to take care of his Mei-mei. He should feel like an idiot that is being played. It seems a bit. Sang-ji licks her lips and cannot help but say, Gugu, in the past I wanted to tell you. I even sent you a message, but you blocked me, so you could not see it. Sang-yen pretends like he does not hear it. He says nothing. I can show you. She is afraid that he does not believe her, so Sangji takes out her phone and shows him. I have the record. Sang Yen brings up an old case. Graduate student? Sangji blinks gradually and says boldly, I just wanted to let you prepare first. So I told you that I found a boyfriend around my age. Then I thought of telling you slowly. Sang Yen is too lazy to hear her nonsense. How long will it take to get to your dorm? Soon. We should walk around a few more minutes. Sangji scratches her head and hesitates. What do you want to do? Sang Yen does not answer. Sangji glances at Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu also looks at her and smiles. He comforts her. It is okay. Later, I will talk with your go. She feels the atmosphere around Sang Yen is too scary. She thought that Sang Yen would think it is weird, but he would not be angry. Sangji looks at Sang Yen and forces herself to redeem. Gaga, where will you stay tonight? Sang Yen snorts. What business is it of yours? Sangji feels like she will explode soon. You also cannot beat people. Sang Yen, hee hee. What should you be offended about this? If you like my friend, I could also introduce you to her. I also do not mind. Sang Yen is indifferent. I cannot do that. I have a girlfriend. No, he is unmarried. I am also unmarried. Why are you acting like I have a married man as my boyfriend? Sangyi says. Our age gap is not really great. Our age gap is not even 17 years. Just in time, they arrive in front of Sangji's dorm. This one. Sang Yen ignores all her questions. He lifts his chin. You do not need me to teach you how to get inside, right? Duan Jiasu also speaks up and reminds her softly. Go home. Did you not say that you wanted to have a video call with your mom? The atmosphere is strange, like both men are waiting for her to leave so they can do something. Sangji is worried and does not want to leave. She continues. Moreover, you and Jiasu have known each other for so many years. You should know what kind of person he is. Sang Yen sounds indifferent. What do I know? He does not want to hear anything she says. Sangji tries hard to talk around, but it is no use. She feels annoyed, but she knows that she is wrong. She tries to be patient. I already said everything to you. I already got ready to tell you. But you are the one who blocked me. Moreover, it is not really a great matter, we are just dating. And it is not a great matter. Sang Yen says. Go back to your dorm. Sangji feels like she will go crazy soon. She can only suggest, today, can I not go back to my dorm to sleep? Sang Yen, hee hee. Sangji feels like she already said everything she should say. She feels what she said is reasonable. Since she was little, Sang Yen has only gotten angry a few times. He has never hit her. At most, he would only scold her. He never treats her in a nasty manner. Because of her experience, Sangji just helps Duan Jiasu say a few words to Sang Yen. Then she just goes back to her dorm obediently. She runs toward her room. When she is inside the room, she immediately goes out to the balcony to look at both of them. She sees that both men have already walked toward the front gate. They are walking with a meter of distance between them. She cannot see whether they are talking or not. They look quite harmonious. Sangji just releases her breath and watches until both of them disappear. This time, at this moment, Duan Jiasu and Sang Yen do not look at each other. They are not communicating. The atmosphere around the university is quiet and peaceful. They do not see any other people around the university. They keep being silent. They exit the university complex and go to the subway station. Yet they walk to another small alley. That area usually should be lively, but during the summer holiday, there are only a few people. The alley is empty. The light is on. It is like a suitable place. Sang Yen suddenly stops. He clenches his fist and punches Duan Jiasu's face. He does not hold back. His powerful punch makes Duan Jiasu fall back a few steps. Duan Jiasu feels half of his face is numb, yet it is burning hot. He moves his face muscles and touches his split lip. He smiles. You are so ruthless, Damn, all my goosebumps are raised. Sang Yen does not want to joke. He closes his eyes and opens them again. Could you not pick up another woman? Duan Jiasu corrects him. Not pick up. I am serious. Sang Yen sneers. He has not lost his temper. He moves his neck and clutches Duan Jiasu's collar. He pulls his collar. He lifts his chin and hits his abdomen. I think you're crazy. He is powerful. Duan Jiasu feels pain, but he does not struggle. He starts to sweat, yet he smiles and says, "You want to beat me up here?" Sang Yen is furious and punches Duan Jiasu's face again. Duan Jiasu falls back a few steps and bumps into a wall. He snorts quietly. Sang Yen pulls him back again and kicks him again. They have known each other for a long time, yet they have never fought before. This time, Sang Yen acts like he wants Duan Jiasu's life. In the end, Sang Yen also loses his energy. He leans on the wall and pants. Damn, I will take a rest for a while. Duan Jiasu just sits down on the ground. He can feel the blood on the corner of his lips. He spits out the blood from his mouth. Hearing this, he just hisses and says nothing much. Okay. After this, Sang Yen starts to be calmer. They both are silent for a moment. Sang Yen asks, "How long have you guys been dating?" 1.5 months. Duan Jiasu stands up and laughs quietly. He says, "Last time, I planned to go to Nanwu to meet you about this. I was wrong, so I apologize." Sang Yen, are you a rogue? Duan Jiasu, maybe. If you found someone around her age, or perhaps if you found someone younger than her, I would support you. Sang Yen says, "But my Mei, Sangji, you have known her since she was in junior high school? She should think of you as her own biological go. How could you do this? Bro, get lost. Who is your bro?" Duan Jiasu cannot help but laugh. He is in pain. Okay, go. I know that this might be hard to accept. You can beat me up a few more times. Sang Yen laughs. Who is your go? Duan Jiasu, sooner or later, I must call you that. You should adapt to it. They both immediately take a taxi. They get into the car. Sang Yen still feels that all of this is absurd. What do you think? Don't mention it. Duan Jiasu receives a message from Sangji. He reads it and says, after Xiao Gunyang grows up, she is quite beautiful. Sang Yen tries to control his impulse to beat this man. You have never seen a more beautiful one. Indeed, I have really never met someone more beautiful than my Gigi. Duan Jiasu then types to reply to Sangji's message. It is okay. Don't worry. Sang Yen lowers the window and lets the wind blow away his anger. Your Gigi. Sooner or later, she will be mine. A short silence. Sang Yen asks again, are you serious? Duan Jiasu puts away his phone and smiles seriously. If I am not serious, then I am a bastard. Okay, what step are you guys on now? Sang Yen acts like a family researcher right now. Duan Jiasu looks at him, and this time he does not answer. No, bro, isn't this a bit of a private question? Sang Yen, question mark. The atmosphere freezes for a while. Sang Yen cannot believe him. He looks at Duan Jiasu. For this matter, I also feel awkward to ask, but I should ask clearly. What have you done? Seeing that he is being misunderstood, Duan Jiasu chokes. No, bro. What are you thinking? Duan Jiasu, in your heart, am I that kind of person? Sang Yen remains calm and says, honestly, yes. Moreover, you are an almost 30-year-old man. You are with my Mei, who just got into university. It makes me notice. Sang Yen laughs coldly. Your shamelessness has no limit. Duan Jiasu says lazily, we only have a 6-year and 11-month age difference. Sang Yen also cannot make them break up. He just releases his breath. If you guys want to date, just date. But please pay attention to your actions inside the room. That kid was raised by your family. Duan Jiasu smiles. I know. Then very quickly he adds, thank you, Gaga. After a while, the window is raised again. Sang Yen suddenly extends his hand and just holds back Duan Jiasu's neck powerfully. The movement is too quick and noisy. The driver notices it and says, "What happened?" Sang Yen is afraid that the driver will be terrified, so he lifts his eyes and says softly, "Sure Fu, don't worry. I will try hard not to kill him in your car." Chapter 64. The car stops in front of the apartment complex. They both get out. Duan Jiasu stretches his body and moves his neck. He massages his shoulder, then he goes to a nearby pharmacy. He just takes an ointment randomly for his bruises. Sang Yen walks behind him slowly and waits for him. He is always expressionless, but this time, because he is unhappy, he looks so cold. Moreover, he is wearing black clothes. He looks even more terrifying. The cashier cannot help but glance at Sang Yen several times. Very quickly, Duan Jiasu goes to the cashier to pay. The cashier scans the barcode and looks at Duan Jiasu's split lip. She also notices the bruises on his face. She frowns and asks in a small voice, "Do you need any help to report to the police?" Sang Yen clearly hears it. He immediately shoots a glance over. Hearing her words, Duan Jiasu is startled. He really wants to laugh, but he is afraid that it will tear open his split lip even more. He just pays and says gently, "No need." "Thank you." Sang Yen goes out of the pharmacy first. Then he looks at Duan Jiasu's face. These little bruises will supposedly heal even before we arrive at the detention center. Duan Jiasu does not make a fuss with him. He just points to a small complex. That one. Both of them go to Duan Jiasu's apartment. He is living alone, so except for Sangji, no one ever comes to his place. The color of the house is much darker, so Sangji's pink slippers are too eye-catching. Sang Yen looks at them and laughs coldly. Duan Jiasu does not have any intention to take care of him. He just says lazily, "You should just walk around with your bare feet." Sang Yen just thinks of himself as a family member, so as soon as he enters the apartment, he goes toward the fridge. He takes a bottle of cola. He takes a look at the fridge and then closes it again. Sang Yen returns to the living room. Duan Jiasu is out of his bedroom, holding his laundry. Duan Jiasu notices what Sang Yen is holding. He raises his eyebrows and says that. Sang Yen, ? The snacks and drinks in the fridge and those things on the shelf. Duan Jiasu says gently and politely, "I hope that you will try hard not to touch them." Sang Yen does not even look at him. He says lazily, "Is your cola mixed with gold?" "No." Duan Jiasu laughs. "But those are my girlfriends." Because of the change of status, Sang Yen cannot be comfortable at the moment. He glances at Duan Jiasu and feels too lazy to mind him. Duan Jiasu enters the bathroom and takes off his clothes. He looks in the mirror. He notices that the corner of his lips is split. His left eye is swollen. There are bruises on his face. He also has several bruises on his body. He cannot be sure that they will disappear by tomorrow. He thinks of the time Jiang Ying splashed a glass of water on him, and Sangji was so furious. This time he is much more miserable. He cannot guess how she will react. Duan Jiasu sighs and goes to take a shower. He makes the water hotter to ease the pain. He takes a shower quickly. When he comes out, Sang Yen has finished a round of his game. Duan Jiasu notices there are several finished snacks on the table. Sang Yen has eaten a lot. Duan Jiasu says nothing and just takes out the medicine he bought earlier. He applies it to his bruises and says, "When will you go back to Nanwu?" Sang Yen, not too quickly. Looking at Duan Jiasu's action, he says, "Why are you acting so weak?" With this minor injury, Duan Jiasu laughs. It is very painful. Except for the first one. Sang Yen leans back on the sofa and says, "When did I use my full strength? It should only feel ticklish." Duan Jiasu says nothing and lifts up his t-shirt. He applies medicine to all the bruises. "Tomorrow, when Xiaogui sees you, supposedly she will say that I bullied you." Sang Yen yawns. He sounds tired. "Come. I am a fair person. I will let you beat me. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows and says calmly, forget it. I have never hit anyone. I cannot. Sang Yen, I am letting you beat me. You should beat me. Why are you acting so slowly? A 3-second silence. Duan Jiasu puts away his medicine and just says, then stand up. It is hard to beat you if you are sitting down. The fight starts again. But this time, Sang Yen takes the initiative to request to be punched. Get this done quickly. Duan Jiasu smiles. I really cannot do it. Sang Yen is impatient and points to his face. Make a fist and hit me here. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Duan Jiasu just punches him in the face. Sang Yen is shocked. He falls back a few steps and bumps into the shoe rack. He feels that one side of his face is numb. It is painful, yet he says nothing. He just raises his thumb up toward Duan Jiasu. This matter develops in a strange way. Both of them are sitting on the sofa applying medicine. I am a bit regretful now. Duan Jiasu says. Now my hand hurts too. Sang Yen puts a hot towel on his face and says expressionlessly, you have great strength, ah. Duan Jiasu laughs. I really could not do it. Go away. Duan Jiasu's phone keeps ringing. Sang Yen can guess that it is a message from Sangji. Duan Jiasu finishes applying his medicine quickly, then takes a tissue to wipe his hand. After that, he takes his phone to reply to the message. Sang Yen is annoyed. Could you silence it? Duan Jiasu looks at him and says lazily, no. I cannot. Why do I see that your phone is quite peaceful? Duan Jiasu says. Okay. Duan Jiasu notices it is late. He stands up and says, tomorrow I still need to go to work. You do as you see fit. I will go to sleep now. Wait. Sang Yen says. Let me borrow a pair of underwear to wear. Why? I will just wear it for a few days, then I will return it to you. Also, Sang Yen sits down on the sofa. Where will I sleep tonight? You should not ask me, a guest, to sleep on the sofa, right? Silence. After a while, Duan Jiasu bends his body and points to his chest. He smiles and says, I am sorry. I am not sleeping with a man. Could you stop making me feel disgusted? Sang Yen says. Duan Jiasu goes to get a new set of toiletries, then goes back to his bedroom to get a set of clothes for Sang Yen. Then he comes out of the bedroom and throws them all to Sang Yen. I will go sleep. The living room is yours. Duan Jiasu walks toward the bedroom and then says, I do not mean to disrespect you, bro. But today, I was beaten so hard by you, so I need to rest. Sang Yen, go away. Duan Jiasu then adds, I will lock my door. After having a video call with Li Ping, Sangji takes a shower and lies down on her bed. She keeps sending messages to Duan Jiasu. She tries to send one to Sang Yen, but she notices that he still has her blocked, so she just gives up. Duan Jiasu's rhythm of replying is slow. Sangji thinks that both men should be talking, so she does not disturb them. Sangji plays a game for a while and thinks. She wants to have a video call with Duan Jiasu. He does not answer. Very quickly, he sends a message. I am not wearing any clothes. Sangji. Duan Jiasu, is it okay? Without waiting for Sangji's reply, Duan Jiasu already calls her via video call. Sangji stops breathing and just hangs up. She frowns. Can you not wear any clothes right now? You are not afraid of being cold. Duan Jiasu just sends a voice message. I am too lazy to wear them. You really do not want to see me? Duan Jiasu says in a low voice. It is quite sexy. Sangji is speechless. You and my go were drinking. No. Sangji is serious. She asks him, are you okay? Duan Jiasu smiles and says, I was scolded a few times. It is okay. Sangji is relieved. She mumbles, I will just let him scold you a few times. I will find a chance to scold him back a few times. Duan Jiasu, Why did my Gugu come here so suddenly? Hearing from him, it seems that he just wanted to see you. Duan Jiasu says. to see whether you are staying at the dorm or staying together with your graduate student boyfriend. Do I look that careless? Sang-ji rubs her eyes and says, okay. If there is nothing else, I will sleep first. Good night. Then what about my good tomorrow? Sang-ji suddenly remembers something. Did he tell you when he will go back? He said that he will be here for a few days. Sleep. Do not need to mind him. The next morning, Sang-ji comes on time to the office. Because she has not completed the report forms, she is scolded by Sir Xiaoyu for a while. Possibly because Sir Xiaoyu has not had enough sleep, today she is hot-tempered. Do you want to quit? How can you not be able to do anything right? Sang-ji thinks about it. I think I do everything well. Sang-ji. Sir Xiaoyu's face is blushing red. She yells. You think this is your house? You think the company spends money to employ you for you to play around? If you have no skill, just leave. Sang-ji does not know what makes her so angry today. She says seriously, when have I ever played around while working here? Moreover, indeed I have no skill, so I came here to do an internship. I want to learn more. Sir Xiaoyu laughs coldly. If you have no skill, then listen to me well. Whatever I ask you to do, do it. Do not oppose me every day. Oh, Sang-yu says. If you are reasonable, I will. Did you not obey me at first? What happened? You could not endure it anymore. Sir Xiaoyu says. Honestly, I think you look okay. You have good achievements at school. Why should you snatch away another person's boyfriend? Do you not feel sick of it? They are fighting about it. All the other co-workers come over to watch them. Sang-ji lifts her eyes and says, whose boyfriend did I snatch away? Jiang Ying-sa. You know about it clearly. I am sorry. Before me, my boyfriend never even touched a woman's hand. Sang-ji watches her eyes closely and says coldly. Also, remember to tell your friend to go to the doctor to check her mental health. Did you not watch how crazy she was that day? How can she keep daydreaming every day? Is she crazy? Sir Xiaoyu is startled. But she said. They make quite a loud noise. Suddenly Zhang Hui comes over and says coldly, what are you doing? Come inside now. Both of them are scolded by Zhang Hui. This period of time, indeed he has heard about how Sir Xiaoyu mistreated Sang-ji. Zhang Hui is a straightforward person. He dislikes this type of action, so because of this, he warns Sir Xiaoyu about it. Sir Xiaoyu starts to behave. This fight makes their relationship fall to the freezing point, yet Sang-ji feels more comfortable. They work together in harmony until it is time to get off work. Sang-ji finishes her work and just passes it to Sir Xiaoyu. She does not want to act anymore. She just treats Sir Xiaoyu as air. She says goodbye to her colleagues, then leaves. Sang-ji and Duan Jiasu are working today, so no one takes care of Sang-yen. At first, they agreed to eat together for dinner at the nearby seafood restaurant. Now they need to take Sang-yen along with them. She exits the office building and notices Duan Jiasu. She runs over and asks where Sang-yen is. When she looks at his face, she notices the bruises on it. Sang-ji stops talking. Duan Jiasu holds her hand and says, you're going over there first to get a table for us. Now we should go over too. Sang-ji purses her lips and can guess what happened last night. She tries to control her anger. She asks, what happened to your face? Duan Jiasu's bruises and wounds are starting to heal. I accidentally bumped into something. Sang-ji, oh. You should have bumped into Sang-yan's fist. She looks at his face and quickly turns her body. She walks toward the seafood restaurant. She does not look at him. Do not tell me that yesterday you just stood there unmoved and let him beat you. Duan Jiasu coughs. Not really. Sang-ji, where did he hit you besides your face? No, just on the face. Duan Jiasu says. She ponders the validity of his words. She stops walking. She suddenly lifts up her hands and touches his stomach. Suddenly, Duan Jiasu falls back a few steps to avoid her touch. There is a change in his expression too. It is obvious. Sang-ji is so furious. I will kill him. The restaurant is quite popular. It is quite full. Sang Yen is sitting at a table near the window. He is looking at the menu lazily. Then he notices that Sang Ji and Duan Jiasu are here. The moment he just lifts up his eyes, he feels that his neck is bound by something. He pants and coughs. Wow. Sang Ji says furiously, "You are out of line." Noticing Duan Jiasu, Sang Yen immediately understands something. He says, "Before I get too angry, let me go. This time I go home, no, starting today." Sang Ji just pretends not to listen to his words. She pinches his face again and pulls his hair. "I will talk badly about your girlfriend to Mom every day. Do not think of letting her become a part of our family. Dream on." "Yesterday, what did I say to you?" Sang Yen pulls her arm. "You dare. Why are you so unreasonable? Who asked you to beat him? It is okay for you to hit me. But you." Sang Ji is so furious, her eyes are red. "How could you hit him so badly? If I had known about it yesterday, I would have reported you to the police. I tell you, starting today, I will get into a dispute with you." Sang Yen takes a deep breath. "Let's have a good talk." Then Sang Ji just loosens her hand. She says with a hint of a sob, "Sang Yen, you dare to bully my boyfriend. I want to sever ties with you." She vents all of her anger. Then Sang Ji glares at him for a while, then she goes to the restroom. Duan Jiasu clears his throat and pats Sang Yan's shoulder. Then he follows her toward the restroom. After a while, Duan Jiasu is back and sitting at his seat alone. Duan Jiasu explains. She went to the restroom. Sang Yan massages his face and laughs furiously. "Damn. Later, do not stop me. I really want to beat that Xiaogui. Duan Jiasu, I will definitely stop you. Why should you bicker with Xiaogunyang?" Duan Jiasu helps to say some good words about Sang Yan. "How could that kind of movement cause you pain?" Sang Yan is so furious. "Hurry up and go away. Bro, let me see." Duan Jiasu seems to enjoy it. He laughs. "When do you have time? Just come and beat me up again?" Chapter 65. There are many people inside the restroom. The line for the queue is quite long too. Sang Ji does not plan to go to the restroom. She just wants to wash her face. She just passes by the line. She notices that her eyes are red. She looks like she is being scolded rather than the one doing the scolding. She takes a deep breath and takes a tissue to wipe her face. She thinks about what happened yesterday. She had racked her brain to talk with Sang Yan about her relationship with Duan Jiasu. She thinks that Sang Yan is too unreasonable. Her anger just rises up again. Sang Ji throws away the tissue into the bin and goes out of the restroom. She returns to the table with a straight face. They are sitting at a table with 4 chairs. This time, Duan Jiasu and Sang Yan are sitting on different sides. Sang Ji does not want to be close to Sang Yan, so she says to Duan Jiasu, "Go and sit down inside." Awesome. This time, Sang Yan speaks up too. "You are mature now. How can you say that you want to cut ties between us?" After Duan Jiasu shifts to sit inside, Sang Ji sits down and pretends not to listen to his words. But finally she says again, "Then we should just sever it." Which relation? Let me remind you that in 18 generations of the Sang family, we only have 1 heir per generation. Sang Ji looks at him. "Later, I will tell Gugu." Seeing how they still fight with each other, Duan Jiasu does not feel that this thing is getting out of control. He just watches them with great interest. Very quickly, he passes the menu to Sang Ji and cuts them off. "Let's order the food first." Sang Ji purses her lips and starts to look at the menu. Yet Sang Yan is not ready to get over this. He continues to enrage Sang Ji and makes matters worse. "You guys have only been together for a while. How can you act like this? Can you be more reasonable?" Sang Ji is a bit annoyed. She closes the menu. "Next time I go home, I will beat your girlfriend too. What do you think about that? These matters are the same?" Sang Yan says. "Thankless wretch. How can you say that I am a thankless wretch? Also, what is the difference?" Sang Ji fights with him. Anyway, it is wrong to hit someone else. Can you be more reasonable? This is not really a serious matter. Reasonable? Sang Yan watches Sang Ji's face for a few seconds, then he smiles. I am sorry. For me, I do not like to solve matters in that sissy way. Moreover, Tong Shui, my bro, and I were fighting. What is the relation to you? Sang Ji immediately looks at Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu looks at Sang Ji and strokes her head. He says, do not fight with your Gatu. Sang Ji says, he is the one who wants to fight with me. Duan Jiasu, I also hit him, so it is fair and square. Hearing this, Sang Ji looks at Sang Yan again. She cannot see any bruises on his face. Between the two of them, Duan Jiasu looks more miserable than Sang Yan. But maybe Duan Jiasu cares much about his face, so he did not hit Sang Yan's face. Sang Yan also says nothing. He lowers his head and plays with his phone. He looks indescribably miserable. Sang Ji just loses half of her anger. She thinks of his main reason for coming over. She turns silent for a few seconds and looks at Duan Jiasu. Why were you beating my go? When she thinks about it carefully, if her boyfriend were not Duan Jiasu, if she dated a man around her age, Sang Yan would not want to fight him. So the most likely reason for Duan Jiasu and Sang Yan fighting is her and Duan Jiasu's relationship. Seeing that the matter is not that big, Sang Ji starts to calm down and orders the food. Then she asks, did you guys go to the hospital? Duan Jiasu, Sang Yan just watches her and says nothing. Oh. Sang Ji looks at Sang Yan and takes the initiative to say, go, which part of your body is hurt? Sang Yan says coldly, what business is it of yours? This Cold War has lasted for 2 weeks. Sang Ji frowns and says unhappily, are my words unreasonable? I am also not trying to make trouble. Also, should you be so angry for that long? Sang Yan lifts his eyes and looks lazy. Duan Jiasu, is your girlfriend crazy? Tell her that I have a girlfriend. Sang Yan clearly does not want to end this fight with Sang Ji. So, if you have nothing else to do, just do not talk to me. Sang Ji is angry too. Return my 800 yuan. Sang Yan is too lazy to mind her. Duan Jiasu just laughs. You two are going to fight for a whole night? Who wants to fight with him? Sang Ji lowers her head and drinks her water. She tries to control her anger and says, it is okay if he does not want to mind me. Who would value that as a rarity? The food is served. She has been fighting with Sang Yan for some time. She feels so hungry. She takes a scallop and places it in her bowl. She forgets about all the things she said to him before. She starts to talk about other things with Sang Yan. Who is your girlfriend? Sang Yan does not answer. Sang Ji looks at Duan Jiasu. Do you know who it is? Duan Jiasu wears his watch and shakes his head. He laughs. Sang Ji is suspicious about it. You have been talking about your girlfriend for several months. I have never seen her. I have never even seen her photo. Yesterday I had a video call with Mom. She also did not mention anything about it. Sang Yan does not want to get his hands dirty. He just eats those foods that do not need to be peeled. If you have something to say, just say it. Sang Ji, is it because you do not want to go on a blind date, so you just made a person up? Sang Yan lifts his head. Why would I? It is obvious that he does not want to chat about this matter. Sang Ji looks at him and changes the topic. When do you plan to go back to Nanwu? These 2 days I still need to go to work, but on the weekend I could accompany you to stroll around. Sang Yan, I came to look for my bro. Why should you accompany me to stroll? Duan Jiasu peels a bowl of shrimp and places it in front of Sang Ji. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu's eyebrows raise up. He says to Sang Yan, then let me accompany you. Can I bring my family member? Sang Ji does not want to mind Sang Yan anymore. She lowers her head and chews her peeled shrimp. Sang Yan reaches out his hand and just takes the bowl that is full of shrimp. Whatever. Sang Ji suddenly lifts her head. She watches how he pours every shrimp into his own bowl, then places the empty bowl back in front of Duan Jiasu. He says slowly, it must have been hard on you. Sangji really does not know how Sang Yen can be so offensive. For convenience to fight over food with Sang Yen, Sangji simply changes her seat. She sits next to Sang Yen. For whatever he takes, she immediately picks up her chopsticks and just moves what he wants to eat into her own bowl. Afterwards, Sang Yen starts to live on his own strength. He wears gloves and peels the shrimp. He peels one and puts it inside his bowl. In a second, Sangji just picks the shrimp and puts it inside her mouth. Sang Yen looks at her without any expression. Are you a bandit? Sangji chews the food inside her mouth. Her cheeks are full. She swallows everything and says sincerely, I am helping you taste it. But I have not recognized the taste yet. Sangyi says, peel 20 more for me. Let me try. Sang Yen, just go back wherever you came from. Duan Jiasu is full. He watches both brother and sister. He smiles and says to Sangji, sit back down here. Sangji, what are you doing? Duan Jiasu smiles. Let me serve you. Sangji blinks and just says, oh. Then she stands up and goes back to her chair. Hearing the word serve, Sang Yen takes off his gloves. Why do I feel so disgusted by you guys' style of dating? After dinner, Duan Jiasu pays the bill. The three of them exit the restaurant. Sang Yen takes out Duan Jiasu's car key and returns it to Duan Jiasu. He yawns. You guys can do anything you want. I will go back first. She feels Sang Yen should be lonely and helpless in this strange city, so Sangji does not want to let him stay alone. Gaga, if not, you could come with us to watch a movie? Me with the two of you? Sang Yen says tiredly. Do I look crazy? Sangji looks at her phone. Why do you always say that kind of word? You came yesterday. I already booked the movie tickets yesterday. Now I cannot return them. She looks at her phone. But now there should be no one who wants to watch it. If not, let me book the seat beside us. Sang Yen, I will not go. Then I will book it now. Sangyi says. This is a couple seat. I will book another one for you. Sang Yen, are you deaf? Sangji says, I have booked and paid for it. The movie theater is quite far, so they get into the car. Sang Yen just throws the car key to Duan Jiasu and lets him drive. He just gets into the back seat. He seems not to want to let Sangji sit in the back seat. Sangji is sensible, so she sits in the front passenger seat. Thinking about it, it has been several months since she saw Sang Yen. She turns her head and talks with him. So when will you go home? Sang Yen says lazily, next week. Sangji counts the date. Then it will be in August. Sang Yen, yeah, August. Duan Jiasu fastens a seatbelt and looks at Sang Yen. Okay, at the end of this month, I will move out of my apartment. You can help me. Sang Yen, ? Sangji also hears this for the first time. You want to move out of your apartment? I have reached the end of my rental contract. Duan Jiasu says. I do not plan to continue. I have several recommendations for new apartments near your university. I plan to take a look at them next weekend. I will help you move. Sang Yen sounds cold. Are you crazy? No problem. Duan Jiasu says gently. As long as you are willing to help. They arrive at the cinema. Sangji goes to retrieve the tickets. She also buys a bucket of popcorn. She looks at the tickets. She hesitates about how to allocate the seats. If she and Duan Jiasu sit together, then it means nothing to let Sang Yen come over and watch the movie. It seems to isolate him even more. But if she and Sang Yen sit together, it is a couple seat. It will be very strange. In the end, Sangji makes a solution. She passes the ticket to Sang Yen. Sang Yen looks at the ticket couple seat. Both of you should sit down together. Duan Jiasu, ? Sang Yen, ? Sangji wants to find an appropriate reason. I want to lie down. After a while, the three of them enter the cinema box. Sangji occupies a chair and raises her chin to let both men sit down beside her. Sang Yen is speechless. Are you crazy? Why? Sangji is stunned. Both of you just sit together. There is nothing wrong about it. We came to watch a movie. I could not let you watch it alone. In the cinema theater, there are only the three of them and one couple. The couple in front of them turn their heads to look at them. Sang Yan does not mind her anymore and just sits down. Sangji looks at Duan Jia-su like ordering him to sit down beside Sang Yan. Duan Jia-su raises his eyebrow and follows her order. Sangji wears her three-dimensional glasses and puts down her phone. She starts to eat her popcorn. Then she hears the couple in front of her start to chat. Lao Gong, look at those two men behind us. They seem to be gay. Sangji pauses. They even brought a woman with them. The woman laughs. Supposedly, they do not want to be noticed. In the next moment, Duan Jia-su comes over and sits down beside Sangji. Sangji looks at him. Duan Jia-su, your guy asked me to go away. Sangji does not really mind the couple seat because she usually books a couple seat when she goes with her girlfriends too. She turns silent for 3 seconds. Forget it. Just let him be. The seats in the cinema theater are sofas. They're soft and fluffy. Besides the couple seat, there is usually another seat. But the couple seat is covered by a divider. So now Sangji can only see Sang Yan's leg. She cannot see his appearance. Sangji takes some popcorn and passes it to Duan Jia-su's lips. Do you want to eat it or not? Duan Jia-su opens his mouth and extends his tongue. The movie starts this time. Duan Jia-su looks at Sangji for a while, then wears his own three-dimensional glasses and starts to watch the movie. Because Sangji feels a greasy taste in her mouth, she just puts down the popcorn bucket beside her. She keeps watching the movie and focuses on it. After some time, the movie starts to show a scene where a man and a woman are hugging and kissing each other. It is so hot and intense. Sangji also feels moved because of that. She holds her popcorn bucket and starts to chew again. In the next second, she notices that the couple in front of her starts to hug and kiss intimately. She is startled. She glances at Duan Jia-su unconsciously. She just notices that Duan Jia-su is approaching her. He is not watching the movie, yet he is watching her intensely. Because he is wearing the three-dimensional glasses, Sangji cannot really see his eyes. She can only see that he is smiling and leaning over slowly. Sangji suddenly understands his intention and whispers, "There is a CCTV here." Duan Jia-su acts like he does not hear her. The next moment, he just pecks her lips. He is gentle. He bites and licks her lips. But very quickly he withdraws. It is a moist and hot touch. Sangji turns stiff and points to the other side. She does not dare to speak too loudly. My go is beside us. Duan Jia-su laughs quietly. He is afraid that the popcorn bucket in her hand will fall down, so he takes it and puts it to the side. His lips stick close to her ear. He says, "Then shouldn't it be more exciting?" Chapter 66. His lips stick close to her ear. His hot breath sprays onto her neck. It makes Sangji move back. Yet she already has no room to move back. She feels like she is doing something bad. Sangji is nervous and pays attention to Sang Yan's movement. She wants to push Duan Jia-su a bit. But in the next moment, Duan Jia-su just holds her wrists and hugs her. He then inclines his head a bit and kisses her lips lightly, and one of his hands holds her chin. Sangji complies with his kiss. She opens her lips. His tongue explores her mouth and tangles with her tongue too. They are overflowing with passion. The cinema theater is filled with ear-splitting sound. It covers up their kissing sounds. Sangji's heart is beating so fast and loud. She cannot consider anything else. They both are so close. Sangji can also feel his heart beating. After a while, Duan Jia-su lets her go, and his finger traces her lips. He watches her startled expression. He smiles and leans over to her ear again. Don't be scared. Sangji just sits there with a blank mind. She looks like she is losing her spirit. Duan Jia-su kisses her chin and says lovingly, "Let us keep it down." Afterwards, Sangji does not know what is happening in the movie. Her attention is on her hot lips and also on Duan Jiasu, who from time to time feeds her popcorn. After a while, the film ends. The couple in front do not move. They are waiting to watch the after credits. Sangji is not too interested in it. She stands up. Let's go. Duan Jiasu, MM. Sangji notices that Sangyan is not moving. She leans over to look at him. His three-dimensional glasses are to the side, like he did not wear them. He is sleeping. She is not sure whether Sangyan watched them or not earlier. She just pretends to be calm. She kicks his shoe lightly and wakes him up. Let's go. Sangyan opens his eyes. He seems not to notice anything. He stretches his body and looks at his phone and says, They both go out of the cinema and walk toward the parking area. It is late. Duan Jiasu drives the car to Sangji's university. He finds a parking space nearby. Sangji unbuckles her seatbelt and gets ready to get out of the car. Sangyan suddenly says, I will go home now. Sangji turns her head. What? Sangyan says nothing and just gets out of the car. Sangji feels strange. She looks at Duan Jiasu. She says uncomfortably, Did he see us earlier? Duan Jiasu smiles. He should not have. Sangji releases her breath and gets out of the car. She walks to Sangyan's side. She is worried and mumbles, why are you going home now? Couldn't you go home with Jiasu? You guys should go on your date. Sangyan looks at his phone. I will go back to Nanwu. Sangji is startled. She is shocked. Now? It is 9 o'clock in the evening. Sangyan is indifferent. He says, I will go to the airport to ask whether there are any tickets left. Duan Jiasu also gets out of the car. He raises his eyebrows when he hears Sangyan. You are going home now? Sangyan looks at Duan Jiasu like he wants to say something to him, but he feels that it will sound unreasonable. He lifts his hand and pinches Sangji's cheek. You should take care of yourself well. Gugu will leave first. Sangji says in a low voice. Didn't you say that you would go back in August? Sangyan, I have things to do. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sangji purses her lips and says in low spirits. Today I already asked for leave. I planned to take you out for the weekend. How could you suddenly say that you want to leave now? Sangyan is amused. Is it worthwhile to let you, Xiaogue, take me to stroll around? Sangji feels that she wants to cry without any reason. She starts to sob. Her tears pool. She starts to vent her anger. You also have no work. Why should you rush to go home? If you only planned to come over for 2 days, why did you come? Talk sensibly. How can you say that I have no work? Sangyan says. To count it carefully, it has been half a year since Sangji went back home. So this time, though Sangyan came over and did not treat her really well, Sangji feels happy and free of anxiety. Sangji says with a sob, Why can't you stay for a few days? No. Sangyan laughs. Why are you crying? What should I do by staying here? Every day I am free. Do you want me to be a guard dog for him? He says and points to Duan Jiasu. Is he treating you badly? Sangji wipes her tears. No. Sangyan asks again, Are you unhappy with your internship? She feels the same feeling she had when she was bullied. Sangji sobs and reports to him. Someone bullies me. Then stop working there. Sangyan says. Are we lacking money? Then it will be wasteful for me to be bullied by her. Sangji cries while complaining. You also blocked me. You snatched my red envelope. You also scolded me over and over. How much was that red envelope? I spent more than 800 yuan to come here. Why do you keep remembering that? Sangyan says. Okay, I was teasing you. Later, I will return it to you. Also, how can you call my few sentences scolding? How can you make me feel that I never speak good words to you? You should stay here happily. You will come home soon too, so don't cry anymore. Aren't you embarrassed? Sangyan gets a headache every time he sees his sister cry. Go and find your old boyfriend. Duan Jiasu speaks up. Wait for a while. Later, I will take you to the airport. Though I know that you like to be troubled, I am worried I won't be able to catch the last flight. Sang Yan says, I will leave now. You should take care of this Xiaogui. Awesome. She is 19 years old, yet she acts like she is 9 years old. There are a lot of taxis around, so Sang Yan can get a taxi quickly. Xiaogun Yang, you think that I am non-existent? Duan Jia Su goes to her front and jokes. How can you be crying in front of me because of another man? Sangji stays silent and clutches the lower hem of his shirt. She starts to wipe her tears. Hey, Duan Jia Su is not angry. He just jokes. Don't lift it too high. You will expose Guji's muscles. Sangji grumbles, no one would see. Are you very unhappy working at your office? Duan Jia Su says slowly. He sounds gentle. Didn't you tell me that your mentor does not bully you anymore? I don't want to talk about this to you every day. Sangyi says. Also, it is embarrassing to cry because I am scolded. Duan Jiasu says. You have been crying in front of me for several times. How can you say that is embarrassing? That happened when I was little. Now when do I cry? Sangji does not cry anymore. Her eyes are red. She says seriously, I don't like to cry. Only Xiaohai cry because of difficulty. At my age, I should think of a way to solve trouble. Duan Jiasu watches her for a moment and says, You are clearly a little crybaby. If you think that crying is right for Xiaohai. Duan Jiasu says seriously. He strokes her head. Then you just be a Xiaohai for the rest of your life, okay? Sangji lifts her head. His eyes are gentle and loving. I will raise you. She used to think that words were like curses, so she mentioned several times not to call her Xiaohai. She hoped that she could break away from that word. But today, when she hears the words Xiaohai, it gives her a different feeling. Sangji says nothing and just hugs him. Duan Jiasu strokes her hair and thinks about it. He asks, Do you miss home? Sangji says honestly, If you want to go home, just go home. I will also request leave to go home with you. Also, if you don't like that job, just resign. Duan Jiasu sighs. What kind of company is that? How could they make my Xiaohai cry like this? Can I go and find your boss to talk about this? He sounds like a parent who wants to see the teacher because their kid is being bullied. Sangyi laughs. Her bad mood just disappears. Duan Jiasu looks at her and laughs with her. He lowers his head and kisses her forehead. He says, I don't want to just be your boyfriend. Sangji's heart stops breathing. She is startled. The next second, Duan Jiasu finishes his sentence seriously. I also want to be someone that you can rely on. Sangji returns to her dorm. She takes out her phone to take a look at her WeChat. She notices that Sang Yan has pulled her out of the blocked contacts. He also transfers 5,000 yuan to her. He makes a remark. For living expenses. Sangji accepts it and asks about his current condition for a while. Then she puts down her phone. She recalls what Duan Jiasu said. She is losing her mind. She feels the empty part of her heart is filled in. Sangji blinks her eyes and regains herself. Then she just smiles. The next day as normal, Sangji goes to work. Because of Zheng Hui's words, Shi Xiaoyu does not attack her that much. Yet Sangji is unsure whether it will last for only a day and Shi Xiaoyu will do the same thing again. Sangji does not want to compete with her. She thinks silently that if Shi Xiaoyu does that again, she should not stay here anymore. Though she came here to learn something, she cannot learn anything. Every day, she just thinks of a way to attack Shi Xiaoyu and not be submissive toward her. It is wasting time. But luckily, Shi Xiaoyu's attitude is the same for several days. Shi Xiaoyu does not make things difficult for Sangji. She just tells Sangji what she should not do. Sometimes she feels that she does not do anything well, but Shi Xiaoyu just mentions it. Sangji just feels relieved. Now it is the weekend. Sangji accompanies Duan Jiasu to go to the small residential area near Yihe University to look for an apartment. She thought that he would look for a quite similar apartment, But this time he is looking at a much bigger apartment with 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. The main bedroom has a bathroom. It is around 70 square meters. The rent is much higher than the previous one. When the agent is calling someone, Sangji pulls him to the side. You are living alone. Why should you rent such a big apartment? Duan Jiasu does not answer. He asks, do you think this one is okay? Sangji says, quite good. Just this one then. Sangji is startled. No. You are living alone. Why should you have 2 bathrooms? Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. He says, I am not living alone, Sangji suddenly understands something. She turns silent for a few seconds and stresses, I will not live together with you. Duan Jiasu says lazily. But it does not stop me from leaving a room for you. Sangji whispers, don't you think that it is too wasteful? It is okay. Duan Jiasu says. When you can stay for a night, I feel like I am earning something. Sangji does not really mind his words. After he decides to rent the apartment, a few days later he moves in. He does not have a lot of suitcases, so he does not need any help from a moving company. The small complex is close to Ihi University. It only needs 5 minutes by walking. So it turns out to be convenient for them to meet. Every morning, Duan Jiasu also drives Sangji to her company. After getting off work, they go home together and eat at a restaurant nearby. Days pass. Now it is the middle of August. It is Friday. Because today she does not have a lot of work, she gets off work on time. She sends a message to Duan Jiasu and just learns that he needs to work overtime. She just orders takeout and goes home. Sangji turns on her laptop and bites her spoon. She picks up the air conditioner remote to turn it on. After a while, she hears a strange sound from the air conditioner. She pauses and lifts her head to look at it. She notices there is no wind coming out from the air conditioner. She finds it odd. She turns it off and on again. But there is no difference. The dorm is outdated. The air conditioner model is a bit older. Sangji does not know what to do with it. She goes to find the AE of the dorm. The AE does not follow her upstairs and just asks her to fill in the application for repair. But now it is the holiday period. The maintenance department is on holiday. She should wait until the start of the semester. Or she could find a maintenance worker from outside the school. Sangji does not know who to find. She just returns to her dorm and repeatedly turns the air conditioner on and off. She thinks about tolerating it, but she feels that today's weather is too hot. Sangji opens the window and finishes her dinner. Then she tells what happened to Duan Jiasu through WeChat. She is considering staying at a hotel and going to find a maintenance worker tomorrow. Before she decides, Duan Jiasu replies, Go to my house. Didn't I give you the key? Sangji thinks about it and indeed feels that she does not need to be unreasonable about it. She takes her clothes and toiletries. She holds her laptop and departs for Duan Jiasu's apartment. She has been coming here several times, so she does not feel awkward. She gets inside and immediately turns on the air conditioner. She lies down on the sofa and plays with her phone. Sangji often stays at home alone, so she does not feel bored. She can idle away. When it is almost 9 o'clock in the evening, Duan Jiasu just comes home. Sangji holds a bag of potato chips and watches the television. She asks, Have you had your dinner? Duan Jiasu answers, Sangji does not continue to ask. Duan Jiasu takes off his shoes and sits down beside her. He starts to ask, What happened to the air conditioner in your dorm? It makes a loud noise. Sangji says, It does not blow out any wind. Duan Jiasu, Tomorrow I will help you find someone to fix it. Sangji nods and passes the potato chips to him. Do you want to eat? No. Duan Jiasu strokes her head and says, I will go take a shower. You can sleep in the master bedroom. I will make the bed for you. You can take a shower in there too. Oh. Though it is not the first time she has come here, it is the first time she has stayed here. She feels nervous. When Duan Jiasu is out of the bathroom, she has finished all the potato chips and enters the bathroom inside the master bedroom. She is getting ready to take a shower. The bathroom inside is bigger than the one outside. There is a bathtub too. She notices the shower gel and shampoo near the sink. They are all suitable for a woman. Sangji is startled to see them. She blinks and takes a look at them one by one. Then she takes a shower. She takes a lot of time to shower. She spends an hour in the shower. When Sangji comes out, it is already almost 10 o'clock in the evening. She dries her hair, then she applies body lotion to her body. She hesitates and plans to go to the kitchen to eat gelatin dessert. Sangji opens the bedroom door. She notices that Duan Jiasu is outside too. This time he is lying down on the sofa. He is wearing his deep blue pajamas with shorts. He has his towel on his shoulder. His hair is wet. Duan Jiasu is watching a video. Sangji does not disturb him. She goes to the kitchen. When she returns to the living room, she considers whether she should go back immediately to her room or talk with him first. Duan Jiasu suddenly calls after her. Gigi, help me out. Sangji comes over. What happened? She sits down on Duan Jiasu's side and tears open the package of the gelatin dessert. She asks him, do you want to eat this one too? Duan Jiasu puts down his phone and shakes his head. He smiles and touches the top button of his pajamas. Then he speaks. I feel a bit hot. Help Gaga unbutton this one. Chapter 67. His words are like a thunderclap for her. She just holds her grip. The gelatin dessert in her hand falls down. Sangji picks it up slowly and takes a tissue to wipe it. She looks at his hand on his top button. She stays silent for a few seconds and asks, don't you have your own hands? Duan Jiasu laughs and says, Xiaopeng Yu, do you know what interest is? Sangji pretends not to hear him. She picks up the air conditioner remote and lowers the temperature. Let me make it cooler. It will be cold. Sangji turns silent for a few seconds and notices that his hair is still wet, so she does not lower the temperature. She continues to try opening the gelatin dessert, yet she cannot open it. Duan Jiasu just takes it from her and helps her open it. Then he passes it back. Sangji takes it and uses her plastic spoon to eat it. She thinks that the situation is quite strange now. She considers returning to her room, but she feels that will be too sudden. A single woman and a single man are together in a room. The television is off. Both of them are not talking to each other. There is no other sound in the room. She peeks at him. Duan Jiasu seems to be bold and keeps watching her intensely. The light in the living room is dim, as the overhead light is not on, only the desk lamp is on. Because of the light, Sangji indescribably feels hot. Yet Duan Jiasu is silent, so Sangji starts to relax. She finishes her dessert and stands up. She throws the wrapper into the bin. Then I will go. Before finishing her words, Duan Jiasu suddenly moves. He stands up straight and holds her arm. He pulls her into a hug. Sangji does not expect it. Her breath stops, and she just falls against his body. The summer clothes are thinner, and they both are just wearing shorts. Sangji can clearly feel his muscular skin. It is hotter than her body. She can feel his breath too. Her body turns rigid, yet she does not dare to move recklessly. She says, what are you doing? Duan Jiasu's fingers rub against her wrist. He brings her hand and shifts it to his own clothes. He says hoarsely, are you done eating? Then now you should help me out. His eyes look so affectionate. Sangji is at a loss. Her fingers finally move. She listens to him and unbuttons his top button. It exposes his deep and distinct collarbone. It is so sexy. Her gaze moves downward, and she notices the movement of his Adam's apple. The line is good-looking. At this moment, Sangji suddenly regains herself. Because of her action, she is blushing really hard. She stammers, okay, I will go back to my bedroom now. Duan Jiasu holds her hand. How can you be so careless? Sangji is so nervous that she cannot say anything. She feels that this is too quick. She does not know how to refuse him. She just watches him, her eyes showing that she is embarrassed and at a complete loss. Duan Jiasu notices that she is worried. He kisses her chin. Don't be scared. I will not touch you. I will not let our Gigi suffer losses. Duan Jiasu says slowly, then unbuttons another of his top buttons. But do you want to get a preview first? Sangji feels her heart is beating so erratically. After a while, Duan Jiasu stops moving. The world is quiet. After a while, Sangji hears him say, "Do you want a kiss for a while?" Sangji returns to the bathroom to brush her teeth. She can hear the faint noise of the bed being made by Duan Jiasu. She moves slowly. She does not even go out when she is done brushing her teeth. After a while, she hears Duan Jiasu say, "Sleep early." Sangji just says, Duan Jiasu, if you need anything else, just tell me. Sangji answers again. Then he goes out. Sangji releases her breath and goes out of the bathroom. She goes toward the door. She struggles for some time about whether she should lock it or not. She cautiously locks the door. In the next second, Duan Jiasu says lazily, "Are you guarding against me?" Sangji pretends not to listen to him. She just turns off the light in the bedroom and returns to the bed. The bed is a single bed. The bedsheet is light pink. Beside it, there is a quite large teddy bear. Sangji glances at the photo near the bedside cabinet. It is her and Duan Jiasu's photo together. Sangji lies on her stomach and rolls herself up in the blanket. She can smell the scent on it. She remembers what happened earlier. She feels that she cannot restrain herself. She has lost her sleepiness. She watches the ceiling and hugs the teddy bear close by. She wants to vent her mood. She wants to howl, but she is afraid that the old man will hear her. The room does not have good soundproofing. Sangji can hear Duan Jiasu's footsteps and movements. She calms herself down and picks up her phone. She takes it out to read her favorite manga series. But she seems unable to focus on it. She is quite embarrassed with herself. Sangji has never experienced this. She unexpectedly was successfully seduced by that man. The important thing is, she unexpectedly could not dominate him. She could not control herself. It is too embarrassing. It is too embarrassing. Sangji closes her eyes and throws her phone to the side. She then gets under the blanket and touches her lips. Her heart is beating so fast. She recalls their kiss earlier. He placed his hand on her waist, kept gently stroking it, then let go of his hand. Then he panted and said, "I cannot control this hand. If not, you tie it up for me." Because she keeps tossing and turning all night and cannot sleep, the next day she wakes up very late. She turns on her phone in a daze. She just notices it is almost 10 o'clock in the morning. She stays in bed for a while, then gets up to take a shower, then goes out to the living room. Yet she does not see Duan Jiasu's figure. She is confused, so she opens up her WeChat to look. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, Duan Jiasu sent her several messages. "I have something to do, so I will go out for a while." "Duan Jiasu, there is porridge in the kitchen. You should heat it up before you eat it." "Duan Jiasu, if you are awake, tell me." Sangji replies, "I am awake." "Where are you now?" Then Sangji just goes to the kitchen and heats up the porridge. Then she takes the bowl of porridge to the dining table to eat. When she looks at her phone again, Duan Jiasu has already replied. "I am home." "Duan Jiasu, do you have anything you want to eat?" "I will bring it for you." Sangji thinks about it. "Chicken breast." "Duan Jiasu, okay." Sangji has not finished her porridge when Duan Jiasu comes home. He changes his shoes and places the plastic bag in front of her. He asks, "Why did you wake up so late?" "This weekend, so I wanted to sleep longer." Sangji makes an excuse and eats her porridge again. She asks, "Where did you go?" "You went out so early." Duan Jiasu sits down in front of her and answers honestly, "Today is the anniversary of my mother's death. I went to sweep her grave." Sangji stops and raises her head to look at him. Seeing this, Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. "Why are you responding that way?" Sangji lets go of her spoon and says in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me? I could have gone with you." Duan Jiasu seems not to take this matter to heart. He smiles. "Going there will affect your mood. I am afraid that you would be unhappy after you go there. Moreover, it is the weekend. I wanted to let you sleep longer." Sangji is silent for several seconds. Duan Jiasu opens the plastic bag and takes out a paper bag. "Don't think too much. Later we will have lunch." Sangji continues to drink her porridge. She just says, Duan Jiasu looks at her face and asks, "Did you stay up late last night? You have dark circles under your eyes." Sangji nods and lies. "I watched a drama." Duan Jiasu, "Then do you want to sleep longer?" "No need." She finishes her remaining porridge. She suddenly lifts her head to look at him. "Duan Jiasu, I can also accompany you in being unhappy." She suddenly feels a bit frustrated. Both of them look at each other for a few seconds. Sangji stands up and talks to herself. "I will go wash the bowl." This time, Duan Jiasu also speaks up. "Come here." Sangji lifts her eyes and does not ask anything. She just obeys him and goes toward him. She looks into his eyes again. This time, Duan Jiasu's smile disappears. He is very serious. He then leans over and places his head on her lower abdomen. He hugs her and says nothing. Sangji lifts her hands and strokes his head. She thinks for a while, then she comforts him. "If you want to cry, it is okay too. I also think of you as a Xiaohai." Sangji stresses. "But I also would not call you a crybaby." Duan Jiasu laughs. Sangji does not know how to comfort people. "I am serious." Duan Jiasu feels his mood getting better. He says in a low voice, "Then hug your Xiaohai a little longer." Because of this matter, for the whole afternoon, she accompanies Duan Jiasu. She does not take the initiative to mention what happened to his family. She is also afraid of saying the wrong things, so she just stays beside him. Wherever he goes, she also follows him. She acts like his tail. Because of her action, Duan Jiasu's bad mood completely vanishes. He teases her. Sangji silently notes this day down. She thinks that in the future, on this day, she will not sleep late. They both stay in the apartment for the whole day. They also forget to deal with the air conditioner in Sangji's dorm. She returns to her dorm and takes her clothes. Then she sleeps again at Duan Jiasu's apartment for another night. These 2 days, Sangji unexpectedly feels that she lives quite happily. Coming to the company from Duan Jiasu's apartment is much more convenient than from the dorm. She also feels quite lonely being at the dorm alone. In the afternoon the next day, Duan Jiasu helps Sangji contact an air conditioner repairman. After the registration, the 3 of them enter the dorm. The repairman tidies up all of the things. Duan Jiasu stands at Sangji's side and looks at the 3 empty beds. "If not, you just stay at my apartment?" Sangji tidies up her table and just looks at him. Duan Jiasu, "When classes start again, then go back to stay here." Sangji says nothing and continues to pack up her things. Duan Jiasu does not insist. He just leans on her table and plays with her toys. After a while, the repairman is done. He lets Sangji turn it on to try it. When it is done, Duan Jiasu looks at the time. "Let's go out and have dinner first. Then I will take you back home again." Sangji is silent for a while, then she says, "Can you go to the balcony and stand there for a while?" I want to take a few clothes." Sangji mumbles. For half a month, it should not be enough to just use 2 sets of clothes. That is how Sangji just starts to live together with Duan Jiasu. Sangji feels that the words renting jointly are much more suitable for both of them. Because most of the time, She stays in her room and just comes out when it is time to eat. But for this matter, she does not dare to tell her parents. When Li Ping gives her a call, Sangji runs outside and pretends like she just got off work. When she is too lazy to run outside, she makes an excuse that she is at a friend's house. The holiday is near the end. Sangji's internship lasts for 1.5 months. When she hands in her resignation, Sangji gives small gifts to those who had taken care of her. She thinks of Shi Xiaoyu, who recently changed her attitude. Sangji does not bicker about her past attitude and also gives her a small gift. When Shi Xiaoyu receives the gift, she looks at Sangji and says unnaturally, "Thank you." Sangji nods and just wants to return to her seat. Shi Xiaoyu speaks up and says, "Sangji, can I ask you a question? What is your relationship with Jiangying?" Sangji is stunned. "I have no relationship with her, ah." Shi Xiaoyu releases her breath and says regretfully, "In the past, I heard her words, so I was a bit biased toward you. I am sorry. But recently I met her and felt that something is wrong with her, but she does not want to tell me. So I thought of asking you." Sangji considers her words and says slowly, "Because of some reasons, she keeps on tangling with my boyfriend. She also always feels that my boyfriend should compensate her and work extremely hard for her. You saw it before, right? If this matter happens again, I will definitely report her to the police. If you really want the best for her." Sangji does not want to fight, but she says honestly, you should ask her to go to a psychiatrist. Sangji tidies up her things and moves back to the dorm a day before classes start. The day after, her 2 other roommates also come back to the dorm. Ningwei comes back to the dorm on the very last day. Sangji starts her busy life again as a student. Because of the competition, Sangji has good relationships with most of the professors. Under one of her tutor's advice, she registers to join a game design competition. This competition is much more prestigious than the last one. During the award ceremony, a lot of businessmen will come over. This competition is an individual competition. When her second year starts, Sangji resigns from the student union. She joins a game artistic design club. Besides going to class, she stays in her dorm to draw. Sometimes when she only has a few classes or during the weekend, she takes her laptop with her and stays at Duan Jiasu's apartment. Time passes so fast that National Day is coming soon. Duan Jiasu already helps her in advance to book a night flight on the 30th of September to go back to Nanwu. This holiday will last for 7 days. Duan Jiasu has nothing to do, so he simply goes back together with her to Nanwu. When they arrive at Nanwu Airport, it is already early morning. Sangji takes out her phone when the plane has landed. She helps him find a hotel to stay. "Should I find a hotel near my home? Previously, I planned to let you stay with my go, but I just remembered that he rents with another person, a Jia. I don't know why he rents with a woman. Then Qianfei Ge is married too. So you can only stay at a hotel." Duan Jiasu, They only bring cabin baggage, so they just find the exit. Outside Sangji's expectation, the one who picks them up is not Sang Yan, but Qianfei. Sangji blinks and feels embarrassed to let Qianfei see her holding hands with Duan Jiasu. She just takes her hand back and greets him. Qianfei Ge. Qianfei has watched them for a long time, so he noticed that they were holding hands. He greets her back, then he looks at Duan Jiasu. He puts his thumb down toward Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu holds Sangji's hand again and smiles. "If you have something to say, just say it." Qianfei cannot control himself. He just curses furiously in human. Sangji. Duan Jiasu turns his head and looks at Sangji. He reports, "He scolds me for being inhuman." Sangji hesitates. It is not that serious. Qianfei is still furious. He points at Sangji and says, "Fresh flour." Then he points at Duan Jiasu again and says, "Stuck in old cow dung." Chapter 68. Sangji does not know what happened between these two men. She also does not know why Qianfei is so furious. She can only try to shift the topic of conversation. Qianfei Ge, why are you the one picking us up? Where is my Ge? Qianfei just suppresses his anger. Your Ge has something to do. Sangji nods and asks nothing else. The three of them exit the airport and get into Qianfei's car. Sangji is sensible, so she sits down in the back seat. Duan Jiasu gets into the front passenger seat. Sangji opens up her phone and continues to find a hotel for Duan Jiasu. She finds one and sends the link to his WeChat. This time it is already early morning, 1 o'clock, but Sangji is not sleepy because she slept when she was on the plane. The radio is on and playing soft music. Duan Jiasu and Qianfei are chatting. Perhaps because Qianfei is worried that Sangji would feel awkward, he does not mention the relationship between Sangji and Duan Jiasu. After 40 minutes, the car stops in front of Sangji's apartment. Duan Jiasu also gets out of the car and says something to her. He watches her disappear and gets back into the car. He fastens his seatbelt again and hears Qianfei ask, "Hey, where will you stay?" Duan Jiasu looks at his phone and says a hotel's name. Qianfei, why did you reserve a hotel? You should stay at my house. Forget it. Duan Jiasu smiles. It is inappropriate. Why is it inappropriate? But you're right. Qianfei laughs. Letting you hear something for a week wouldn't be great. Oh, right, I heard from Sangyan that you moved to another place. Duan Jiasu, Qianfei frowns and chatters away like an old grandmother. How many times have you moved these several years? You should just buy one and settle down. If not, do you want to take your money to the coffin? I don't want to stay in one place for a long time. I also don't plan to stay in Ihi forever. He says, speaking of this matter, could you help me go and take a look around Nanwu to see if there is a newly built apartment just around this area? Qianfei is startled. Nanwu. You plan to return here? Qianfei seems to understand his action. Because of Sangji? Duan Jiasu smiles and says, Shaogunyang is tied to home. I will help you ask around later. Qianfei says, but are you sure? What about your work? Haven't you invested your energy and ideas into that company? You have also grown a lot there. What about your contract with them? Duan Jiasu does not answer his long questions. He suddenly says, recently, I am considering a matter. Qianfei, what? The car arrives in front of the hotel lobby. Duan Jiasu does not say anything more. He unfastens his seatbelt and opens the car door. He says, it is nothing. I am still considering. Sangji is afraid of disturbing Sang Rong and Li Ping, so she moves cautiously. She takes off her shoes slowly. She does not even wear her own slippers. She does not turn on the light and just uses the light from her phone to go to her room. Sangji thinks that she is moving cautiously, but in the end, Li Ping still wakes up. She just closes her door, but in the next moment, Li Ping opens the door. Li Ping is still in a daze. She looks tired. Seeing Sangji, she seems to become energetic. You surprised me, you little girl. Didn't you say that you would come back tomorrow? Sangji scratches her head. The flight was too late. I was afraid that you guys would wait for me. Have you had your dinner? Did your Ge take you home? I have eaten, but Ge did not pick me up. Sangji does not lie. She says honestly, he seems to have something to do. He asked Qianfei Ge to pick me up and take me home. I will take a shower and go to sleep. You should go back to sleep. It has been some time since Sangji was home. Li Ping looks at Sangji's face and strokes her cheek. She sighs. Why do I feel that you look so skinny? It has been almost 6 months. Sangji shakes her head. I am not getting skinnier. I gained almost 1 kilogram. I always worry that you will live a difficult life there. I am afraid that you will not tell Mama. Li Ping says. Now that you are here, I feel a bit relieved. In the future, if you want to find an internship, just find one nearby, okay? Li Ping is afraid of disturbing Sang Rong, so Sangji just consoles Li Ping in a low voice. Then she asks Li Ping to go and rest. Sangji takes a quick shower and returns to her bedroom. She asks about Duan Jiasu's condition through WeChat. Then she chats with him for a while. Then she throws her phone away. She closes her eyes to sleep, but after a while, Sangji opens her eyes again. She suddenly remembers something. She gets out of bed and takes a cardboard box from under her bed. The box is sealed with adhesive tape. Sangji takes a box cutter and opens it. Under the dim light, Sangji takes out the things inside. There are a few dolls. She places them on her table. She plans to wash them tomorrow. Sangji also takes out the milk bottle that she used to stuff her stars into. She places it near her window. She takes out the photo of Duan Jiasu that she took secretly. The photo has turned yellow. The pixel is low, yet she can still see his appearance clearly. That time, Duan Jiasu was youthful. He was wearing a white sweater. He was looking at his game console. His skin was white. His smile is still the same as now. Actually, Sangji can still remember her feeling when she took that photo. It is a magical feeling. She fell in love at first sight with that man. From her young age till now, she keeps on liking the same man. From the time she tried hard to find a reason to get close to him, she secretly concealed her feelings. She wanted to leave a mark on his life. Until the time she tried to cut ties with him, used her power to forget him. Until now, because of meeting each other once again, everything starts to light up again. It is quite a fine memory. She can be with her first love and her longtime crush together. But Sangji feels that probably in this lifetime, she will not tell him about it. She does not want to let him know. She used to try hard. She wanted to fearlessly give her heart to him, yet that time she was timid and powerless, so in the end she just hid it. She hid it until it seemed to disappear. She even thinks that the feeling had disappeared. He can make her heart beat so fast just by hooking his finger. In front of him, she feels that she cannot conceal it. The next day, Sangji returns to her bedroom after breakfast. She notices the toys on her table. She suddenly remembers something. She carries everything and comes out of her bedroom again. She yells, "Mama, I want to wash all of these." Li Ping and Sang Rong are sitting on the sofa watching television. Hearing Sangji's voice, Li Ping lifts her head and looks at the things in her arms. Didn't you keep them in a box? Why do you want to take them out again now? Suddenly, I found them again. Sangji does not know how to explain. She just says, but I don't think they take up too much space. Just put them in the bucket. Later I will wash them for you in the washing machine. Li Ping does not ask too much and just pats the seat beside her. Come here. Accompany Papa and Mama to watch television. Sangji nods and goes over to sit down. Besides watching television, Li Ping and Sang Rong are asking questions to Sangji. Sangji answers them honestly, except for the matters that she could not go home. In between the chat, Sangji takes out her phone and notices there is a message from Duan Jiasu. Are you awake? Sangji, yes. Duan Jiasu, 1532. Sangji, question mark. Duan Jiasu, room number. Sangji, Duan Jiasu, if you are free, you could come and patronize me. Sangji feels speechless, but she cannot help but laugh. She answers, let's wait for 2 days. She still wants to reply to him, but suddenly she hears Li Ping call after her. Sangji turns off her phone and lifts her head. She says, what is it? Li Ping smiles and asks, who are you chatting with? You are so happy. Sangji answers, my classmate. Hearing this, Sang Rong also looks over. Is Gigi dating someone? Sangji licks her lips and acts awkwardly. Li Ping is not too shocked to hear it, as she thinks that Sangji's age is suitable for dating. She just asks, when did you start dating? Why did you never mention it on the phone? Sang Rong frowns. You are really dating someone? Sangji says in a low voice, not long ago. Seeing that she is shy, Li Ping comforts her. It is okay to date, but you should be more careful. You should take care of yourself. Sangji nods. Li Ping asks again, what is your boyfriend's name? Where does he come from? Is he from your school too? What is his course? What is his personality? Sang Rong waves his hand to Sang Yen. He seems to disapprove. Gigi, just wait until you graduate. If you date now, then wouldn't you stay there? Would your boyfriend be willing to follow you back to Nanwu? Sangji is somewhat unable to withstand this. She suddenly stands up and runs toward her bedroom. I will not talk about it anymore. I want to sleep again. Then she hears Sang Rong ask, who is your boyfriend? How could I know? Li Ping laughs. He should be one of her classmates. For this matter, Sangji wants to tell them in an orderly way, step by step. Sang Yan's response had somehow made her have a lingering fear. But Sangji thinks that Sang Rong and Li Ping would not act like him. They should be able to be persuaded. Moreover, she feels that nothing is wrong with Duan Jiasu. Sangji stays at home for several days and accompanies her parents. If she is not taken to stroll around by Li Ping, she is taken to their relatives' houses to visit. She cannot find time to accompany Duan Jiasu. But these few days, he is asked to join and play with his old classmates, so he is not that free either. These days of her coming home, Sang Yan also does not go home. From time to time, Sangji hears Li Ping talk about him. She says that Sang Yan is indecent, that now he is so ruthless. Li Ping feels that she gave birth to a thankless wretch. She says that when she meets her friends just think that she only has a daughter. If they know that she has a son, they would supposedly be so surprised and ask whether he is adopted. Hearing Li Ping's chatter, Sangji sends a caring message to Sang Yan to force him to find a night to come home. Because of this, on the dining table, Sangji is not the center of attention. She does not need to rack her brain to answer questions from Li Ping and Sang Rong. Sangji is silent and eating her food. She finds it interesting to hear Sang Yan being scolded by Sang Rong and Li Ping. This happens for about 10 minutes. Sang Yan finally cannot bear it anymore. He says without any feeling, would you guys let me eat? Li Ping starts to scold him again. Now I cannot even say a few words to you? Sang Yan takes a deep breath and uses his elbow to poke Sangji. He is asking her to help him. Sangji glances at him and sighs. Gaga, you cannot do this. It is hurting Mama's heart. Sang Rong, you are older, but you are not as sensible as your May. Sang Yan lifts his eyes and says coolly, she is sensible? Then supposedly for her last holiday, she would come home and accompany you guys. He pauses and looks at Sangji. Right. Sangji chokes. Li Ping and Sang Rong look at Sangji. The attention is shifted to her. Sangji feels a bit regretful for her act of inflaming her parents' anger. She tries to be bold and says, let's eat. After dinner, Sang Yan does not stay for long. He gets a call and wants to go outside. Li Ping is sitting on the sofa and looking at his action. She starts to chatter again. Didn't you plan to stay here? How can you leave right after dinner? Mom. Sang Yan has no bad temper. I am a grown man. How can I stay at home all day doing nothing? Li Ping is unhappy. You just got home? How can you say you stay at home for a whole day? Li Ping continues to ask, where will you go? Sang Yan goes to the shoe rack to change his shoes. Tianfei is looking for me. We plan to go and eat a midnight snack. Will you drink? No. Sangji is eating fruit on the sofa. Hearing this, she lifts her eyes and pretends to be casual. You guys will eat barbecue? I also want to eat. Sang Yan sees through her intention. He smiles and reminds her kindly. You could order takeout. Sangji pretends not to hear him. She jumps from the sofa and runs toward her bedroom. Wait for me a while. Let me change my clothes. As she expects, Sang Yan indeed does not wait for her. When Sangji comes out of her bedroom, she notices Sang Yan is gone. Sangji runs to the shoe rack and changes her shoes. Dad, Mom, I will go out first. Li Ping is startled and looks puzzled. Gigi, you really want to go? Yes. You could order takeout. If not, I and your dad could accompany you to eat. Li Ping finds this strange. In the past, didn't you dislike going with your Ge and his friends? Sangji does not know how to explain, but she acts like she is in a rush. She says quickly, I will be back soon. You guys should rest early. No need to wait for me. Then Sangji just goes out. Sang Yan is waiting for the elevator. Seeing Sangji, he laughs coldly. Eat barbecue? Why do I feel that this is familiar? Sangji does not feel guilty. She says boldly, it is not the first time I have had barbecue with you. I just remembered something and feel this is weird. What? The time I was in my 3rd year, you said that you wanted to help me move out of the dorm. Sang Yan looks at her and asks, that time, was it for eat barbecue too? Chapter 69. Sang Yan's 3rd year. He has graduated for so many years. How could he suddenly remember it? Sangji does not remember it clearly. This time, the elevator door opens. She gets in and says, what do you mean, moving to the dorm? Sangji tries to recall. During the 3rd year of college, to meet Duan Jiasu once more, she indeed said that she wanted to help him out to make an opportunity to meet Duan Jiasu again. Sangji remembers that she got a new toy from Duan Jiasu's dorm. She also remembers she left her homework there. Then there was another chance to meet him again. Sang Yan gets inside the elevator and says nothing. Sangji's expression is stiff. She presses the lift button silently. She looks at Sang Yan and grumbles, how old was I when you were in your 3rd year? I can't remember it. Sang Yan just says, oh, with his indifferent tone. Seeing this, Sangji is relieved. She looks at her phone and sends a message to Duan Jiasu. My Ge and Qianfei Ge want to go have a midnight snack. Are you going out too with them? Duan Jiasu, no. Sangji immediately has an impulse to go home. Duan Jiasu, are you going? Sangji feels that it is wasteful to try hard. She feels so depressed. She types. Then I will go back now. Just as Sangji is about to mention it to Sang Yan, Duan Jiasu calls her. Sangji glances at Sang Yan, then she just answers it. Duan Jiasu says, why do you want to go home? She says quietly, what is the point of me going if you aren't? Sang Yan and Sangji exit the elevator. Sangji follows Sang Yan to his car. Sangji then hears a rustling noise, like he is changing his clothes. Duan Jiasu sounds happy. I planned not to go because I didn't know that you would be going, okay? Sangji, then what was your plan before? Stay at the hotel. Duan Jiasu says. I will chat with you for a while, then sleep. It sounds so pathetic. Sangji blinks and smiles. Then it is better for you to come out too. She gets into Sang Yan's car. Sangji sits in the back seat and fastens her seatbelt. She says, where will we go for barbecue? Sang Yan drives the car. Nearby. After 2 seconds of silence, Sangji coughs and says politely, then let's pick up Jiasu Ge first. Sang Yan says nothing else and just drives toward the hotel. Sangji is worried that Sang Yan does not know where Duan Jiasu is staying, so she tells him the name of the hotel. When they arrive at the hotel lobby, Sang Yan suddenly speaks up. Should I just let you off here? Sangji is still playing with her phone. She is startled. Are we going to have barbecue? Sangji suddenly considers Sang Yan's advice. Okay. Sang Yan laughs coldly. Dream on. Sang Yan feels embarrassed. Can't you restrain yourself? Sangji just realizes that she is being played by him. She releases her breath and says unhappily, I just came to meet my boyfriend now. How can you say that I don't restrain myself? Sang Yan suddenly asks a question. Is it true that Duan Jiasu is the one who pursued you? Sangji opens her eyes wide. What do you mean? I am just asking. Sang Yan then notices Duan Jiasu's figure. Tell Duan Jiasu to get in. No, tell me first what you mean. Sangji is furious. She cares about her face. You think that I lied to you? It is him who chased after me. Moreover, how can you say that I am not restraining myself? These days I didn't even have time to meet him. He looked for me several times, but he couldn't meet me. Duan Jiasu notices them and opens the backseat door. Hearing Sangji's words, he laughs. What are you guys fighting about? Sangji shuts up. Sang Yan is too lazy to mind these two, so he just drives his car. Sangji is calm and collected. She looks at Duan Jiasu. He probably just took a shower, so she can smell his shower gel scent. His hair is fluffy. He is wearing casual clothes. He looks so handsome and gentle. Duan Jiasu shifts closer to Sangji and watches her. The car only has a dim light. At first, Sangji could not see his features clearly, but because he is now close, it becomes clear. His eyelashes are so long. She only gazes at him and does nothing else. Sangji wants to say something, but Sang Yan already speaks up first. Please do not do anything that you shouldn't do in my car. The words break up the romantic atmosphere around them. Duan Jiasu's eyes move. He gazes at Sang Yan. He says nothing and just extends his hand out and puts it in front of Sangji. Sangji pauses and places her hand in his. Duan Jiasu smiles and holds her hand. He looks out the window and raises his eyebrow. He speaks up. Guh. Could you let us off in front? Sang Yan pretends not to hear him. He just drives to the nearby barbecue restaurant and parks the car. He turns off the engine. Then he turns his head and says to Duan Jiasu, "Do you think that I am your driver?" Duan Jiasu laughs. "Didn't I call you good before?" Sangji says, "It is better for us to eat barbecue." Duan Jiasu looks at her. "Okay. Actually, there is no other reason. It is late now and there is no other place to go." Moreover, she thinks that if she goes with Sang Yan to have barbecue, then she does not need to lie to Li Ping. She would not feel so guilty. The restaurant is near Qian Fei's apartment. The three of them get out of the car and walk to that restaurant. Sangji actually feels a bit embarrassed to act intimately in front of her Ge with her Ji's best friend. But it has been days since she saw Duan Jiasu. She does not want to let go of his hand. So she simply thinks that Sang Yan does not exist. Sang Yan also does not mind them too much. He just lowers his head to look at his phone. After a while, Sang Yan lifts his head. He notices their intimate action. He raises his eyebrow and remembers something. He asks randomly, "Duan Jiasu, let me ask you something." Duan Jiasu, Sang Yan continues, "Do you remember during our 3rd year when we moved to a dorm, my Mei?" Sang Yan clearly wants to mention what happened before. Sangji stops breathing and immediately lets go of Duan Jiasu's hand. She panics and slaps Sang Yan's arm. She is furious. "Guh. Can you shut up?" Sang Yan is puzzled. "Why are you so emotional?" Sangji feels annoyed. "You can talk about anything you want, but do not implicate me." Duan Jiasu does not have any siblings, so he does not understand what is happening between them. He just finds them so funny. "Why are you guys starting to fight again?" Sang Yan glances at Sangji but says nothing. It is nothing. Qian Fei comes first to get a table for them. Besides him, there are several other men. Sangji has met them before, but she cannot remember their names. She just knows that they are Duan Jiasu's and Sang Yan's classmates from university. She is the only woman here. Sangji sits down between Sang Yan and Duan Jiasu. A man notices Sangji and asks Sang Yan, "This is your Mei?" Sang Yan, "Oh, last time I met her during Qian Fei's wedding. I have a bit of an impression of her." Sangji is young, so that man waves his hand at her and greets her. "Xiao Mei Mei, hi." Sangji nods. "Hi." All of the other men also greet her. Sangji nods. She is afraid that Duan Jiasu would feel embarrassed, so she hesitates and removes her hand, which is being held by Duan Jiasu under the table. But in the next moment, Duan Jiasu holds her hand again. Then she hears Duan Jiasu add, "Why are you calling her Xiao Mei Mei? Call her Sazi." Sangji chokes and looks at him. Qianfei starts to explain. Sang Yan's Mei Mei is also Duan Jiasu's, girlfriend. All of them do not think that this matter is a great issue, but all of them turn quiet. Then suddenly they roar and start to want to gossip. Duan Jiasu, you're awesome. This girl, I have an impression. I remember that during our graduation, she came over, right? The three of us also took a photo together. Didn't you say that time that she is your Mei? Duan Jiasu laughs and says shamelessly, I don't remember that. Sangji does not join the chatter. She just drinks her water. Duan Jiasu looks at her. I just remember this time. This woman is my girlfriend. Though she does not know most of them, Sangji does not feel awkward. Sangji keeps chewing her chicken and says nothing. She feels that they are living in a different kind of world. She watches them drinking. Even Sang Yan, who has his car, also cannot escape drinking. But Duan Jiasu does not drink any. He refuses to drink. Sangji also has a glass of beer. She just drinks it slowly. Perhaps because Duan Jiasu notices that Sangji is bored. After a while, Duan Jiasu leans closer and asks her, Are you full? Sangji nods. Then Duan Jiasu stands up and makes an excuse that with a woman here, they would be too restrained, so they leave. The men do not say anything to make them stay and just let them be. Sangji releases her breath and holds her bag. She reminds Sang Yan, don't drink too much. Sang Yan, The two of them go to the bus stop. Sangji did not drink too much, but she can feel that her face is hot. She takes out her hand and covers her face. Suddenly she remembers that Duan Jiasu never drinks. She has never seen him drink. Previously she had asked him about it, and he said he is allergic. But now she suddenly recalls that it should be related to his father's accident. She lifts her head and asks him, Are you really allergic to alcohol? Duan Jiasu laughs. I am not sure. Sangji suddenly understands and says, Oh. Duan Jiasu says, If not, let me try. Sangyi says, Do you want to drink alcohol? Later, I will drink. Sangji cannot make out what this person is thinking now. In a moment, she feels that she is wrong. This place is not far from her home. They can just get on the bus and get off at the second stop. They both keep chatting until they enter the apartment complex. When they are about to arrive in front of Sangji's apartment building, Duan Jiasu stops. Sangji also stops. Then Duan Jiasu pulls her and hugs her. There is no one else besides them. He bends his body and holds her chin. He says hoarsely, I will try whether I am allergic to it or not. Without waiting for Sangji's response, he just kisses her lips. Her lips have a faint taste of alcohol, yet it tastes like it has a high level of alcohol that lets them feel drunk. This kiss is much more passionate than their last one. His tongue pries open her teeth. It rolls up with her tongue. His movement is fine and smooth, yet it is rough at the same time. Sangji feels that her lips hurt. She bites his tongue. Duan Jiasu stops and bites her lips back, but then he lets her go. He says, It seems that I am not allergic. He smiles and says again, I think I could kiss you some more. Sangji mumbles, How can you? Silence. I think it is too not good. Duan Jiasu watches her and touches her lips softly. I feel that every day I should meet you. One day of not meeting you. Duan Jiasu pecks her lips. I miss you so much. Doing this near her house makes Sangji feel guilty. She feels afraid of being noticed. Though she thinks there is only a small chance that Li Ping and Sang Rong would come out, she does not let Duan Jiasu walk her further and just says goodbye to him. Her action makes Duan Jiasu laugh, but he just stands there and watches her leave. Sangji runs lightly toward her apartment building. She turns her head and notices that Duan Jiasu is still standing there. She waves her hand toward him and signals him to leave quickly. Duan Jiasu also waves his hand toward her and laughs. He leaves. Sangji uses her key to open the door and go inside. She walks inside and waits for the elevator. She presses the button and looks at the elevator. Then she hears the door open again. She looks over and notices Li Ping coming inside. She is startled. "Mom, why are you coming out this late at night?" Li Ping looks at her and smiles. She says, "I came down to throw away the garbage." Sangji is not sure whether Li Ping saw Duan Jiasu or not. Sangji has no courage, so she does not say too much. She just nods. Indeed, in the next moment, Li Ping speaks up. "I saw it earlier. Your Ji's friend took you home." Sangji scratches her head. Duan Jiasu? Li Ping says. "Isn't he at Ihi too? For National Day, he came home with you." Chapter 70. He is not really coming back with me. Sangji's palms start to sweat. She explains dully, "Jia Sugu also came back to Nanwu, so we ate together. Then Gugu was drunk. He wasn't drunk, so he helped send me home." Li Ping says, "Are you drunk?" Sangji says, "A bit. Don't drink any more in the future. This one, just forget it. Your Gugu is there, so it is okay. But if you are outside, if you can, don't drink. You should pay more attention to yourself." Sangji nods quickly. Li Ping then mentions, "Gigi, previously Mama called you, and once you said that Duan Jiasu was sick and had surgery, right?" Sangji, yes. Why? It was last year. No, Mama is just asking." Li Ping's response makes Sangji feel insecure. She also doesn't know what to say. She just nods and pretends to be calm. Oh. The elevator suddenly feels so narrow for Sangji. Li Ping chats with her casually. "So you guys frequently meet in Ihi?" "Just sometimes." Sangji says calmly. "We sometimes have dinner or something." "In the past, why didn't he come back to Nanwu?" Li Ping says. "How could he come back so suddenly?" Sangji is not great at lying, so she just wants to mislead her. "I also didn't ask him." "I don't know." "You also. How could you not call Mom or Dad to pick you up if your Go is drinking?" Li Ping says gently. "Why should you trouble him to send you back home? It is a rare chance for them to gather." This time, the elevator stops. Sangji follows Li Ping out of the elevator. Sangji says he lives nearby, so it is on the way. Li Ping, Sangji feels strange. She feels like Li Ping notices something is going on between her and Duan Jiasu. She asks cautiously, "Mama, what is it?" "It is nothing." Li Ping smiles and opens the door. "Hurry up and go take a shower. You smell like alcohol." After they get inside the apartment, Li Ping goes to the kitchen and tidies up. Sang Rong is taking a shower in his bedroom. Sangji wants to help Li Ping out, but when she gets inside the kitchen, Li Ping just drives her away. Li Ping asks Sangji to take a shower and sleep. Sangji feels that she is not really a help, so she just returns to her room and takes a shower. She recalls her conversation with Li Ping. She feels ill at ease. She feels that her parents will notice it soon. Sangji feels depressed. She hesitates whether she needs to seize these 2 days to mention tactfully about this matter to Li Ping. She feels this matter shouldn't be hard to mention. Because she is weighed down with anxiety, Sangji does not realize how long she takes to shower. When she is done showering, the light in the living room is off. Only the light in front of the bathroom is still on. Sangji goes to the living room to get a glass of water. When she passes the master bedroom, the bedroom of Sang Rong and Li Ping, she hears that Sang Rong and Li Ping are chatting with each other, but she cannot hear it clearly. Sangji returns to her bedroom. She sits on the carpet near her bed. She takes out her phone and sees Duan Jiasu's message. Sangyi opens it and replies, "I am home. I just finished my shower." She thinks about it and types, "My mom seems to notice that we are dating." Before she can send it, her bedroom door is knocked. Sangji turns off her phone and lifts her head. She stands up and sits down on her bed. "What is it?" "You can come in." The next moment, the door opens. It is Li Ping. She comes inside and sits down on the bed. She seems to be considering something. She is serious. Gigi, Mama wants to ask you something. Sangji puts down her phone. Li Ping asks, tell the truth to Mama. You and Duan Jiasu are dating. Sangji licks her lips. Their eyes are on each other. Sangji responds, what? Why are you ing? Li Ping says. How could Mama not know what you are thinking? You suddenly took out those things from years ago. For the whole day, you just watch your phone and laugh. You suddenly wanted to go out with your good to eat barbecue. How long have you been dating? Sangji just sits up straight and says, not long. So this summer, you didn't go home? No, Sangyi says. I just heard from my roommate that finding an internship is much more interesting than staying home and doing nothing. I thought about it and felt it was true. Li Ping's smile just disappears, and she asks again, so during your summer holiday, did you stay at his place or at the dorm? Sangji is nervous. She stammers, the dorm. Guga also knows about this. I didn't stay at his place. Last time Guga came to Ihi, he also saw us. Mama doesn't mean to interfere. Li Ping sighs. I just want you to take good care of yourself. After all, for this matter, indeed a woman is easily harmed. Moreover, you are much younger than him. Sangji says, I know. So what step are you guys at right now? Nothing. Sangji feels awkward. Li Ping watches her intensely. Mama, you have met him several times. Sangji wants to help say good words about Duan Jiasu. You also know that he is not a bad guy. He treats me well. You don't need to worry. Gigi. Li Ping strokes Sangji's head and says seriously, I just mentioned this to your father. Honestly, we don't really approve of you guys being together. These words are out of Sangji's expectation. She lifts her head and feels a bit at a loss. Why? Li Ping, has he mentioned his family's matter? Sangji nods. Why? Previously, I also mentioned to you that during your G's first year of college, he looked for your good to borrow 30,000 yuan. How could your go have that kind of money? So he asked your father. It was not a small amount of money, so we asked him for a reason. So we could guess about his family's condition. Li Ping says. Mama doesn't mean that we really attach importance to family background. I have met him, and I know that he is a good guy. Because of that 30,000 yuan, he has always treated our family well. He came several times to give you tutoring. I gave him money, but on the last day, he placed it all on the coffee table. Sangji is startled. That time, she could not form her words well. When you were a little girl, he was very considerate to you. I also know that your ge loves to hang out and play with him. Perhaps you think of him as your ge, I have no objection to that. Li Ping sighs and says slowly, but if he is to be your partner, Mama really. Sangji is anxious. She cuts her mother's words. Mama, you can't act like this. I am not sure about his condition right now, but didn't I tell you that his father is a person in a vegetative state? Li Ping says. Also, the family of the victim always comes to make trouble with him? Sangji says seriously, not always. Have you encountered trouble because of it? Sangji is silent for a few seconds. No. With her response, Li Ping suddenly understands. She takes a deep breath and says calmly, Gigi, Mama knows what happened to his family. It is unrelated to him. Indeed, he is miserable. Maybe you could say that I am selfish, but I really don't hope that my daughter will be the one who accompanies him to live that kind of life. Sangji chokes. Then she says seriously, I don't feel it is hard to live with him. He also treats me well. I am very happy to be with him. You're still very young. You have only been together for a short time. Li Ping says. Moreover, now you are a university student. He has been working for a few years. You are encountering different people and matters. Sometimes you might not have the same things to talk about. You would easily drift apart. But, Gigi, Mama doesn't want to say words that make you unhappy. Li Ping stands up and says again, Mama just disapproves, but I won't stop you. You should consider it yourself. Maybe for this matter now for you, it is far away. After all, it is only dating. Sangji says in a low voice, I will consider. I also don't ask you to look for a rich man. Li Ping says. I just wish that you could find someone who treats you well, whom you like, and who is suitable. Sangji never expected that Sang Rong and Li Ping would disapprove. They always spoil her. No matter what she asks, as long as it is not too extreme, they basically wouldn't object. Including going to Ihi University, as well as not coming home for the summer holiday. Besides, they also know Duan Jiasu. They know clearly about Duan Jiasu's family condition. They also know what kind of person he is. Sangji doesn't understand Li Ping's worry. Perhaps it is because of his family condition as well as his current economic condition. But she doesn't feel that there is anything major. Having no house doesn't mean that they wouldn't live well. Sangji feels a bit agitated. She gets out of bed and turns on the light. She then rolls herself up in her blanket. She then takes out her phone and notices that Duan Jiasu has sent her several messages. Duan Jiasu, tomorrow, do you have time to go out? After several minutes, another message. Are you asleep? Then after several minutes. Xiao Pengyu is an expert at sleeping. Sad. Looking at his cheesy emoticon, Sangji feels that her bad mood just disappears. She erases her words, then considers for a while. She takes her earphones and puts them on, then she calls him. Duan Jiasu immediately answers. You are not asleep? Sangji, She is considering whether she should tell him what happened with Li Ping. I was chatting with my mom. Sangji says in a low voice, like she is whispering to him. I didn't see my phone. Then are you getting ready to sleep? Duan Jiasu says. I feel that now young people should be able to stay up late. How can you act like an old person? Sangji frowns. Sleeping early and rising early is good for your health. I get it. Sangji recalls her conversation with Li Ping earlier. She feels worried. She then doesn't really pay attention to Duan Jiasu's words. Duan Jiasu notices that she is unfocused. Are you sleepy? Sangji just regains herself. If you are sleepy, then just end the call. Duan Jiasu says gently. Gugu will look for you tomorrow. Sangji indeed feels a bit sleepy. She says to him, Gugu, let me ask you a question. Duan Jiasu is startled and laughs. The time when I was young. Because she has been staying inside the blanket for some time, Sangji feels out of breath. She just takes her head out of the blanket. When we first knew each other, you treated me very well. Why? Duan Jiasu doesn't really remember it. When have I ever treated you well? You treated me quite well, Sangji says seriously. She mumbles, if you add Qianfei ge, Junwen ge, and also my ge, they are nothing good compared to you. Then supposedly when you were young, you also treated me well? He jokes. It is possible that I am also a good person. Thinking about how he didn't take the money for her tutoring, Sangji turns silent and just says, Also, I seem to have never told you that in the past, my mother was sick. Your family lent me 30,000 yuan. I feel that your parents are good people. Duan Jiasu does not feel embarrassed to mention it. So I also need to be good to you. In the end, Sangji does not mention it to him. She cannot tell him that her parents disapprove of their relationship. But when she thinks about it for a night, Sangji actually feels it is nothing major. As long as she can say good words about Duan Jiasu in front of Li Ping and persuade Sang Rong several times, this should pass too. The next morning, Sang Rong finds Sangji to talk about it. Then he doesn't mention it anymore. Li Ping also doesn't stop her when she says that she wants to go out. Sangji also doesn't mention that thing to Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu mentions it once, whether he needs to go visit Sang Rong and Li Ping, but Sangji feels that it is not the best time because of Li Ping's words. She is afraid that he would be unhappy, so she refuses. That holiday just passes that way. Sangji doesn't bring that many things back home, so she doesn't need to bring back a large suitcase. She doesn't let Sang Yan take her to the airport. In the afternoon on the 7th, Sangji and Duan Jiasu just take a direct bus to the airport. After security check-in, They go to the airport lounge to wait. Sangji doesn't take an afternoon nap, so she feels so sleepy. She is bored, so she opens up the game she downloaded before, an escape room game. She is not an expert at gaming. Sometimes for one level, she can take half a day to finish it. Duan Jiasu sits down beside her and watches her play. From time to time, he gives her a hint. Every time she is stuck, Duan Jiasu gives her a hint that allows her to pass it. After passing several levels, Sangji suddenly just puts down her phone and gets angry. I will not play anymore. Duan Jiasu finds her so funny. What is it? Have you played that game? Sangji throws her phone onto his thigh. She is unhappy. You are too odd. I haven't explored the game thoroughly, but you already know where the clue is. Duan Jiasu picks up her phone and says, this game is from my company. Sangji doesn't really know about his work. She doesn't know what kind of game he created. She feels a bit diffident. She glances at him and silently takes back her phone. Then don't talk. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow and says nothing else. After several minutes, Duan Jiasu speaks up, but this time it is not about the game. Oh right, yesterday Yurga gave me a call. Sangji lifts her eyes. What did he say? He just said 8 words. Duan Jiasu says, 我忘了没的一声. Then he just hung up. Sangji, no need to mind him. Duan Jiasu laughs and lowers his head. He continues to watch her. Do you love to play games? Not really. Sangji says honestly. Not really interested. Then what about your ex-internet boyfriend? Duan Jiasu says. How did you meet him? With your age, supposedly. Duan Jiasu looks at her and says, did you have a marriage partner in the game? Sangji, mm. Duan Jiasu, which game? He is a person with perseverance. For every matter, he will dig it up to its root. When could he change this habit? Sangji answers reluctantly. Mao Xian Dao. Duan Jiasu says lazily, oh. Then silence. Sangji continues to play the game. After a while, there is a boarding announcement. This time, Duan Jiasu says, then one day. Sangji stands up and looks at him. Duan Jiasu finishes his sentence. Go there and get a divorce. Chapter 71. Sangji is quiet for 3 seconds. I have even forgotten about my account. Duan Jiasu also stands up and takes the suitcase. He says gently, then try to remember it. Duan Jiasu holds Sangji's hand and goes to queue. Actually, Sangji did not play that game much. When she was in junior high school, she was instigated by Yan Jinru to make an account. She played it a few times, but she was not interested, so she just deleted the game. She could not even remember the game's rules or appearance. Sangji glances at him and then lowers her head, like she does not pay attention to his words. Duan Jiasu takes out their boarding passes and reminds her, do you hear me? Sangji just replies, oh. Duan Jiasu passes her boarding pass to her and acts like a hard-to-deal-with piece of dogskin plaster. He continues, after you get a divorce, take a photo and send it to your boyfriend as evidence. Sangji says, I really don't remember the account. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow and says, What is wrong with you? Sangji is not sure whether he is happy or not. She says in a low voice, I don't even remember the account. It shows that I completely don't care about that person. If you didn't mention it, I would not even remember him. Xiaoping you. Duan Jiasu calls after her and says calmly, committing bigamy is breaking the law. They both enter the boarding gate. Sangji blinks her eyes and feels that his words are silly. But at the same time, she also feels that his action is very cute. She lifts up her hand and pokes the corner of his mouth. She smiles. How can you say that I am committing bigamy? Duan Jiasu looks at her. How old were you that time? What? The time you had an internet boyfriend. Sangji mumbles to herself, I can't remember it. Duan Jiasu tries to count the time, like he is considering a major problem. The first time I heard about it was the time I came to help give you tutoring. I heard it from your go. That was in my 3rd year's winter holiday. It was also when you were in grade 8. Sangji pinches his cheek lightly and cuts him off. Don't mention it anymore. When you were in grade 10, you came over to Yihi. Duan Jiasu does not feel affected. He says slowly, then, to be precise, your internet dating life lasted for 2 years. 2 years. Duan Jiasu repeats the words and smiles gently. It is quite okay. The two of them find their seats. Sangji's seat is a window seat. She fastens her seatbelt while she watches Duan Jiasu put the suitcase in the overhead bin. She thinks about what Duan Jiasu said at the airport lounge, then she sends Sang Yin a message. Yesterday, why did you call Jiasu Go? After she sees that the message is sent successfully, she does not wait for his reply and just turns off her phone. Duan Jiasu sits down beside her. He does not see anything. He just leans over and comes to check her seatbelt. Then he sits down quietly. He does not act like he used to. He does not lean closer and tease her. Sangji feels a bit strange. Sangji thinks that he should be unhappy about that basically non-existent man. Sangji has never seen him be jealous, so his response somehow makes her happy. She smiles and extends her arm to hold his arm. She acts like she is pampering him. Duan Jiasu just sits back in his seat. He holds her fingers and just plays with them. Though it was 2 years. Sangji blinks and starts to plot the story. Yet I never really talked to him. We just played the game. We just talked about the game. Duan Jiasu is still quiet. Sangji stresses, so I never had any deep feelings toward him. It is okay. Duan Jiasu clearly does not believe her. He just smiles. It is not wrong for Xiao Gunyang to date a few times. Sangji recalls the first time she came to Yihi, how she cried so miserably at the airport. She turns quiet for a while and racks her brain for a reason. She speaks up quickly. That time the reason I cried was actually because my ex-internet boyfriend disliked me. Duan Jiasu, MM. It is just that I felt that the bubble bursts as reality becomes apparent. Sangji looks at him. Have you heard that phrase? Why? The actual reason why I cried is that my ex-internet boyfriend looks too ugly. Sangji says seriously and sincerely. Sangji keeps saying that kind of thing. He is old and ugly. Duan Jiasu actually is not very angry. Though he feels a bit jealous, most of the time he would only tease her about it. Seeing how she tries to calm his mood, how she is willing to belittle the man that she once liked, in a moment Duan Jiasu's mood turns better. Duan Jiasu smiles and gets closer to her ear. Is he really that ugly? Sangji nods. Is he so ugly that he could make our Gigi cry? Then take more frequent looks at Gaga. Duan Jiasu strokes her head and teases her. You will definitely smile and laugh and not cry. At this moment, Sangji feels somehow his words are too unreasonable. She just purses her lips and says seriously, why? Duan Jiasu says, look at me. Sangji lifts her head obediently and looks at his face. In the next second, Duan Jiasu smiles and pinches her dimple lightly. See, you're smiling. After several hours, the plane lands at Yihi Airport. Sangji opens her phone to take a look, yet she notices that Sang Yen still has not replied to her message. She does not really mind it. She just takes a bus with Duan Jiasu, then transfers to the subway to get to Yihi University. She eats dinner with Duan Jiasu near the university, then she just returns to her dorm. For this holiday, only Yu Xian stays in the dorm and does not go home. Sangji comes back early, so this time there is only Yu Xian. Her 2 other roommates have still not returned. Sangji greets her, and then she tidies up her things. Yu Xian is watching a drama while she chats with Sangji. If I had known earlier that I would be bored staying alone in the dorm for a week, I would have gone home too. How was your summer holiday? It was tiring. Sangji wipes her sweat and says, Every day after I got off work, except lying down on the bed, I did not do and could not do anything. I did not even have time to be bored. Uxin, your internship somehow makes me feel frightened of being an intern. Sangji sits down and takes out her phone. Actually, it is quite okay. But I just felt it was hard to adapt at first. Afterwards, it was okay. Duan Jiasu does not look for her, but Sang Yen has replied to her message. It is a voice note. Sangji opens it. Sang Yen, nothing. I was too lazy to say anything. I did not have that kind of energy. Sangji is a bit stunned. You didn't say nothing. After a while, Sangji sends another voice note. I know. It is Duan Jiasu who chased after you. Are they on the same channel? Since Sang Yen did not say anything clearly, it should not be that serious. Sangji does not mind him. She just forgets about it. After the long holiday, Duan Jiasu works again. He starts to finish his piled-up work, so he needs to work overtime. Besides going to class, Sangji also continues to prepare for her competition. Because of their own business, they decrease the frequency of meeting each other. Sometimes they meet up for dinner, but on the weekends they can stay together for longer periods. When Duan Jiasu is free, he accompanies her to go to her class. He accompanies her to attend several gatherings. He pretends to be a student from another university and greets her friends. When Sangji has fewer classes, she goes to Duan Jiasu's office building. She waits for him in the nearby coffee shop to wait for him to get off work. She does not know whether it is a coincidence or not, but Sangji meets Jiang Ying nearby several times. But she seems to be just passing by. She never comes over to talk to her. Afterwards, they meet only rarely. After some time, she frequently comes over to the coffee shop near Duan Jiasu's office. Sangji now can count the time precisely, so she can finish a glass of coffee at the same time Duan Jiasu comes out. They frequently go and have dinner near Ihi University. Sometimes they stroll at the small snack stands. Duan Jiasu sometimes takes a chance when she is unfocused to suddenly bite her snack and then laugh to make her happy again. There are several times that Duan Jiasu recalls his past. In the past, in his life, except earning money and studying to the extent of earth-shattering pressure, he did not think of anything else. Now he does not really need to think about how to earn his tuition fees or living costs, or think about his father's hospital fees. He does not live being so pressured. The days pass in a peaceful way. Summer, autumn, then winter. At the end of December, under her tutor's advice, Sangji sends her final design to her tutor's inbox. She stretches her body and releases a heavy breath. Then she goes to eat out with her roommates. Today, Duan Jiasu needs to work overtime, so Sangji also does not disturb him. She just sends her location to him. No one brings their boyfriend today, so it is all women. They are chatting about their boyfriends or gossiping about their classmates or about popular male celebrities. Sangji listens to it with full interest. When Sangji is done eating, she notices her phone lights up. She glances at it and notices Li Ping's message. She is asking when Sangji will come home for the winter holiday. Sangji takes it and tells her about the approximate time. Li Ping just says, okay. Sangji then tells her about her current condition and chats with Li Ping for a while. Uxian notices her action and laughs. She leans closer and asks, are you chatting with your Duan Guga? Sangji shakes her head. With my mom. Wen Ruolan also asks, because your parents disapprove of you being with Duan Jiasu? Because every night Sangji calls Li Ping, she frequently tells her about her condition, to the extent of her relationship with Duan Jiasu. One time, her roommate asked her about it. Sangji mentioned it once, but she did not say anything specific. She just said the reason that their age gap is too big, so her parents disapprove. No, Sangji says. She asked when I would go back. I feel you don't need to mind this matter. Wang Ruolan continues to talk. After all, now you are in your second year. There is no use talking about it now. You won't get married soon, right? Moreover, you're an ihi. If they don't like it, you can just hide it from them. Sangji, ah. Then she says seriously, we are far away, so that is why I don't want them to be worried. Moreover, it is no use to hide it. She pauses and licks her lips. In the future, I definitely want to marry him. Uxian smiles. It is still a long way to go. Wang Ruolan sighs. Right. I also think that is a long way to go. There are lots of external factors to consider. Sangji is startled and mumbles. Aren't you guys dating to get married? But it is just dating, right? I feel that I would not be together with my boyfriend. Once I mentioned to my boyfriend that after graduation I want to go home. I asked whether he is willing to come with me. He said nothing. Ningwei, I think you should discuss it again with him. But I think there are lots of undetermined factors. You don't need to consider a lot of things. Just seize what is now. Wang Ruolan takes a tissue to wipe her lips and says, if not, you would be too tired. The four of them chat for a while. When they're about to leave and go back to the dorm, Duan Jiasu has arrived. This time he is standing near the restaurant. Sangji blinks and says goodbye to her roommates and walks toward him. Duan Jiasu frowns. You have been drinking? Sangji just answers honestly, just a bit. Xiao Jiogui. Duan Jiasu helps her tidy up her scarf and says, why do you like to drink? Because we ordered a large pitcher. If I didn't drink it, I wouldn't be able to finish it. Sangji clutches his coat and says cautiously, then it would be wasteful. Moreover, my roommates were drinking. It would not be good if I didn't drink. So I drank a bit. He understands her thought, so he just says, I am not lecturing you. Sangji is held by him. They walk together. After a while, she suddenly says, Duan Jiasu, in 3 months, I will be 20 years old. Duan Jiasu looks at her. Sangji does not continue. Nothing. Duan Jiasu stops walking and looks at her face. He takes a look at her red face. He smiles. What is it? Finish your words. Sangji, nothing. Say it. No. Duan Jiasu turns quiet for a while and kisses the tip of her nose. Okay, I agree. Sangji says, what did I say that you are agreeing to? Did I misunderstand? Sangji nods and raises her fingers like she is counting. I just wanted to tell you. I have 3 months to be 20. I am so young. Looking at her dim-witted act, Duan Jiasu laughs. So you have 4 months, then you will be 27 years old. Sangji hiccups and says sadly, you are so old. Chapter 72. Indeed, I am not young anymore. Duan Jiasu does not really mind her words. He is calm and composed. Then you should have pity on me? Sangji lifts her head and acts serious. She answers gently, I will consider it. At first, he was joking, so he did not really think too much about it. He pinches Sangji's face gently and looks at the time and asks, where do you want to go now? Do you want to go watch a movie? After a few minutes of consideration, Sangji shakes her head. Duan Jiasu says patiently, then let me take you back to the dorm. Sangji stands there and does not move. She suddenly makes a request. I want you to carry me on your back. You can't walk. Duan Jiasu says and kneels down. Get on. Sangji just lies on her stomach on his back. She hugs his neck. The next moment, Duan Jiasu just stands up and he asks her, you really only drank a bit? Not even half a glass. Sangji places her chin close to his neck. She says to him, it is like drinking a cola. Duan Jiasu, then next time just drink cola. They walk for a while. Because of the angle, she can only see Duan Jiasu's half face. Am I heavy? Duan Jiasu, no. Sangji feels dissatisfied. Why don't you talk more about it? Say words like, how could you be so light? Duan Jiasu pauses and laughs. It is my mistake. I am not so considerate. Very quickly, he says what she wanted. How could you be so light? Today I think I am much heavier. Sangyi says. My down jacket is heavy. If I take it off, supposedly you would feel like carrying air. Duan Jiasu controls his laughter. Now you are light too. He keeps walking. Sangji calls after him. Duan Jiasu. Today I submitted my product. Sangji mumbles about what happened today. Recently I kept working on my product for the competition. Every day I would change my design. I am so sick of it. Duan Jiasu. Oh, it is done? Sangyi says. But the result will not be out soon. We need to wait until the end of the semester. Then you should rest. I want to get the award. I heard from them that this competition is much more prestigious. There will be a lot of influential people coming over during the ceremony. Maybe they will notice me. Sangji mutters. Then after graduation, my days will be bright. I will get a few thousand yuan for salary. Duan Jiasu, you don't plan to get a master's degree? No. Sangji says depressingly. But I think I would not be able to get the award. There are too many great people. I feel I draw like feces. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu looks at her. Xiaogun Yang should say more civilized words. Sangji looks at him. She blinks and leans over. She kisses his cheek. Seeing how he startles, she smiles and kisses him again. You can even do sexual entrapment, Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. He laughs and asks, me carrying you like this, does it affect how you express your feelings? Just a bit. Sangji realizes that he has been carrying her for a while. Are you tired? If not, it is better for me to get off and walk by myself. How long has it been? Duan Jiasu teases her. I am also not that old. I would not be tired and lack energy after carrying you for a few steps. Hearing this, Sangji turns silent. Then she explains, I do not think that you are old. Duan Jiasu, really? I am just joking with you. Duan Jiasu does not know what Sangji is thinking currently. Sangji just buries her face in his neck. Her voice turns light. She repeats, I do not think that you are old. Hearing the change in her voice, Duan Jiasu looks at her again. What is it? Sangji lifts her head and looks at his face. She feels so sad suddenly. She suddenly thinks about this period of time. No matter how she tries to talk to Li Ping seems to still act the same way. She remembers that day. Duan Jiasu laughed at himself and said to her, I am afraid that you will mind. But it is clear that matter is unrelated to him. It is obvious there is no relation. Yet, because of that matter, he lowers his status more than he should. Because of that, he is treated unfairly. She thinks if Duan Jiasu knows about Li Ping's thoughts, he should be unhappy. Sangji's eyes turn red. She purses her lips and lowers her head again. She sobs. I do not think that you are old. I just feel. I am too young. Duan Jiasu cannot understand her. What? Though usually she does not think that way. Yet everyone seems to think that she is too young. Everyone seems to think that she and Duan Jiasu are together because of an impulse. They are together without considering the future. Everyone acts like they should remind her to make her see clearly that this path is not suitable for her. If she were a bit older, she would have graduated and have a steady and stable job. She could be more economically independent. She could do anything by herself. That time, if she mentions her relationship with Duan Jiasu, her parents supposedly could be more easily persuaded. She has considered that a lot. She thought previously that external factors would not shake their relationship. She always wishes to grow up quickly, to be a grown woman. But the 7-year gap is like her forever pursuit. Why am I 19 years old? Sangji cannot control herself. Her tears fall down. Why cannot I be 29 years old? I do not want to be so young. Currently, besides studying hard to make a better future, she cannot do anything. Duan Jiasu feels something wet on his neck. He frowns. What happened? When I am 29 years old, I should have money. Sangji chokes and sobs. I also do not mean to support you. I would just give the money for you to spend. Duan Jiasu stops walking for a while, but then he continues to walk. Why do you always want to give me money to spend? Then you could be more relaxed. Duan Jiasu smiles. Now I am not living so tiredly. How can you say that you are not living so tiredly? Sangji's eyes are teary. She extends her hand to stroke his head. You always work overtime. You always stay up late. You even have big dark circles under your eyes. You even lose a lot of hair. Duan Jiasu says, what do you mean, big dark circles under my eyes, losing a lot of hair? Do not start rumors. Sangji continues, if now I were 29 years old, I would be 3 years older than you. My gu supposedly would not hit you. Xianfei gu supposedly would not scold you for being a rogue. That would not do. Duan Jiasu says. Gugu likes a younger one. Sangji wipes her tears and says, then what if I become older? Even if you become older, you will still be younger than me. Sangji does not refute. Duan Jiasu finds this hilarious. He says, you're crying because you are young. Are you trying to poke a knife in my heart? Seeing how he smiles, Sangji hugs his neck tighter. She moves her head closer to his ear. She calls him in a low voice. Duan Jiasu. Are you happy now? Sangji says very seriously, then you need to be happy every day. The next moment, Duan Jiasu turns his head toward her face. He uses the tip of his nose to rub against her cheek. Then you should stay beside me every day. At first, Duan Jiasu wants to take Sangji back to her dorm, but from the start, Sangji does not plan to go home. Her mood is much better now. She does not let him carry her again. She just gets off his back. Both of them are chatting with each other. Duan Jiasu turns silent for a while, then asks, has anyone said anything to you? Sangji does not plan to tell him. She shakes her head and says, today I heard from my roommate that after graduation, she would break up with her boyfriend because of being in different places. Also, there are lots of undetermined factors. Sangyi says, I also do not know what our undetermined factors are. So I just think about us. It seems to be an age difference. Why are you unsure about our age difference? It is just that when you take me to meet someone, would you be embarrassed to say that this is your girlfriend? Because after you say it, then they might respond, oh, I thought this was your daughter. He is used to her habit of exaggerating. Duan Jiasu laughs. It is okay. I feel it sounds. Sangji, I would be proud. Sangyi has come over to Duan Jiasu's house several times, so she has clothes there. She does not need to return to the dorm. Recently, she has few classes left, and she is waiting for exam week. She enters the master bedroom. Sangyi takes out clean clothes to change. She pays attention to the time. It is the time she uses to call Li Ping. She calls Li Ping and chats for a while, then she hangs up. Sangji sits down on the bed and daydreams for a while. Then she releases her breath. She stands up and thinks of something. After that, she goes to the bathroom to take a shower. When she is done, she takes her phone again and sends a message to Sang Yen. Gaga, help me. Sang Yen does not reply immediately. She waits for a while, then puts down her phone. She uses her towel to dry her hair. This time it is not really late. It is just 9 o'clock in the evening. Inside the bedroom, Sangji can hear Duan Jiasu watching television in the living room. She exits the living room and plans to stay with him for a while. When it is time, she plans to go back to the bedroom to sleep. Duan Jiasu has just finished his shower too. He is not really watching. He just listens to it and plays a game on his phone. Sangji sits down on the sofa. She moves closer to him to take a look. She also does not know clearly what he is playing. She can smell the faint peppermint scent on him. She asks, I am quite fond of your new shower gel scent. Duan Jiasu, What brand is it? Sangyi says. I also want to buy a bottle. Why should you buy it? Duan Jiasu lifts his eyes and says, cannot you smell it from my body? In the next moment, Duan Jiasu holds her hand and pulls her into his embrace. He laughs and adjusts his position and continues to hug her while playing his game. I will let you move closer so you can smell me better. Sangji just stays in his embrace. She says nothing and just watches him play the game. His fingers are long. His fingers are thin and slender. His nails are trimmed neatly. Sangji has never played that game, so she does not really understand it. Duan Jiasu also does not play it seriously. When she asks, he answers her patiently. The atmosphere inside the narrow living room is silent and peaceful. Duan Jiasu moves slowly. After a new round ends, Sangji wants to get up and return to her bedroom to get her phone. She wants to download the same game to play. But Duan Jiasu just lets go of his phone. His phone falls on her thigh. Then it falls down to the carpet. Then he kisses her neck. Duan Jiasu's breath turns rushed. His hand starts to go under her pajamas. It touches and massages her belly. His breath sprays on her skin. He keeps kissing her. Sangji's mind goes blank. She looks at him. Just as she expects, the next second Duan Jiasu holds her head and kisses her lips. His tongue starts to explore her mouth. He kisses her and bites her lips. After a while, he takes out his hand and tidies up her pajama top. He tries to control his breath. Duan Jiasu says, "If I were not afraid of scaring you." He acts like he cannot vent his anger. His lips continue to slide down and bite her collarbone. He licks it. Now you would cry a lot. Chapter 73. Perhaps because the room has good heating, Duan Jiasu feels his body temperature rising. His fingers are sliding on her back. Without realizing it, Sangji has changed her position from sitting with her back facing him to kneeling on his body. Her hands also cannot be controlled. They keep going up. She places her hands on his shoulders, clutching his clothes. His hot lips are still on her collarbone, biting and chewing. Sangji feels like she is being invaded by him. Duan Jiasu's kiss slides down from her collarbone down to her skin. He sucks on her ear, then bites it. It brings a strange feeling, a feeling that is hard to control. But Sangji does not reject him. She just feels that she wants to get even closer and closer. She hugs him even closer. It is all genuine for her. Duan Jiasu holds her toward his body like he wants to stuff her inside. Then Sangji suddenly feels something stiff and hot pressing against her. She inhales and is confused. She looks down. In the next moment, Duan Jiasu just stops. Both of their gazes meet. He is so attractive right now. The buttons of his top are unbuttoned, showing his chest. It is like an open seduction. Duan Jiasu smiles and holds her wrist. He slowly takes it down. He laughs quietly and says hoarsely, "Why did you touch Gugu here?" Sangji just realizes that her hand is placed on a certain area. She blushes and her mind goes blank. Duan Jiasu kisses her again and smiles. He is like an evildoer. He acts strikingly like a seductive man. Do you like it? Afterwards, Duan Jiasu does not do anything else. He just buries his face in her neck and keeps exhaling hot breath. He suddenly stands up and carries her to the bedroom. Duan Jiasu just puts her down on the bed and looks into her eyes. He touches her lips. "Let me remind you of something. Today, remember to lock the door." Then he exits the room. Sangji stays unmoving. She seems to have lost her spirit after touching that part. She lifts her eyes and looks at the door. She stays silent. After a while, she gets off the bed and goes to the bathroom inside the bedroom. She looks in the mirror. She notices the red marks on her collarbone. Sangji thinks about it, then she lifts up her top to see the red mark on her belly from his fingers. Sangji looks at it and is startled for a while. She purses her lips and gets out of the bathroom. Then she goes to the door to listen for noise. She can only hear the sound of the shower. Sangji opens the door and looks around. She notices that Duan Jiasu is inside the bathroom. He sounds like he is taking a shower. Is it because he is sweaty? Sangji then closes the door and lies down on the bed. Sangji used to bury herself inside the blanket. She recalls what happened earlier and cannot help but roll herself in the blanket. She rolls until she falls to the ground. Because of the blanket, it is not really painful. She stands up and throws the blanket back onto the bed. She goes to pick up her phone. She wants to check something on the internet. Before she opens her browser, she suddenly notices Sang Yen has already replied. ? Sangji remembers her worry, so she replies to him. Mom and Dad already know that I am with Jia Suga now. Sang Yen is very cold. Oh. Sangji, but they disapprove. Sang Yen, because he is old. Sangji, isn't he the same age as you? How can you have the face to say that he is old? Sang Yen is too lazy to type, so he starts to send a voice note. Your Guga me was born after 90, thank you. Sangji has no interest in joking with him. Help me talk to them. Sang Yen says, what should I say to them? You guys want to get married. Sangji cannot help but type, you are too annoying, but very quickly she erases it and changes it. No. I want you to help me talk about Jia Suji's matter. I think they would trust you more. They think that I am still a Xiaohai, so it is ineffective if I talk to them. Sang Yen, why are you rushing things? Sang Yen, 20 years later, if you are still unmarried, naturally they will agree. Sangji tries to restrain her impulse to scold him. For the new year, I want to take him home. Sang Yen says lazily, you are not telling me a serious matter. Tell me first the reason. Why do they not agree? If it is because he is old, then I also have no way. After all, your boyfriend is indeed a bit old. Sangji looks at the screen and mumbles, you are the old one. Sangji thinks about Li Ping's words. Sang Yen supposedly understands Duan Jia Su's family condition. Sangji releases her breath and hesitates for a while. Because of his family's matter. Sang Yen, what is it? Sangji is startled. She did not expect that kind of reaction from Sang Yen. Sang Yen is also impatient. Can you tell me quickly? Do you need me to ask you one by one? Sangji is confused. You don't know about his family's condition. Sang Yen, what do you mean? Why should I ask about his family's condition? Unexpectedly, Sang Yen does not know about Duan Jia Su's family condition. She thought that Sang Yen was the one who told Sang Rong and Li Ping about it. It seems that Duan Jia Su borrowed that money directly from Sang Rong. Sangji is not sure. But if Sang Yen does not know about it, Sangji considers. Okay. Sangji, forget it. If you don't know anything about it. Sang Yen, ? Sangji, bye-bye. Sang Yen, ? Sangji decides to depend on herself. She will wait until the holiday, then discuss this matter again with her parents. She lies back on the bed and opens her browser. She browses, is it a problem if a 30-year-old man is still a virgin? She turns silent, then she changes it, is there any bodily effect? She looks at the words, but does not press the search button. Though she knows that no one would know if she searches, she feels embarrassed, so she just closes her browser. Sangji does not really mind about it. After all, they have already been together for more than half a year. Moreover, with his age, she feels that he is quite miserable. But during that moment, Sangji would feel very nervous. But thinking about it, she still finds it hilarious. She flips her body and does not think about that anymore. She finds a manga to read. After a few minutes, Sangji looks at the time. Then she starts to pay attention to the sounds around her. There is still shower noise. He has been in there for almost 30 minutes. Doesn't he usually take a shower for 10 minutes? Sangji suddenly sits up and suddenly understands. She stands up and goes toward the door. She opens it a crack to look outside. At this time, the shower stops. She pauses and just closes the door again. She also turns off the light and goes to lie back on the bed. Afterwards, Sangji hears the bathroom door open and the sound of slippers. He sounds like he is going to the kitchen. Sangji turns on the bedside lamp and does not continue reading her manga. Her focus is solely on the man outside. She can hear that Duan Jiasu is sitting down on the sofa. After a while, the television in the living room is turned off. The atmosphere turns silent. Sangji closes her eyes. Before she puts on her eye mask, there is noise from Duan Jiasu. He is walking around and stops in front of the master bedroom door. In an instant, she opens her eyes and looks over. In a second, the door opens. Sangji just speaks up. "What are you doing?" Duan Jiasu says lazily, "Didn't I tell you to lock the door?" Sangji says in a low voice, "I forgot." "Then tonight, can I sleep together with you?" Sangji is startled. Both of them are watching each other. Sangji scratches her head uneasily and says, "Then later, wouldn't you want to take another shower?" Duan Jiasu is startled and laughs, yet he does not feel awkward. "Do you know what I was doing?" Sangji feels shy, so she does not speak up. Very quickly, Duan Jiasu just stands up and walks toward the bed. He stands in front of Sangji. She can smell his peppermint scent. Duan Jiasu bends down and kisses her forehead. "Did I scare you?" Sangji is silent for a few seconds and says honestly no. "Oh." Duan Jiasu laughs and teases her again. "Then next time, I can progress to another level. Let's sleep." After he goes out, Sangji lies down again. She is thinking about his words. She strokes her own belly and takes a look at her body. Her expression is confused. Hey, it is a bit too flat. But Duan Jiasu's body is very great. His body is muscular. His shoulders are wide, his legs are long. Hey! Sangji rolls herself in the blanket again. The weekend is over. Sangji returns to her university. Sangji receives messages from the bank about the money transfer from the prize of the previous competition and her summer internship. She feels happy to see it. Afterwards, Sangji starts her life again of studying hard. Every day, she always goes to the library to study until exam week ends. Because she wants to revise, Sangji and Duan Jiasu rarely meet each other. After exam week, she does not immediately go back to Nanwu. She just books the ticket back to Nanwu 2 days after the exams end. She stays over at Duan Jiasu's house for 2 days. The night before she goes back to Nanwu, Sangji remembers something. She takes the initiative to ask, this year, "How will you spend the new year?" "I will be home watching the Spring Festival Gala," Duan Jiasu says. "Then I will wait for you to find me to chat." Sangji chews her potato chips and says cautiously, "Do you want to come to Nanwu and let us celebrate the new year together? If you don't want to come to my home, then I will wait until night and run over to find you." Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow and pinches her face. "I will see later." There is half a month left before the new year. Sangji is afraid that there will be no tickets left. She mumbles, "You should think and decide quickly. If you are too lazy to travel and want to stay in Ihi, anyway, I will look for you every day." "Okay." Duan Jiasu smiles. Remember it every day. Sangji books a flight for the next morning. In the morning at 6 o'clock, Duan Jiasu wakes Sangji up. She moves slowly. Luckily, she does not need to pack her suitcase anymore. She has brought her suitcase from the dorm and has not opened it. So after freshening up and eating breakfast, Duan Jiasu takes her to the airport. She is not sure whether Duan Jiasu will come to Nanwu or not. She calculates that they will be apart for a month. Sangji feels a bit reluctant to part with him. After they arrive at the airport, she does not go through security immediately. She just keeps chatting with him. She acts like an adult and reminds him of a bunch of things. Duan Jiasu listens to her with full interest. When it is time, Sangji still acts like a glue that keeps pestering Duan Jiasu. She keeps hugging him and does not want to move. In the end, she can only sigh with sorrowful feeling. She stands on her tiptoes and kisses him. "Then I will go." Duan Jiasu also lowers his head and kisses her. You need to consider quickly," Sangyu says. "If not, The tickets will be sold out. Duan Jiasu, I got it. Sangji blinks and adds, I hope that you will come. But you don't need to force yourself to do it just because you feel pressured by my words. Sangyu says, if you don't come, I will also have a video call with you. Duan Jiasu smiles. Do you still want to go or not? I will go now. Sangji is a bit unhappy. I just said a few sentences, and you already dislike me being annoying. If you don't go inside now, then I really don't want to let you go. Duan Jiasu stops and watches her eyes. He really wants to eat her dimple. The plane lands around 10 o'clock in the morning. Sangji is not sure whether Sangyan will come to pick her up or not. She just opens the family group chat and types, I am at the airport now. Then she goes to get her luggage. When she looks at her phone again, Sangyan has replied and told her about his location. Sangji comes outside with her luggage. She looks around and finally sees Sangyan. Sangji walks toward him and calls after him. Go. Sangyan looks at her and takes her luggage. He looks unhappy. He just says, Sangji follows him and asks, yesterday you said that you would not come to pick me up and told me to take a taxi? What is it? You should go and ask Duan Jiasu yourself. Ask him whether he is crazy or not. Sangyan is full of grumpiness associated with poor sleep. He tries to restrain his anger. Since 8 o'clock in the morning, he started calling me. Every 10 minutes, he called once. I turned on silent mode. He just called me a takeaway. Sangji wants to laugh, but she tries to help Duan Jiasu. Maybe he sincerely wants to treat you to breakfast. He also made a special note. Sangyan laughs coldly and easily says the note. My boyfriend has a fever. These 3 days, I cannot contact him. I am abroad, so I cannot come home to see him. Please be sure to wake him up to eat breakfast. Thank you. Sangyi asks. Then, your Sazi. Sangyan looks at her and says coldly, was the one who opened the door. Chapter 74. Hearing this, Sangji feels like she should apologize to him. Sangyan looks tired and agitated. He walks faster. Sangji runs slowly behind him to follow him. She says boldly, but he also does not know that you live with your girlfriend. Moreover, she would not misunderstand you. Sangyan is quiet. Sangji says again, you could just explain the situation clearly to him. If not, I will help you explain it. Sangyan walks while taking out his phone. He takes a look at it. Moreover, Papa also asked you to pick me up. Sangyi says, why are you angry with me? Sangyan glances at her. How old are you now? Sangji answers, 20 years old. The time I was 20 years old. Sangyan says, every time I came back for summer holiday, no one would pick me up. I also needed to pick you up, the most annoying student. Do you remember? Why do you always compare yourself to me? Sangyi says, in our family, are we in the same position? Sangyan is too lazy to mind her. He does not drive today, so they take a taxi to Sangyan's apartment. Sangji gets into the taxi before him. She sends a message to Duan Jiasu. I am here. My go also came to pick me up. Very quickly, Sangyan also gets into the taxi after putting the luggage in the trunk. He sits beside her. The driver starts to drive. Sangji asks, why are we going to your place first? I want to go home immediately. Sangyan does not answer. He seems to be so tired. He just closes his eyes after getting into the taxi. Mom and Dad are not home. Sangji feels a bit hungry. She takes the initiative to say, if not, treat me to lunch. Sangji plays with her phone and feels bored. Why don't you answer me? Sazi is really angry with you? You could explain it to her. It is just a small matter. Sangyan still does not give any response. Sangji remembers something again. But since when did you start living together with Sazi? Then what about Yifan Jia? Sangji says with curiosity. Didn't you guys promise not to bring boyfriends or girlfriends to stay at the apartment? This is not good. Wouldn't she feel awkward? Sangyan just opens his eyes slowly and watches her. Sangji responds, You don't rent jointly with her anymore? Sang Yen closes his eyes again and says nothing. Sangji feels uninterested, so she just lets him be. The taxi stops in front of Sangji's apartment building. Sangji does not plan to get out of the taxi together with him. She plans to let him off and let the driver take her home. But Sang Yen looks at her and lifts his chin. He says, "Go upstairs and call your Sazi. Let's go out and have breakfast." Sangji is stunned. "Why don't you go up yourself? I don't even know her." Sang Yen unloads Sangji's luggage and urges her impatiently. "Hurry up." Sangji just bears with him. Oh. She takes the key from Sang Yen and goes inside the building. Sangji has come here a few times during her senior high school, so she is quite familiar with the area. These 2 years, she has not been coming around. She takes the elevator upstairs. She hesitates for a while and does not open the door immediately. She just presses the doorbell and waits outside for a while. After a while, someone opens the door. The woman is wearing simple pajamas. She looks so attractive and beautiful. Sangji pauses and calls after her, "Yifan Jia." When Yifan does not expect that person to be Sangji. She is holding chopsticks in her hand. She looks behind Sangji. "Gigi, how come you are here?" "My gu asked me to come upstairs." Sangji goes in and takes off her shoes. "You still rent jointly with my gu?" When Yifan, Then she goes to pour a glass of water for Sangji. Sangji takes it and thanks her. "Where is my G's girlfriend? Is she inside the room?" The television is on. It broadcasts a recently popular drama. When Yifan sits down on the sofa and looks at the television, she continues to eat her breakfast and answers casually, "It is me." Sangji cannot believe what she hears. She is startled. When Yifan tidies up her hair and says gently, "What is it?" Sangji does not respond too overly. Nothing. She still wants to say something, then suddenly notices the note on the cover of When Yifan's meal. It is writing that Sang Yen said to her. Sangji immediately points at it. "Yifan Jia, are you really angry with my gu?" When Yifan takes a look at it, then she lifts her head and says frankly and ignorantly, "No, I am eating it now." Sangji is relieved. "I thought you misunderstood my gu for two timing in a relationship." When Yifan turns silent for a few seconds and considers, she says, does this mean two timing? I thought he was afraid that he could not wake up, so he called a takeaway and purposely made this note." Sangji explains no. When Yifan, so he really is two timing in a relationship? Sangji shakes her head quickly and wants to explain more to her. When Yifan speaks up and says, "Just let him be." How dare he is. When Yifan raises her thumb and seems proud. Awesome. Perhaps because he is waiting for too long, Sang Yen calls over. But after a while, he personally comes back home. Hearing the bell, Sangji goes to the door and returns to the kitchen. Sang Yen looks at her. "What are you guys doing?" Sangji, Sazi is cooking noodles for me. When Yifan ties up her hair and takes the knife. She is mincing the meat on the cutting board. She looks at Sang Yen and reminds Sangji gently, "Don't call me that. Your gu is too timing." Sang Yen. Sangji is very sensible. She goes outside the kitchen and gives space for both of them. She goes to sit down on the sofa and watches the kitchen glass door. She cannot hear clearly what they are talking about. After a while, Sangji starts to chat with Duan Jiasu. "Do you know who my G's girlfriend is?" "Duan Jiasu, I have never heard it from him." "Why?" "Sangji, she is a very beautiful Jia. Sangji, my G's senior high school classmate. In the past, she rented jointly with my gugu. I did not expect them to be together. I feel my gu does not deserve her." "Duan Jiasu, is she really that beautiful?" Sangji, ? Sangji, how can you be so curious? Sangji feels a bit regretful for mentioning it to him. She looks at the phone for a while, then adds, "But surely I am more beautiful than her." Sangji feels like a third wheel being there. She listens to the conversation between Wen Yifan and Sang Yan while she is eating her noodles slowly. She does not want to disturb them, so after she is done, she says that she wants to leave. Wen Yifan also wants to go out, so she plans to drive Sangji back home. Sangji sits down in the front passenger seat and continues to chat with Duan Jiasu. Why did you call a takeaway for my go? Duan Jiasu, as my token of gratitude. Duan Jiasu, I want to thank him for picking you up. Sangji laughs. Hearing her sudden laughter, when Yifan asks, are you chatting with your boyfriend? Sangji blinks and nods. I heard from your good that your boyfriend was his roommate during college. Right. It is good. He should be older than you, but he would be caring toward you. When Yifan says, moreover, you should know him more thoroughly. I think your good trusts him. It is a rare thing for her to hear someone praise Duan Jiasu for being with her. Sangji is happy and smiles. But it is not the most important. Previously, Yurga showed me my boyfriend's photo. When Yifan sighs in admiration. He is so handsome. Compared to Yurga. When Yifan just stops and seems to notice that she is talking about that person's Mei. She just swallows her words and changes her words. He is okay. Sangji does not know clearly whether Sang Yan has told Li Ping about his girlfriend, but she does not take the initiative to mention the girlfriend to Li Ping. For the next few days, she just lives an uninteresting life. If she is not eating, she would be sleeping. It stays for a few days. Sangji feels bored. With the recommendation from several classmates, she finds a job as a tutor. She also does not forget about the possibility that Duan Jiasu comes to visit their house. She mentions it to Li Ping a few times. Li Ping understands her daughter's intention. Duan Jiasu wants to come over to celebrate the new year? Sangji nods nervously. Is that okay? It is better not. Li Ping considers and says gently, Mama is worried that he would feel awkward spending time with strangers. If he just wants to visit as your boyfriend, it is a bit early. Sangji turns quiet and quickly turns serious. Mama, have you not been listening to my words this period of time? Li Ping, I am listening. I know that you guys are doing this for my own good. You are worried that I would not live well. Sangji says seriously. But you should also be clear what kind of person Duan Jiasu is. If he is not a good one, Gugu would disapprove too. His current economic condition is not lacking now. During university, he studied very hard and always got the scholarship. Now he is also working very diligently. He is not someone without any positive characteristics. Shengyi says, now I am also studying hard, so I can find a good job and earn my own money. I feel I am in a very good situation. Li Ping listens to her quietly. Moreover, for his family condition, previously a woman looked for me, but he always protected me. Now there is no trouble. Sangji purses her lips and says, he also feels unhappy because of this, but he also has no way. I feel that for a lot of matters, he has already done his best. In the past, I said a lot of things to you because I did not want to let you worry about it. I wanted you to be relieved. Shengyi says, I also want you to know that I am serious. I am not together with him just because of an impulse. I am really feeling good and great. Mama knows. Sangji does not know whether Li Ping really believes her this time, but now she feels very depressed. She always feels that her words are ineffective. Yet she is afraid that Li Ping would be annoyed, so she does not mention it anymore. Under this condition, Sangji is also worried to take Duan Jiasu home. Days just pass by so quickly. It is almost the end of the year. Several weeks before the end of the year, Duan Jiasu books a ticket to come to Nanwu 4 days after the new year. Duan Jiasu tells her that the earlier flights are sold out. He tells her that he would go to Wen Xiyan's house to celebrate and eat with her family. He does not want Sangji to be worried. Sangji knows clearly that Duan Jiasu is just comforting her. Sangji is very busy. Every day she accompanies her parents to visit her relatives. However, at night she would have a video call with Duan Jiasu. For days after the new year, Duan Jiasu arrives at Nanwu in the afternoon. Zhangji does not lie to her parents. She just tells them that she would go and find Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu does not let Zhangji pick him up at the airport. He gets off the plane and just takes a taxi to find her. They both meet each other in front of Zhangji's apartment complex. Zhangji accompanies him to go to the nearby hotel to put his luggage. Then they go together to stroll around. She accompanies him to have dinner, then he takes her back to her apartment. Zhangji lets go of Duan Jiasu's hand, and when she wants to say goodbye, just in time they run into Sang Rong and Li Ping, who have just arrived home. Because he is unprepared, Duan Jiasu looks startled. He stands up straight and smiles toward them. He greets them politely. It has been a long time since they last saw him. Sang Rong greets him politely too. He asks about his condition and says, "Let's go upstairs to sit. It has been some time since you were here. How come Ayen never mentions you?" Duan Jiasu nods and answers politely. Zhangji feels her parents act like they do not know about the relationship between Duan Jiasu and Zhangji. Zhangji follows behind them and cannot help but hold Li Ping's hand. She calls after her in a low voice. "Mama." Li Ping finds her funny. "What is it? Do you think we would eat him?" They get into the apartment. 4 of them are sitting on the sofa. Sang Yan is not home. He supposedly is going out with his friends. Zhangji feels so nervous. She does not know what they will say to Duan Jiasu. Li Ping and Sang Rong indeed do not say anything. They are treating him like he is a son of a friend. There is nothing different from the past. After a while, Li Ping suddenly stands up and says that she would cut some fruit for them. She goes to the kitchen and then calls after Zhangji. "Gigi, come and help Mama." Zhangji is startled. She glances at Duan Jiasu, then she answers slowly. "Okay." Cutting fruit does not take a lot of time. Zhangji helps to take out some fruit. Then she washes it clean. Li Ping does not let her cut it, so she just stands there and watches Li Ping cut it. They stay in the kitchen for several minutes. When Zhangji comes out, Sang Rong and Duan Jiasu are still chatting. There is no change. They both look normal. Zhangji looks at Duan Jiasu for a while, then she just feels relieved when she feels nothing is happening. After half an hour, Duan Jiasu takes the initiative and says, "It is late, Shu. Today I will go back first. I do not want to disturb your rest. Another day I will come over to visit." Sang Rong and Li Ping stand up and walk him to the door. Now it is already 9:30 in the evening. Zhangji takes her coat and says, "Let me walk you down." Duan Jiasu smiles and says, "No need. It is near." Li Ping does not stop her. She says, "Wear more clothes. It is cold outside." Zhangji, "Okay." She puts on her shoes and says to Duan Jiasu, "Okay, let's go." Duan Jiasu says nothing else and reminds her, "Zip up." Then he looks at Sang Rong and Li Ping and says gently, Shu, Happy New Year." They both go out and wait for the elevator. Zhangji finally has a chance to ask, "What did my dad say to you when I was cutting fruit?" "Nothing." Duan Jiasu says, "We just chatted." "Really?" Duan Jiasu looks at her and laughs. What else would he say? Zhangji feels a bit insecure, yet seeing how calm he is, she says nothing else. This time the elevator door opens. She gets in and grumbles, "Nothing." Duan Jiasu does not let her walk him outside and just lets her go back inside. Zhangji stands there and then takes out a red envelope from her pocket. She then passes it to him. "Happy New Year." Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. "You are giving me a red envelope?" Zhangji says, "It is not from the red envelopes I received. This is from my tutoring job." Duan Jiasu looks at it. Zhangji smiles. "The red envelope is drawn by me. Is it nice?" She uses oil painting material. The background is red. In the middle, there is a man caricature and also ears and a tail. It is so cute. On the bottom, there is a writing. Duan Jiasu's 2016 red envelope. Duan Jiasu points at it. This is me. Right. Duan Jiasu laughs. How could you also draw a dog's ear? Sangji is speechless. It is a fox's ear. Then you do admit that Nan Huli Jing is me? He leans closer and kisses her forehead. Sangji, Duan Jiasu looks at her. Okay, Nan Huli Jing is me. But I do not admit I am Zheng Yang Kong Tiao. Duan Jiasu returns to his hotel room. He takes off his coat and throws it on the bed. 2 red envelopes fall from his pocket onto the bed. One is from Sang Rong, one is from Sangji. The room is quiet and cold. Duan Jiasu slowly ends his calm expression. His smile disappears. Duan Jiasu's Adam's apple moves, and suddenly he remembers what happened years ago. Because of Su Ruoshu's illness, he called every relative he had to borrow some money. But he would be scolded and hung up on. Everyone was turning their backs on their family. That time, he had no way. In the end, he thought of Sang Yen, whom he had only known for a year. Because he knew that his family's condition was okay, Duan Jiasu mentioned borrowing money from Sang Yen. But Sang Yen was a college student. Sang Yen did not ask a lot of questions and just asked Sang Rong to borrow it. After a while, he got a call from Sang Rong. Sang Rong was asking about his mother's condition. Then Sang Rong immediately transferred that amount of money to his account. He even sent a message. Hi Z, no need to rush yourself to return it. Take good care of your mother. Wait until you get a job and are stable, we can talk about it. If you still need anything, you can find Shu Shu. Duan Jiasu will never forget it. No one was willing to help them, including his relatives. Yet this family, who is unrelated to him, was willing to help him. It is a favor that he will never forget. Duan Jiasu bends down and takes the red envelope from Sang Rong. He recalls what Sang Rong said to him when Sangji was in the kitchen. His tone is calm. Sang Rong said a lot of things, but Duan Jiasu remembers it clearly. Your family condition, I and Gigi's mother, indeed we are a bit concerned about it. If it were said by other people, he would not really mind it. But it is Sangji's family members. They are people who are willing to help him in the most difficult time. Duan Jiasu lowers his head and sits down on the bed. He then picks up the red envelope from Sangji. He feels an intense feeling of powerlessness and inferiority. Chapter 75. When she arrives back home, Sangji changes her shoes and sits down on the sofa again. Sang Rong and Li Ping are still in the living room. They say nothing. They just watch television. Li Ping looks at Sangji and asks, Why are you so quick to come back? Sangji takes a cherry tomato and eats it. She then takes off her coat. She just says, I just walked him to the door. Jia Suga asked me to come back. Li Ping nods and says nothing else. Sangji bites the fruit and looks around. She feels today that Duan Jiasu performed very well. She mentions to her parents cautiously, Dad, Mom, what do you think of him? Li Ping looks at the television. What do you mean? You guys just met him again. Sangji says in a low voice. Now you can meet him and chat about a lot of things. Could you change your impression of him? Sang Rong smiles. He is a good guy. Sangji echoes him. Right, he is a good guy. Indeed, he is very excellent. He is a good guy. When he was in university, though I didn't meet him a lot, I always felt that he would be successful. Sang Rong says kindly. These years, he has lived his life alone. It should have been hard for him. Sangji pauses and purses her lips. Sang Rong does not say anything much. He changes the topic and smiles. I heard from your mom that the first time you met Duan Jiasu, you cried in front of him. Weren't you embarrassed? Li Ping also laughs. I was confused about it. In the end, I just learned that you fought with Sang Yen. Sangji feels embarrassed to hear her parents mention it. That time I was little, okay? Recently, I keep remembering what happened in the past. When you were young, you had bad health. Sang-rong puts down his book and recalls the past. That time, almost every day you would be sick. If not because of allergies, then a fever. Every day, I and your mom kept rushing to the hospital and saw you keep crying until you had no energy left to cry. Li Ping turns off the television. We were so sad and felt sorry for you, yet we had no way. Your good that time was still young too and did not really welcome your appearance. He felt that after having you, we did not mind him that much. Sang-rong says and laughs. He even wrote in his weekly diary that he would rather raise a dog at home than have a Mei-mei. Sang-ji is unhappy. Sang-rong keeps talking without waiting for Sang-ji to speak. Yet the time you were hospitalized and we went to find you at the hospital every day, we lied to him that we lost you. He cried so hard that time. Sang-ji licks her lips. Why are you guys suddenly mentioning this matter? I feel the past is really interesting. I feel that it just happened yesterday. Sang-rong says. In the end, now you and your go are almost married off. Sang-ji says embarrassedly, I still have a long way to go. Sang-rong sighs. Gigi, Papa is not an autocratic person. It is not because our family has good financial conditions that I have a standard to find you a partner above other people. It is also not because I think that no one would deserve my daughter. Yet no matter who wants to be together with you, I would find fault with them easily. It is also not because we feel that our Gigi cannot bear hardships. Sang-rong says. It is just that we are a bit unwilling to let you suffer. We are worried all the time that you would live a hard life. Sang-shi chokes. I am also an average person. I have the same thoughts as all the fathers in the world. Sang-rong says. I hope that my children can live without any trouble or worry. You guys can live peacefully and happily. Sang-ji says, I know. At first, I wanted to hide it from you, but I am afraid that you will be unhappy when you know about it and would blame us. Sang-rong takes off his glasses and says, Today, Papa said something to Jiasu. Sang-ji is startled. She opens her mouth like she wants to say something. I feel that all my worries should be mentioned to him, so I told him about it. Maybe my words hurt him, but he should consider carefully about you guys' future. Sang-rong says, You might think that you guys are just dating, that for this temporary moment you do not need to think about anything else. But if you guys feel that you are not suitable for each other, then Papa feels. It is better for you guys to break up soon. The atmosphere in the room turns silent. Sang-ji suddenly understands what they are saying. Maybe because they worry about her feelings, they keep not making it clear. They just said they disapprove, but they would not stop her either. But they really hope that she and Duan Jiasu could break up because of this. After a while, Sang-ji says, I am really cannot bear even a bit of hardship. When I am scolded, I feel unhappy. When I cannot eat things I want, I would be unhappy. I would only do something I do not like when I am forced to do it. I am stubborn and only want to do what I want. Sang-yi says. So, because I am happy to be with him, I do not feel it is difficult. So I can say all of these things to you. Li Ping strokes her head and says nothing. I am still in university. I am just dating for now. I do not plan to get married immediately. Sang-yi says. There is still a long time. I will also take him home frequently to visit you, to let you see what kind of person he is. I will let you guys understand what kind of person he is. Sang-rong looks at her and says, and then, seriously, I would not force you guys to just accept and like him immediately. Sang-ji releases her breath. I just want you guys to not really mind his family condition, because he could not choose it. For other aspects, it is okay if you want to object. Sang-yi says. Toward him, just be a bit fair. The three of them chat until Sang-yen comes home. Sang-ji feels a bit suffocated. She returns to her room and sits down on the bed. She is startled and thinks about Duan Jiasu's response. After a while, Sang-ji takes a deep breath and calls Duan Jiasu. It is answered in no time. What is it? Sang-ji takes her pillow and hugs it. She lowers her head and does not know what to say at that moment. Why aren't you talking? Duan Jiasu says. Did you accidentally press the button? Sangji just speaks up. No. Duan Jiasu does not continue to ask. He just laughs and mentions another thing. You earned quite a lot of money from tutoring. This red envelope is like a brick. Why are you exaggerating? Next time, I will also give you one. Duan Jiasu says. I did not really pay attention to it. I forgot that our Gigi is still at the age where you can accept red envelopes. Sangji is not in the mood to joke with him. Hearing his voice, she feels even more suffocated. She does not hesitate anymore and asks today, did my dad say something to you? Duan Jiasu is quiet for a while. Very quickly, Duan Jiasu says, it is really nothing. My dad told me about it. Sangji does not know what specifically Sang Rong said to Duan Jiasu. Don't be unhappy about it. What are you thinking? How could I be unhappy? Duan Jiasu says. It is nothing bad. Your parents are very good people. They just mentioned their worries. Sangji asks, what did they say? It seems like they feel that I am too old. It would be embarrassing for you to take me out. Sangji frowns. Can you be more serious? I am asking you so seriously. Shu Shu and A said a lot of things to me tonight. Duan Jiasu laughs. I am not clear which one you are asking me about. It is obvious that he does not want to tell her about it. He does not want to tell her about it, and Sangji also does not force him. Her mood just turns low. She rambles, anyway, don't be unhappy. My parents are still thinking of me as a Xiaohai. They are afraid that I am with a bad person, just like my Go. If there is someone they do not know, they would supposedly say a lot more things. Moreover, what they said does not express my thoughts. Duan Jiasu, MM. Also, your father's matter. No matter what other people say, it is unrelated to you. There is not even a little relationship with you. Don't mind them. Sangji is not an expert at comforting people. She only says her thoughts. I will discuss it again with them. I know. Duan Jiasu says. Don't mention it anymore with them. It is a rare time for you to be on holiday. You should spend it well with your parents. Don't let this affect your mood. Don't worry. Duan Jiasu says very lightly, like he is grumbling. I will consider it again for a while. Sangji is startled. When she wants to ask what he would consider, suddenly her door is knocked. Sang Yan is calling her. Mom is cooking soup. She is asking you to come out and drink it. She lifts her eyes and replies, okay. Duan Jiasu hears it. Go and drink it. Don't let them wait for you too long. Sangji is silent for a while. She does not know how to ask about it. She just says, oh, and repeats her previous sentence again. Then don't be unhappy. After Sangji finishes her soup, she goes to take a shower. Then she takes out her phone again and opens up her WeChat messenger. She hesitates for some time and types. You said that you would consider. What would you consider about? She feels like the world stops. Sangji erases all the words and types. Good night. She turns off the light and lies on her stomach on the bed. She keeps thinking about his words. I will consider it again for a while. Consider it again for a while. Consider. Sang Rong said his worries to Duan Jiasu. What would his worries be? Is it because of the age difference or about his father? But those two things are not changeable. The remaining one is economic condition. But he is also not very poor. But maybe for the time being, he cannot buy an apartment. Yet after several years of working hard, and when she would be working, it would not be a major problem. So, what would Duan Jiasu consider again? He would not. Sangji tries hard to calm her thoughts. She looks at the ceiling, startled. Sangji's eyes turn teary. She suddenly feels unable to breathe properly. Yet, she tries not to cry. At this moment, she feels her confidence becoming unclear. Actually, Sangji feels that one day her parents would change their thoughts. But this time, she really does not know what to do. She feels distressed. She feels worried and scared about Duan Jiasu's thoughts. Sangji is very clear that he does mind about this. So during their first day of being together, he mentioned his family's condition to her. He also worried about whether she would mind it or not, even if he knows that it is unrelated to him. Yet, because of that matter, he feels inferior. He cannot change that fact. Sangji is also worried that because of Sangrong's words, he would really feel that he himself is not good enough. Would he feel pressured because of her? Would he give up because of his gratitude towards Sangrong? Would he really not want to be with her again? Would he really give up? Sangji purses her lips and cannot control her choke. Once again, she picks up her phone and wants to say something to him. She does not want him to be sad and mind about this. He does not need to consider any more about all of that. This time, Sangji feels extremely powerless and weak. She feels that in this lifetime, she could treat him well. She hopes he would not be unhappy about what happened in the past. She does not wish for him to feel hurt. But because of her, now he seems to be hurt. She puts down her phone slowly. Sangji's mind suddenly turns blank. She suddenly remembers. Previously under Duan Jiasu's apartment building, she was so cautious. She confessed her feelings to him. His eyes were lighting up that time. He came closer and hugged her. Then he kissed her forehead. Then he said lovingly, I also like you very much. The next day, in the early morning, Sangji is taken by Li Ping to go and visit relatives. Li Ping knows that Sangji is unfocused, yet she does not force her. She just finds a reason and lets Sangji go home. From the relative's house, Sangji goes and looks for Duan Jiasu. Because he needs to work again on the 7th day after the new year, he cannot stay at Nanwu for a long time. He has booked a night flight to go back to Yihe. Duan Jiasu looks like his normal self. Sangji emphasizes her thoughts again to Duan Jiasu. She asks him not to be unhappy because of Sangrong's words. He just smiles and says, Why are you acting like you are pampering a little kid? Before getting on the plane, Duan Jiasu reflects on what happened and takes the initiative to comfort her. He says, You should spend the rest of your holiday well. Then you can come back to the dorm. Sangji nods. This time, you might be away from home for several months. Duan Jiasu says. Later, don't cry because you miss home. Sangji looks at him, and her lips move. She wants to ask something, but she is afraid that she will not get the answer she wants. She turns silent and nods. Sangji is not sure what she is worrying about, yet she also does not dare to ask him what he wants to consider. She is alarmed. She thinks that if she does not ask, the situation will still be the same. She feels like she is turning into a pessimist. She can only think of the negative side. Yet thinking too much about it, Sangji feels like she is scaring herself. If Duan Jiasu had that kind of feeling, he would not act this way. Sometimes a lot of thinking and a small matter make a change. After Duan Jiasu returns to Yihe, he is so busy. His communication with Sangji has decreased. This actually is a normal thing. Previously, Duan Jiasu also worked overtime. He was so busy. Sometimes when she looked for him through WeChat, he also would not reply to her immediately. Sangji did not mind about it. But this period of time, because Sangji keeps thinking of his words, I will consider it again for a while, her mood piles up. She feels like she will explode soon. She links up his actions. Sangji is confused. She is considering whether he is avoiding her or not. Would he really be considering breaking up? At night, Sangji sleeps uncomfortably. She has a dream. In her dream, Jiang Ying once again appears in front of her. She says to her, You guys are really breaking up? It is okay. Duan Jiasu also would not be too sad. He would feel that you could find a better one. She dreams about that day when she did not go into the kitchen with Li Ping. Then she watches Duan Jiasu and Sangrong talk with each other. Duan Jiasu is smiling rigidly. She dreams about how Duan Jiasu laughs at himself. I am afraid that you will mind. She dreams that he is smiling and saying, I feel that your parents are good people. They helped me. I cannot let them down. The moments are crisscrossing. The dream seems so real. In the end, Sang-ji dreams of that night. In the dream, he does not take her red envelope. He says to her, if not, let's just forget it. The next moment, Sang-ji opens her eyes and wakes up. She covers her chest, and her mind is blank. She is at a loss. At that time, she seems to forget what she dreamed. After some time, she feels empty. She takes her blanket and suddenly starts to cry. She cannot control her sobs. She is afraid that she will disturb Sang-rong and Li Ping, who are sleeping in the next room. So she tries hard to restrain herself. Sang-ji picks up her phone and wants to call Duan Jiasu. She looks at the time and stops. She just lets her phone light turn off. After some time, Sang-ji makes a decision. She wipes her tears. She once again picks up her phone and books the soonest flight to Yihe. Sang-ji can only book the flight for tomorrow night at 10 o'clock in the evening. After she wakes up in the morning, she says to her parents that she has something to do at the university, so she plans to come back to Yihe earlier. After lunch, Sang-ji starts to pack up. She looks at the milk bottle and stops. She takes it. She takes the stars out of that bottle. Until now, Sang-ji still remembers which stars she used to write her feelings on. Sang-ji takes the two same-colored stars and puts them in her pocket. When it is almost time, Sang-rong drives her to the airport. Sang-ji passes through security check-in alone and waits at the airport lounge. She hesitates, then she sends a message to Duan Jiasu. She waits for a while, but she has not gotten any reply. She purses her lips and still does not tell him that she is coming back to Yihe now. She gets on the plane and leans back in her seat. Sang-ji buckles up, and then she recalls what happened during grade 10. She secretly ran away to Yihe to find him. It feels the same. That time, it was not the first time she took the plane, yet it was the first time she took a long flight. She pretended that she was not afraid. She pretended that she felt okay. She pretended to be so brave. She just wanted to meet him. Sang-ji puts her hand in her pocket and touches her stars. She decides something. After 3 hours, Sang-ji arrives at Yihe Airport. She turns on her phone and drags her suitcase. She walks toward the exit. Just in time, Duan Jiasu calls her phone. Sang-ji answers. Ji, I just heard from your good that you are coming back to Yihe today. Sang-ji, You are here. Duan Jiasu pauses. Why didn't you tell me? I wanted to tell you, but you ignored me. Sang-ji says depressingly. These days I have been a bit busy. I did not look at my phone. It is not because I wanted to ignore you. Duan Jiasu says. I am at the airport now. Where are you? I am sitting on the chair near the T3 exit. Sang-ji sits down there and takes out the 2 stars from her pocket. She rubs her eyes and decides that this time she will not cry. After around 5 or 6 minutes, Sang-ji notices that Duan Jiasu is here. Duan Jiasu walks toward her. He takes off his coat and wraps it around her body. You have been here for quite some time. Why don't you know the temperature in Yihe? Sang-ji watches him. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow. What happened? Sang-ji lowers her head and passes the stars to him. Seeing this, Duan Jiasu takes them. What are these? She used to want to hide this. In this lifetime, she does not want him to know about it. She feels that she is miserable. She is a loser. In matters of feeling, Sang-ji feels inferior. She feels that they are not in an equal status, so she used to want other people to feel that Duan Jiasu is the one who invests more in their relationship. She wants him to think that way. She hopes that he could stay by her side forever. Do you remember the time I came to Yihe for the first time? Sang-ji lifts her eyes again and says seriously. The time I said that I came to find my internet boyfriend. Why do you suddenly mention it? Actually, I had no internet boyfriend. Sang-ji actually does not want to cry even a bit. She feels crying makes her even more miserable. Yet she starts to sob. That time, I came to look for you. Duan Jiasu seems not to understand her. He kneels in front of her. What is it? I heard from my good that you had a girlfriend. Sangji does not dare to look at him. She controls her sobs to finish her words. I stole my ID card and bought the ticket. The truth is, I started to like you long before I came here for university. Long before I came to Yihi. Sangji wipes her tears and cannot continue. I lied to you. I am afraid that you will think that I will tell you everything. I will tell you all about it. That way, would you realize that you are a very good person? Then would you not be swayed by each other because you know that I like you so much? So you would not think that you are nothing and be together with me forever. I like you. I like you very much. It has persisted for almost 7 years. Since I was so young until now, even until forever. Sangji is very certain that she definitely will not like any other man the way she likes him. Duan Jiasu feels helpless. He does not know how to respond. His Adam's apple moves. He suddenly understands her. He looks down and unfolds the stars. He reads the writing on them. Though I do not really want to admit it, but I seem to start liking someone. 2009, November 5th. His name is Duan Jiasu. 2009, November 5th. Do you believe it? Even from the time I did not know how to write your name, I had already fallen in love with you. Chapter 76. It feels like they return to the past. In the winter of Yihi City, in the spacious and crowded airport. Near the T3 exit, the young lady is controlling her tears. In the same seat, she says the words she didn't dare to say that time. She reveals what she tried to cover up. She exposes what she used to be ashamed of. She presents everything. She wishes that he could accept her sorry figure, then transform it into energy and his armor. He looks at those writings for a while. Duan Jiasu lifts up his eyes and looks at Sangji again. His voice is hoarse. What are you afraid of? Sangji sobs. I am afraid that you would think that I am odd. She is afraid that he would think that when she was young, she should not have had that kind of feeling toward him. She had pretended to drift apart from him. She used one lie to cover another lie. It should be odd. It is also indescribable. It is not odd. Duan Jiasu extends his hand and wipes her tears. He pampers her. How do you fold these stars again? I could not fold them. Sangji's eyes are red. She takes it and folds it back. Duan Jiasu follows to fold the other star. Very quickly, those 2 pieces of paper turn into stars again. Duan Jiasu takes those 2 stars and looks at them for a while. Then he puts them in his pocket and says, then I should keep these in a good place. Sangji lowers her head and looks at her toes. She does not say anything. Then, to be exact, I have been making you cry for so many times. Duan Jiasu says. He holds her hand. Sangji takes a breath, and her tears are falling. How can you say that you are not a crybaby? Duan Jiasu stands up and says, stand up. I want to hold you. It is not convenient to hold you if you are sitting down. Sangji once again wipes her tears and stands up. The next moment, Duan Jiasu bends his waist and hugs her. He comforts her. Why are you telling me this now? Sangji says depressingly, I just wanted to say it. You came back earlier just to say this to me? Sangji is silent for a few seconds and says, I came to find you because I also have something to say to you. Duan Jiasu, then why are you crying? This time, I do not have a so-called girlfriend. Duan Jiasu loosens his hold and laughs lightly. Now I have a real girlfriend. Sangji lifts her head and watches his face. Duan Jiasu helps to tidy up his coat on her and buttons it up. He says, why are you looking like a little pathetic person? Why don't you wear thicker clothes? Sangji stands there and does not move. She just watches him. Sangji looks like a Shanghai who stole an adult's coat. He smiles and wipes her tears again. Let's go. Go home. They get into the car. Sangji takes out a wet tissue from her bag. She wipes her tears, then she just turns calmer. Seeing him somehow makes her much more at ease. Duan Jiasu helps her buckle up and asks again, why did you decide to come back earlier? Sangji answers honestly, because you ignored me. I did not ignore you. Recently, I had so much work. I finished late, and I did not want to disturb your sleep. I thought you were avoiding me. Duan Jiasu is startled. I was avoiding you. You said that you would consider again for a while. I also do not know what you want to consider. Mentioning this makes Sangji unhappy again. Then you did not really mind me. I thought you were avoiding me. I thought that if we were talking on the phone, you would be better at speaking. Yet if I come over and talk to you, Sangji says dully, you supposedly would not have the face to mention it. Duan Jiasu understands her thought and he laughs. What would I mention? Sangji says nothing. What are you thinking? Duan Jiasu drives the car. He says calmly, if it were not for your father's disapproval, I would immediately grab you to register for a marriage certificate. Sangji mumbles. Why can you use the word grab? I am afraid that you will run away. Hearing this, Sangji turns relieved. She looks at him. Then you said that you wanted to consider again. What are you considering? I am considering whether I should accompany you to stay here for 2 years, wait until you graduate, then go back to Nanwu together with you. Duan Jiasu says calmly. Or should I come back now and settle down first? Sangji is startled. You do not plan to stay in Ihi? It is okay if you want to continue to stay in Ihi. We can both discuss it. Sangji says seriously. You do not need to accommodate me for everything. I really do not want to stay here. Duan Jiasu says. Moreover, if I do not accommodate you, then who should I accommodate? I keep telling you not to worry. Why are you still crying because of this? Duan Jiasu says. Xiaogun Yang, you should just study well, then every day you should pester your boyfriend. Do not mind anything else. Sangji frowns. I would mind. This period of time, I will go to your house and visit your parents again. Duan Jiasu says seriously. I will make it clear with your parents. Don't worry. Sangji came over on a night flight, so when they arrive at Duan Jiasu's apartment, it is already early morning, 2 o'clock. Sangji starts to be relieved. She has arrived at a familiar environment. Now she feels tired yet secure. She says goodnight to Duan Jiasu and returns to the bedroom. Duan Jiasu has no sleepiness in him. He sits on the sofa and hears that Sangji is going into the bedroom. He hears that she is showering. He recalls what just happened before. He recalls what she said. He takes out the stars. Then he stands up to find a box to keep them. Then he goes into the bedroom and places the box near his bedside. Duan Jiasu returns to the living room and takes a cigarette out of the cigarette box on the coffee table. He smokes it for a while. He is at a loss. He smokes his cigarette and closes his eyes. Duan Jiasu, you are really a rogue. Because she is sleepy, Sangji takes a quick shower. She yawns while she dries her hair. Then she lies down on the bed. She covers herself well with the blanket and falls asleep. In a daze, she can hear the door open and close. It happens once more. Sangji opens her eyes and is silent for 2 seconds, then she falls asleep again. When she wakes up again, she does not think that much time has passed. The sky is still dark. She gets out of bed while her eyes are still heavy with sleepiness. She goes to the restroom for a while. When she comes out and wants to lie down on her bed again, she feels so thirsty. She rubs her eyes and opens the door. When she comes out of the bedroom, she can smell a heavy smell of alcohol. She gradually becomes sober and goes toward the living room. The living room is quite dark as only the small table lamp is on. Duan Jiasu is sitting on the sofa. There are several empty beer cans on the floor. Sangji is confused. She starts to think that she is dreaming. Why are you drinking beer? Duan Jiasu lifts his head slowly. Duan Jiasu looks drunk. He looks giddy. Seeing Sangji, he just smiles and waves his hand at her. Xiaohai. He looks like a person who is the source of trouble. It has been quite some time since he called her that way. She is confused about how to respond. Yet very quickly, She guesses that he might be drunk, so he does not know what he is doing. She takes the initiative and says, "I will pour a glass of water." Duan Jiasu just holds her wrist and pulls her into his embrace. Sangji is caught off guard. She just stays in his embrace. Then she takes a look at his face. His eyes show that he is not really drunk. Duan Jiasu just leans closer and his lips stick close to her ear. It is warm and numbing. He bites her ear. Sangji can smell a faint scent of alcohol on him. It is indescribably pleasant to smell. Sangji just hugs his neck and feels itchy. She cannot help but retreat. But she is pulled closer again toward his body. His palm is hot, and it is on her waist. It somehow feels electrifying. The world seems to belong only to the two of them. Sangji forgets her reason for coming out of the bedroom. She seems to be intoxicated by him. She lifts her head and bites his Adam's apple lightly. Sangji can feel that Duan Jiasu's body turns stiff. Duan Jiasu raises her chin using his hand and looks at her for 2 seconds. Then he kisses her hard on her lips. His action feels crude and rough. His tongue sweeps and explores her teeth. It does not let her go. It is meaningful and passionate. Their bodies are full of awareness. They seem to be possessed by each other. After a while, Duan Jiasu lets her lips go. His eyes are full of passion and lust. He opens up and says hoarsely, "Xiao Hai." Sangji lifts up her eyes to look at him and replies, "Mm." He sounds different from his previous self. He seems to be seducing her. Make love with Gaga? Chapter 77. Because of the dim light, his facial features are more impressive. He lowers his eyes and looks at her. After he says those words, Sangji feels like her mind has been slapped. She is startled. She can feel the pain on her lips. It somehow reminds her that everything happening now is real. It is not an imagination or a dream. Sangji regains herself. She feels like someone has thrown a bomb toward her. She stops breathing for a moment. She somehow cannot believe what she heard. Sangji is puzzled. With Gaga. What? Duan Jiasu does not repeat himself. He just looks at her. Sangji cannot make out what Duan Jiasu is thinking. He is smiling. He lifts his hand and uses his finger to touch her lips. It is too seductive. It shows a signal. It makes Sangji lose her sleepiness. Though she knows that he is always shameless, yet Sangji never thinks that he could be this shameless and calm. How can he be so shameless and calm? This old man, how can he be so frank and unrestrained? Sangji does not know how to answer him. Her heart keeps beating so erratically. It is so loud and clear. She thinks that Duan Jiasu should be able to hear it too. Is she nervous? Why should she be nervous? She would not. Would not. Sangji prepares herself. She lifts her eyes, and once again his scent enters her nose. She pulls his hand and says, "So you drank all of this to boost your courage?" Her sentence breaks the romantic atmosphere. Duan Jiasu does not expect her to say those words. He is startled for a while before he laughs. He looks happy. Sangji suddenly remembers why she came out of the bedroom. Oh, she was thirsty. She came out to have a drink. If this had not happened, she should have finished her water and returned to bed to sleep. Duan Jiasu smiles and takes back his hands. He asks her, "Why did you wake up so suddenly?" Sangji glances at him and says in a low voice, thirsty, "I got up to have a drink." Duan Jiasu says, "Mm." He carries her up like he is carrying a little kid. He takes her to the kitchen and places her on the kitchen counter. He then goes to the fridge to take a bottle of water. He opens it and gives it to her. Sangji takes it and drinks. She asks, "Why are you drinking?" "I am not in a good mood." "Why?" Duan Jiasu smiles. "I feel that I am not good to you." Sangji swallows the water in her mouth and says, "In what way are you not good to me?" He does not explain to her and just stands near the kitchen counter. He watches her silently. "Sangji, are you drunk?" Duan Jiasu laughs. No. Then why are you saying strange things? Sangji puts down the bottle and leans closer to look him in the eyes. Is there any other reason? No. But I don't. Sangji stops and asks, is it because of my words today? Duan Jiasu says nothing and just wipes her wet lips. She does not expect that her words would affect his mood. Sangji explains quickly, my words are not for blaming you. I just wanted to tell you. You might not have known about it. Moreover, I was young at that time too. No matter if it is in the past or now, you always treat me well. Duan Jiasu lowers his head and starts to kiss her again. Sangji raises her neck and accepts his kiss. This time, his kiss is gentler and softer. Her eyes are open. She watches his appearance. She just realizes. He never drinks, yet because of her, he breaks his principle. Sangji. Duan Jiasu lets her go and holds her face. He says hoarsely, I love you. Indeed, he has considered. If it is not me, would you meet a better person? If everyone opposes and disapproves, does it mean that I do not deserve you? He has considered whether Sangji would regret. Would she regret being together with him? Would she persist in being together with him though her parents disapprove? Would she not feel anxious? But because of her, he is not scared of any other external force. He tries hard to let go of his sense of inferiority. Because of her, he feels that in this world, only he deserves her. He wants to be with her. Duan Jiasu lowers his voice and says in her ear, I will not let you regret. Sangji blinks. She cannot describe her feeling at that time. She hugs his neck and buries her face in his chest. Duan Jiasu kisses her ear and says gently, do you want to drink more? Sangji shakes her head. Then let's sleep. Duan Jiasu hugs her again and takes her to the master bedroom. Seeing this, Sangji lifts her head and purses her lips. Didn't you say before? His body is hot. Sangji can feel the heat from his body. She blushes and cannot say it clearly. It is. Duan Jiasu responds and looks at her. He laughs. I was just scaring you. Oh. Duan Jiasu wants to open the door, then he just hears the person in his embrace say, yet I was not scared. She holds his clothes tighter. This time, Sangji says clearly yet nervously, I am not saying no. He pauses. Duan Jiasu's breath turns heavy. It sprays onto her neck. He closes his eyes and tries to hold on to his rationality. Do you know what you are saying? Sangji feels that every part of her that he touches is turning so hot. She tries to control her shivering and pretends to be calm. I am not a Xiaohai anymore. Without waiting for her to finish, Duan Jiasu just raises his head and kisses her lips. She cannot finish her words. Sangji's eyes are open. Because she does not know what to do, her body turns stiff. Because of his action, she unconsciously shrinks back. Her action is careful and timid. She responds to him choppily. Sangji feels herself floating. She feels insecure and can only depend on the man in front of her. It is odd and novel for her. Sangji pants and shivers. She says, let's go back to the bedroom. Duan Jiasu stops. He laughs. Then he just takes her back to his bedroom. The light in the bedroom is off. There is only a dim light from the small bedside lamp. Sangji's body is on the bed. Her first response is to turn off the small bedside lamp. When the light is off, Sangji remembers the photo on the headboard. It is her and Duan Jiasu's photo from his graduation. In the next moment, Duan Jiasu's whole body leans close to her. His body sticks close to her back. In the darkness, Sangji just takes the photo and puts it down so it faces down. Duan Jiasu's lips stop on the back of her neck. He starts to kiss it. Then he uses his other hand to open the drawer next to the bed and takes out a box. The window curtain does not shut out the light. It shows a bit of moonlight. Sangji notices his action and can see clearly what he takes out. She cannot help but ask, how could you buy? Duan Jiasu pulls her clothes lightly, then he stops. He laughs quietly and says with his deep voice, "I bought it a long time ago. It is expired already." Then Duan Jiasu holds Sangji's hands. He looks at her face. He pants. The atmosphere in the room turns passionate. The black-haired man has changed his refined and gentle appearance. Now he is smiling like a scoundrel. His face shows his stirrings of love. Duan Jiasu lowers his head and touches her. Every movement of his cannot be controlled, yet every time he hears her voice, he tries hard to control himself. He is gentle. Duan Jiasu's movement is affectionate and continuous. He is patient and takes care of her. He pampers her. Don't be scared. Sangji buries her face in his neck. It is a boundless night for them. The Xiaogun Yang whimpers slowly like a catalyst. It makes him tear open all of his masks. He shows his most authentic self. He wants to take possession of all of her. He wants to seize everything about her like a wild beast. Duan Jiasu's eyes are red. He says, "You're mine." She is tossed about by him for a while. Sangji's voice is hoarse. She feels her whole body is full of sweat and sticky. She wants to get out of bed and take a shower, but her legs are weak. She has no energy. In the end, Duan Jiasu just carries her to the bathroom. He sorts everything out. He says, "It seems like I am not too good at controlling myself." Sangji is sleepy and tired. Her whole body is aching. She has no energy even to talk to him. She just wants to get clean and sleep. She is like a marionette. She just lets him help her. She does not even have the energy to be shy. Very quickly, Duan Jiasu touches and adds, "Why are you swollen? Are you hurt?" Sangji feels her sleepiness just disappear. She takes a deep breath and kicks him. She is somewhat irritated. "Can you be quiet?" Duan Jiasu laughs and helps her put on her clothes. Then he carries her back to the bedroom. Inside the room, there is a remaining scent of their contact. Sangji does not have difficulty sleeping in a bed other than her own. She is also too lazy to bicker with him for taking her to his bedroom. She just wants to sleep. She lies on her stomach on the bed. She just gets under her blanket and does not lie down well. The next moment, he just hugs her again. Duan Jiasu smiles. "Let's talk," Sangyi says. "Let's talk tomorrow. I am sleepy. I just gave you myself. How can you treat me so coldly?" Duan Jiasu pinches her cheek lightly. "How can you be so ruthless?" Sangji does not want to respond to him. She can feel that Duan Jiasu is watching her. His gaze is scorching hot for her. She feels really sleepy, so she just extends her hand to hug him to pamper him. Duan Jiasu just holds her hand and says nothing else. In her light sleep, Sangji can hear him say, "Being a beast once." It is not too clear. In the next second, she hears, "It makes me not want to be a person anymore." Chapter 78. Recently, she has not been able to sleep soundly. Moreover, last night she could not sleep very well. Sangji sleeps so soundly and does not wake up early. In the morning, she feels her head is so heavy. She cannot turn her head around. For a time, she cannot describe the feeling. She lies down on her bed and is startled for a while. She then flips her body and looks at the alarm on the bedside table. She notices that it is already 12 o'clock noon. Then she notices the upside-down photo frame. She takes a deep breath and puts it upright. She looks at it. In that photo, she was so little. She is still tender and young. She extends her hand and touches Duan Jiasu's photo. She suddenly remembers what she did yesterday. She covers the photo again. That time, she was not too mindful of his action, but now when she thinks about it, she feels like she is trying to cover up a misdeed, only to make it more conspicuous. She watches it for several seconds. Sangji mumbles in a low voice, "Couldn't he change it to another photo?" Sangji just sits up and then lets the blanket fall from her body. She looks at what she is wearing. She is wearing a loose t-shirt. She can see the red marks on her body. Sangji just realizes that she is wearing Duan Jiasu's clothes. She is only wearing a t-shirt and nothing else. She feels the aching is lightened. She gets out of bed and does not feel too uncomfortable. There is only a slight feeling of unwell. She feels that wearing only a t-shirt makes her feel naked. She wants to go back to the master bedroom and wear her own clothes. Before she reaches for the door opens. Duan Jiasu opens the door. He notices Sangji's appearance. He raises his eyebrow and examines her. Then he looks her in the eyes. Seeing him makes Sangji remember what happened last night. Her face starts to become hot. Now she does not know how to act in front of him. Sangji looks over at the other place and asks, "You do not need to work?" "Duan Jiasu, I am taking a day off." Sangji strokes her head and nods. "I will go freshen up." Duan Jiasu just says, Yet he keeps watching her. He seems not to want to move away. He lowers his head like he wants to kiss her. Sangji immediately covers her lips. "I have not brushed my teeth." Duan Jiasu laughs and just kisses her hand. He looks down and notices the exposed red mark on her body. He strokes a red mark for a while and says gently, "Why does it look like you are really in pain?" Sangji, He sounds like he is comforting her, yet he does not seem to feel guilty. "Next time, I will be even more careful." Sangji returns to her room and changes her clothes. She also goes to the bathroom to freshen up. She recalls what Duan Jiasu said earlier. She pauses for a while. Then she recalls what happened last night after she said, "I am not saying no." Then she feels so shy about it. In her mind, several images replay. The image of Sang Yan asking her without any expression, "Can you be more reserved?" Sangji purses her lips and washes her face. Forget it. Anyway, he knows everything. Sangji then recalls her conversation with her roommates. A 25-year-old inexperienced man would be a pervert, though he seems a bit, but he should not be a pervert. Sangji exits the bedroom. Duan Jiasu stands near the dining table. He pours the porridge into the bowl. He is wearing a loose top, so Sangji can see the red marks she made on his body. She then looks at the other place. "Come over and eat." Duan Jiasu lifts his eyes. "Do not starve yourself." Sangji sits down on her chair and asks, "When did you wake up?" Duan Jiasu puts a bowl in front of her. "I woke a bit earlier than you." Sangji, "Oh." Duan Jiasu also sits down on the chair and asks, "Are you still in pain?" Sangji lowers her head and drinks her porridge. She says in a very small voice, "No. I am still a bit in pain." Hearing this, Sangji looks at him. Duan Jiasu pulls his collar a bit and shows the red kiss mark she made, like he wants to be comforted by her. "Look, you bit me so hard," he says giddily. He acts like the villain who sues his victim before he himself is prosecuted. Sangji cannot control herself. She also does the same thing as him. She pulls her collar to one side and frowns. She says, "You did not bite me?" This. Since he spoke up first, she also does not give him a chance to avoid the conversation. She points to her red bite marks one by one. "Do you have a bad habit of eating people?" Duan Jiasu is startled, then he laughs. He looks at her face, then stops at a certain place. He smiles with full interest. "Where else? Did I not also bite?" Sangji responds and cuts him off. Duan Jiasu does not continue to say it. He licks his lips and says, "How can everything about our Gigi be so small?" Though it is the truth, Sangji still feels insulted. She is unhappy and speaks up. "You are the small one." Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. "I am small, Sangji says boldly, "Small." Then in the next moment, Duan Jiasu holds her hand and brings it to touch a certain place. "Small or not?" Sangji, At this moment, Sangji starts to be a bit regretful. She feels that this old man seems to have unsealed something. He is not that restrained and reserved. He has turned frank and wild. But she cannot deny that this man, for the bed business, is patient and unruly. He is also a sexy man. Sangji cannot count how many times he has seduced her. She strokes her aching hand and finishes her food. After a while, Duan Jiasu comes out from the bathroom. He takes a shower and changes his clothes. He sits down beside her and asks, "What do you want to do today?" Sangji does not mind him. Duan Jiasu wants to say something, but suddenly his phone on the table rings. He looks at the screen, and his expression just changes. He answers it quickly. "And I how?" Sangji watches him, but she cannot hear what the caller is saying. Duan Jiasu from time to time just replies a short word. In the end, Duan Jiasu says, "Okay. I will come over now." When he ends the call, Sangji asks, "Who is it?" "Duan Jiasu, my father's doctor." Sangji is startled. "What is it?" Duan Jiasu looks a bit in a bad mood. He says calmly he has a lung infection. He is not in a very good condition. His doctor advises moving him to the city hospital. He asks me to come over to handle the paperwork. Sangji swallows all the porridge and says cautiously, "Let me accompany you." Duan Jiasu looks at her and smiles lightly. Okay. Sangji has come to the hospital several times, yet it is the first time she has come to this institution. The atmosphere here is a bit poor, but it is too peaceful. The person on the sickbed looks unwell. He does not move. There seems to be no life in him. It is the first time Sangji has met Duan Jiasu's father. His father looks so old and so skinny. Sangji cannot make out any features of Duan Jiasu on him. The doctor is explaining the current condition of Duan Jiasu's father. He has been lying there for 20 years. Duan Jicheng's health is deteriorating. In addition, he also has a lung infection, so it is not good news. Though the doctor is being indirect, he tells them that Duan Jicheng might not live for long. Duan Jiasu just listens to him and says nothing. Though Sangji never knew Duan Jicheng, looking at his appearance, Sangji also feels sorry for him. She cannot help but glance at Duan Jiasu. She cannot make out his feelings right now. He seems to notice her gaze, so Duan Jiasu looks at her too. Sangji holds his hand to comfort him. Duan Jiasu just holds her hand back and smiles. "Go and help buy me a bottle of water. Earlier I saw there is a convenience store nearby." Sangji nods. When you are done, do not run around." Sangji can guess that he wants to send her away. He might want to say something to Duan Jicheng. She hugs him for a while and says in a low voice, "Then you should wait here for me. I will be back soon." Duan Jiasu watches Sangji leave, then he sits down beside Duan Jicheng's bed. He takes back his smile and says, "I heard from the doctor that you should be able to hear me, right? These years, I have never said anything to you." Duan Jiasu is calm. His tone is flat. "I am afraid that you might not recognize my voice. So, let me tell you first. I am Duan Jiasu, your son. To be exact, this has been 20 years. Duan Jiasu says, "If that time you had not jumped from the building, now you should be out of jail." I do not know whether Mom told you or not. He does not get any reply. The man on the sickbed cannot even move his eyes. Duan Jiasu is like talking to himself. Our apartment was sold. It was used to compensate the victim's family. The remaining money, the savings, basically, it is all for you. Duan Jiasu cannot help but laugh. Because we kept borrowing money, no relatives wanted to interact with us. Then your wife, Su Ruashu, passed away 8 years ago. Because she was sick. She had cancer. I got into Nanwu University and only came back for winter and summer vacation. She actually realized that she was unwell, but because we had no money, she kept delaying, and she did not tell me. Duan Jiasu says. Afterwards, when we went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor said that it was too late. I could not believe it. I went to a major hospital for another checkup. I even borrowed 30,000 yuan from my classmate. She knew about it, and she just collapsed. She kept crying and begging me to return the money. Because of your huge medical bills, because of my tuition fees, because of all the necessities of life. Duan Jiasu says lightly. Because we had no money. Because of you. After Mom passed away, at first I had no plan to come back. Duan Jiasu says. I wanted to work there and settle down. But I keep hoping that you will wake up. Duan Jiasu feels that though his father did a lot of bad things, he is the only closest relative that he has. I hope you can see everything now. I hope that you will feel guilty after you see it. You will be so heartbroken. I want to see it. I want you to understand that if you had not avoided your responsibility, if you had accepted the mistake. Duan Jiasu's eyes turn red. His voice turns hoarse. Our life would be so different. Su Ruoshu would still be alive. You also would be out of jail. All the sins would be well punished. He would be able to raise his head and be confident about himself. Life might not be that well, but it should be better than now. It would not be a life that he should bear alone. A life that is dark and trapped.
Chapter 79. It has been so many years. Duan Jiasu once again remembers Su Ruoshu's appearance. As before, he still blames himself. As before, he still feels helpless. It is one thing that he could not make up for. It is the most regretful thing in his life. He watches the man on the bed. He suddenly remembers what happened that morning. Before Duan Jicheng went outside, he stroked his head gently and smiled. He said, Asu, for this examination, if you can continue to maintain first place, Papa will give you a reward. It was a long time ago. He never lost first place, yet he never received that reward. Duan Jiasu sits up straight and maintains his composure. He seems to remember something. He suddenly smiles and says, but forget it. Now I have a good life. I have met someone that I want to be together with forever. Duan Jiasu extends his hands and helps tidy up Duan Jicheng's blanket. I seem not to especially need you anymore. But I still hope that you can wake up soon. Duan Jiasu laughs. You should take a look at how everything has changed and what you have missed. Then you would realize how that time you clearly had a lot of choices, yet you chose the worst one. A road to ruin. Sangji has a bottle of water in her bag. Because of the first awkward experience of her menstrual period, she has a habit of bringing her bag everywhere. She has a lot of things in her bag, so before going out with Duan Jiasu, she unconsciously brought a bottle of water with her. She exits the sick room and waits outside for a while. In this institution, basically there are only large sick rooms with 8 beds. But maybe because of Duan Jicheng's health condition, he could get a single-bed sick room. The room is narrow and does not have good soundproofing. Sangji waits outside and can faintly hear Duan Jiasu's voice. She is worried that he would come out and look for her, so she only waits outside for a short while. She feels sad and sorry for him. In the end, Sangji goes out of the institution and goes to a nearby convenience store. When she returns to the sick room, Duan Jiasu is out. He is at the front desk, handling the transfer paperwork. Sangji comes over and stands beside him. Then she passes the bottle of water to him. Duan Jiasu takes it and asks, what took you so long? The queue was long. Sangji holds his hand and lies. There were a lot of people. Duan Jiasu holds her hand back. I thought you had gotten lost. But now everything is done. Let's go back. Sangji nods. They both take the elevator to go downstairs. Sangji remembers what she saw outside. She walks quickly and drags him. Duan Jiasu lets her drag him. He laughs. Why are you walking so fast? You also need to walk faster. He does not exert any energy. He just depends on her strength. Sangji looks at him and says seriously, you are so heavy. It is too strenuous to pull you. Duan Jiasu walks a bit faster. What is it? They are outside in no time. It is a bit snowy outside. It is quite magical. The sun is there in the sky. It is not too hot nor too cold. It is quite warm. A winter day with fine snow and a shining sun. It is warm. Sangji smiles happily toward him. Look, it is snowing, but the sun is out. Duan Jiasu has lived here since he was young. He has seen this scene several times. He does not find it odd. But seeing her smile, he also smiles with her. She says to him, I have only ever seen the sun during a rainy day, but I have never seen the sun on a snowy day. Look, after rain or snow, the sun will come out. Sangji wants to encourage Duan Jiasu. Sometimes during rain or snow, The sun is already out. Duan Jiasu listens to her and says, Sang Ji watches him with her round eyes. She says gently and then comes closer to hug him. Xiao Gunyang is short. She wants to stroke his head, so she stands on tiptoe. So after bad things, there will be good things. Life will get better. Your life will too. This time, it is already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sang Ji only ate porridge for lunch. She feels a bit hungry. Both of them return to the university area and pass a restaurant. She goes inside and buys an egg waffle and a hot drink nearby. Duan Jiasu holds the hot drink. He drinks it first to check whether the shop assistant gave him the wrong one, as it is hard to open the lid. Then he passes it to her. Sang Ji does not take it. She just tears the waffle and feeds him. Duan Jiasu does not really like snacks or sweets, but he just eats it. One by one, he eats like he has become addicted to being fed. Sang Ji does not eat any. She just feeds him. Because of this, Duan Jiasu feels a bit greasy. He drinks the water and asks, "You do not like it?" Sang Ji throws the rubbish into the bin. She listens to him and blinks. "I like it, but it seems you like it too, so I gave it all to you." She says it and hangs her head low. She takes out a candy and stuffs it into his mouth. Duan Jiasu eats it and licks her fingers. Then he holds Sang Ji's head and presses his lips to hers. His tongue pries open her teeth and stuffs the candy inside her mouth. It takes less than 3 seconds. They are in a crowded place. Sang Ji is shocked. When she responds, the candy has already entered her mouth. Her eyes go wide. She completely does not dare to see anyone's expression. She just says, "What are you doing?" "Xiao Ping you. Feeding someone with your hand is too outdated." Duan Jiasu laughs and says slowly, "Now this is the new way you should feed me, okay?" In an instant, Sang Ji has an impulse to make him return her egg waffle. They both enter a large supermarket. Sang Ji starts to run toward the snack area. There is still a lot of time, so Duan Jiasu does not really rush to the fresh produce section. He just follows behind her. He looks at the shopping cart and notices a lot of snacks. He picks one and asks, "Why are you buying so many snacks?" Sang Ji takes a look and says seriously, "Because last time I ate this, you also ate with me. I feel that you should like this." Duan Jiasu says nothing and puts it back. Sang Ji looks at shelf after shelf. She keeps going forward until she bumps into someone. That person looks at her, and she is startled for a while. That person just greets, "Hi." Sang Ji also lifts her hand and says, "Xiao Yu Jia." Sure, Xiao Yu looks like she came to the supermarket alone. She peeks inside Sang Ji and Duan Jiasu's basket. There are several necessities and snacks. She looks at Sang Ji and Duan Jiasu. Previously, when Sang Ji was working as an intern, Duan Jiasu frequently came to pick her up, so sure Xiao Yu recognizes Duan Jiasu. She does not say many words. She just exchanges conventional conversation and pushes her shopping cart away. Seeing her, Sang Ji remembers Jiangying. She considers for a while and turns her head and asks, "Has Jiangying looked for you recently?" Duan Jiasu says no. Sang Ji, "Oh." She asks nothing else. They both walk toward the fresh produce section. They plan to eat at the apartment. Duan Jiasu chooses several vegetables, and he says, Ji, I want to discuss something with you." Sang Ji raises her head. Duan Jiasu, I plan to resign. You want to change your job? I plan to change locations. I plan to go to Nanwu to open a game studio. Duan Jiasu smiles. I have talked with the company. I have also discussed the procedures and paperwork. Sang Ji is startled. You really want to go back to Nanwu? That is why I am discussing this with you. Duan Jiasu says, if you are unwilling, I will stay here for 2 more years. I still have time to talk with the company. Actually, Sang Ji is not too mindful about it. After all, she will come back to Nanwu for summer and winter vacation and for long holidays. They might only not be able to meet up every day. But after this semester, Sang Ji will be in her 3rd year of university. She will be so busy. For her 4th year, she could go back to Nanwu for an internship. It is not a long separation. Sang Ji says slowly. Then when will you go back to Nanwu? Duan Jiasu. Next week. Where will you live? Qian Fei is helping me find a house. I will rent first. Duan Jiasu says. He is recommending several new residential areas. After I come over, I will take a look around. Or perhaps I will wait until you are back in Nanwu. We could look together. Sang Ji does not really understand him. She is confused. You want to buy an apartment? Duan Jiasu looks at her. Sang Jia. She is afraid that he will feel too pressured. She stammers, buying an apartment in Nanwu. It is like the better areas compared to Yi. She does not continue to speak. She changes her wording. We should not rush this. Duan Jiasu lowers his head and looks into her eyes. He suddenly just laughs. You really think that I am that poor, ah? Didn't I tell you that I have a little bit of savings? Duan Jiasu strokes her head and says, though it is not much, it is enough for the down payment. Oh, Sangji does not have any idea. She just says, anyway, I do not mind all of those things. If I work by myself for 5 years, supposedly, I also could not buy an apartment. I mean, Sangji says, for the things that I do not have, I also have no right to ask you to have them. You do. Duan Jiasu says gently, I will buy it for you. Sangji is startled. Ah, that time, you just need to let me stay there. Duan Jiasu says affectionately, I also do not need too many things. I just need to use half of your bed. That is enough for me. Sangji watches him. She still wants to say something. She turns left to the drink shelf. She takes several bottles of cola and coconut juice. She notices bottles of beer. She asks, do you want to buy a few bottles of beer? Duan Jiasu. Do you want a drink? No. But if you suddenly want a drink, you would not need to come out late at night to buy it. Sangji says and pauses. She does not want him to be depressed about this matter. She says, moreover, when you drink, you are quite handsome. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. I am handsome when I am drinking. Sangji nods like a little chick pecking at rice. You must be mistaken. Gugu is not handsome when Gugu is drinking. Duan Jiasu laughs and says flirtatiously, Gugu is handsome when in bed. Sangji returns back a bit early, so her roommates are not yet back to the dorm. She is also not in a hurry to go back to the dorm. She plans to stay at Duan Jiasu's place for 2 more days, then return to her dorm. Duan Jiasu is so busy for several days after. He only relaxes when it is approaching the time he will go to Nanwu. From time to time, he comes over to Yihe University to accompany Sangji to attend classes. He books the Friday morning flight to Nanwu. Sangji plans to see him off, so the day before his departure, Sangji just simply stays at his place. She chats with him, and slowly her attention is drawn to the television. She lies on the sofa and watches TV. After a while, she starts to long for good food. She wants to take the tang yuan out of the fridge and cook it. Sangji climbs off the sofa and enters the kitchen. She creates a great noise. Sangji just places the pot on the induction cooker. She has not turned it on. Duan Jiasu comes over and enters the kitchen. He asks, what are you doing? Sangji points at the pot and answers him honestly. I am cooking tang yuan. Duan Jiasu looks at it and says, just go out and watch TV. I will help you cook it. I can cook it. This should be easier to cook than instant noodles. She just needs to wait until the water boils. Then she should put the tang yuan inside. When they float, she can take them out. Sangji asks, if you want to eat some, I will cook a bit more. Duan Jiasu says slowly, then let us cook together. To be sure to make well-cooked tang yuan, Sangji looks for an especially large pot. She also puts in half a pot of water. It makes the water boil so slowly. They both just chat. Sangji is hugged and carried up by him to sit on the kitchen counter. Then she is kissed by him. She can hear the sound of the induction cooker. Sangji does not close her eyes. She watches Duan Jiasu's face. She can hear him make an extremely sexy sound. Actually, she likes being close to him. She hugs his neck and responds to him. After a while, the water starts to boil. Duan Jiasu pauses his action. He still looks at her. He uses his nose to touch her face. He says hoarsely and flirtatiously, do you want to do it once in the kitchen?
Chapter 80. Hearing this, Sangji just slowly regains herself. She looks at his glossy lips. She turns silent for 2 seconds. She suddenly kicks him. She says with a bit of irritation, from the morning till the night. She stops. She is embarrassed to finish that sentence. Duan Jiasu immediately holds her ankle and strokes it. He lowers his head and laughs. What is it? Sangji pushes him and jumps off the kitchen counter. Move away. I want to cook tang yuan. Then she takes a pack of tang yuan. Duan Jiasu takes that pack from her. He is still smiling. His laughter is deep yet sexy. Sangji glances at him and says in a low voice, "What are you laughing at?" Duan Jiasu puts the tang yuan into the boiling water. He says gently, "If you aren't willing, then I will mention it next time. Don't be angry." Shouldn't he say, "If you aren't willing, then forget it"? What does he mean by saying, "I will mention it next time"? How can he say it with such a gentle tone? Sangji is speechless, but she is not really angry. She feels her lips are numb. She takes a soup spoon for him and changes the topic of conversation. "Do you want to eat these? Tomorrow you will be on the plane in the early morning. You might not digest this well. I want you to sleep early, so I do not plan to cook you a portion. I will sleep on the plane." Duan Jiasu says slowly. "It is too wasteful for me to sleep this early." Sangji also does not know whether it is her problem or his. Now, for every word he says, she can think of another meaning. She looks at him and says nothing. The tang yuan are inside the pot, so the water stops boiling for a while. Duan Jiasu takes a bit of white rock sugar and puts it inside the pot. He then takes a tissue to wipe his hands. He looks at her and bends his body. He holds her side. She is surrounded by him and the kitchen counter. We still need to wait. Duan Jiasu kisses her chin. Let's kiss for a short while. After it is done, Sangji holds the bowl that Duan Jiasu passes to her. She moves back to sit down on the sofa. She watches her television while eating the tang yuan. After a while, Duan Jiasu also takes a bowl out. Sangji asks him, "Have you packed up all of your things?" Duan Jiasu, "Not yet. Later, I will pack up. Remember to bring more clothes, but not too thick. The weather there is better than here. It is not really cold there." Sangyi says. "Then remember to stock your fridge with food. Do not order takeout every day." Duan Jiasu, Sangji adds, "If I am free, I will go home to visit you." Duan Jiasu looks at her and smiles. He says nothing. "If you want to stay over there." Sangji suddenly remembers something. She takes the initiative to say, "Do you want to give up this apartment? If not, it will be wasteful." "No," Duan Jiasu says lazily. "I will also need a place to stay if I come here. Moreover, recently it is cold. The heater in your dorm is not good, right? If you find it hard, just come here to stay. If you are afraid to be alone, you could take your roommates to stay here too." Sangshi chews her tang yuan and nods. "If you have a problem, you need to tell me. Do not go home too late to the dorm. Remember to take care and be safe. Also, if you are out hanging out with friends, do not drink too much beer. Do not drink someone else's drink." Duan Jiasu considers. "Every day when you are back at the dorm, you should make a video call to me. Oh, if someone wants your contact information." Duan Jiasu stops for a few seconds and advises softly, "You could give him mine. I know that nowadays Xiaogunyang loves youthful and energetic men." Duan Jiasu says, "But my virginity was taken by you. It is inappropriate to dump me." Sangji cannot control herself from saying, "Can you stop your nonsense talk? I am old. I lack confidence. Then when you are at Nanwu, you also need to report everything to me." Sangji mumbles, "You should tell me everything, like which women you are talking to, which men you touch." "Okay. Stop flirting with anyone," Sangyi says. "Even if it is a man." Duan Jiasu chokes. "When have I ever flirted with a man? Qianfei ge, also my ge. Also in the past when there was Junwen ge you always." Sangji looks at him then stops. "Forget it." Sangji adds, "I told my roommates about all these matters. They thought that you wanted to be with my ge." Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrows. This time, the tang yuan are finished. Sangji stands up and takes his empty bowl too. She goes to the kitchen and reminds him, "It is 10 o'clock in the evening. You should go and pack up quickly and sleep." Hearing this, Duan Jiasu follows her to the kitchen. Sangji turns on the tap water and washes the bowls. In the next moment, Duan Jiasu leans closer and takes the bowls from her hold. He hugs her. He washes the bowls slowly. Their bodies are sticking so close. Sangji licks her lips. If you want to wash them, then I will go back to my room first. There are only 2 bowls. Duan Jiasu finishes washing the bowls and just places them to the side. He turns off the tap water and says close to her ear, "You really do not want to?" Sangji does not know that this matter would come up again. When she regains herself, she just realizes that she has been seduced by the old man. This man. How could he? How could he? He is so shameless. The kitchen is well lit. It is quiet. He touches her. Then he carries her up and walks to the bedroom. It is enchanting. When her senses are all occupied by him, Sangji can hear Duan Jiasu's voice. "I do not want to be separated from you." Her mind is blank. She just holds him tighter. Then she hears that he adds another sentence. "Remember to miss me." Duan Jiasu's next day morning flight is at 7:30 in the morning. In the early morning at 5 o'clock, Duan Jiasu wakes up on time. He leans over to kiss Sangji's forehead, and then he goes to pack up. When it is time for him to leave, Duan Jiasu returns to Sangji's bedroom and sits down on the bedside. He reaches out and strokes her face. He says, "Xiaoping Yu, Gogo is leaving now." Hearing this, in an instant Sangji opens her eyes. She seems to be still in a daze. She sits up and looks at his appearance. She asks slowly, "What time is it?" "It is 5:30 in the morning." Duan Jiasu says, "Continue your sleep. I am just telling you. Remember to buy breakfast when you go out. I am too late, so I could not prepare for you." Sangji is somewhat at a loss. "You are really leaving?" Duan Jiasu, Sangji wants to climb out of bed. "Let me see you off." "What do you mean by see me off?" Duan Jiasu says, "It is too far. Later, you will need to go home alone by yourself. I would be worried about you on the plane. It is too cold outside. Just sleep again." Sangji watches him for a while and suddenly acts like a little dog. She hugs him and says depressingly, "I do not want you to go. When it is your birthday, I will definitely come back home." Duan Jiasu strokes her head. "It is not for long. You will also be back for winter vacation." Sangji says nothing. "I will leave now." Duan Jiasu adds, "You should take care of yourself. Do not run away with any Xiaonan who Li Jing when I am gone." But though Gugu is a bit old, he looks at the kiss marks on her body and starts, "But my energy is not really lacking, right?" Being teased by him that way makes her bad mood go away. She still sits up and says a pile of words to him like a little adult. Duan Jiasu lets her sleep again and leaves. When he arrives at Nanwu, it is already 4 hours later. He is quite familiar with the city. Though he has been away for so many years, a lot of things are still the same. He exits the airport and gets into a taxi. He gives the taxi driver the address that Qian Fei gave him. When he arrives there, he gets the key from the security guard. He finds the apartment and looks around. He takes several photos with his phone and sends them to Sangji. He tidies up for a while, then goes out. He decides to open a game studio. This actually is not his momentary hope. Since last year, he has started planning it. He has found several working partners and gotten a lot of investors. Previously, he developed his own technology, so he has a bit of capital. He goes to meet up with 2 college students and starts to talk about work. He does not rush to go and meet Seng Rong and Li Ping. For the next days, he always runs around to look for a place to rent for his new office. He registers the company, buys the equipment, and recruits several employees. He is so busy. The only time he is free, he gives it all to Sangji. He remembers several years ago when he just arrived at Yihe. He just got a job at Jiang Xiyun's company. The people who were working there at that time were the founders. They found him and asked him to invest his technology as capital stock. Now it seems better than before. That time, he could not think that he would get a better future. But now, doing these things, he feels like he is closer to his dream. After half a month of waking up early and sleeping late, Duan Jiasu starts to have more free time. Under Qian Fei's 8th invitation to gather, he does not reject him anymore. He goes out to hang out with him. Besides Qian Fei, Sang Yan is coming too. The three of them go out to the bar. Seeing Sang Yan, Duan Jiasu suddenly remembers what Sang Ji said to him. The two of them are sitting side by side. Duan Jiasu looks at him for a moment. Duan Jiasu suddenly just stands up and sits down beside Qian Fei. Sang Yan is confused. Are you crazy? I am afraid that my girlfriend will misunderstand. Duan Jiasu says gently. It is more appropriate for us to maintain our distance. After a while, Duan Jiasu remembers something and mentions it to him. Please give me Shushu's phone number. I want to make an appointment with him and A.E. I want to come and visit. Sang Yan, ? Duan Jiasu, why? You are too rushed. Sang Yan drinks his beer. My Mei is still young. How can you mention wanting to meet her family members? Duan Jiasu does not speak at length with him. He just smiles and says, I just want to chat with them. Our Lao Su just started dating, and now he is in a hurry to get married. Qian Fei laughs. How can you compare him with you? Every day, you just boast to everyone that a beautiful woman is the one who pursued you. Sang Yan is unhappy to hear Qian Fei's words. He looks at Qian Fei's face. He laughs coldly. You are exerting 93 kilograms of nonsense. Qian Fei. Chapter 81. Qian Fei is always a fatty guy. After the marriage, because of the overflowing love, he is gaining much more fat at a quick pace. Qian Fei takes a deep breath and points his finger at Sang Yan, then puts it down. He feels that he should bear this. He successfully restrains his anger for less than 3 seconds, and once again he raises his finger and points at Sang Yan. He howls, damn, how can you know my exact weight? Is it true? Sang Yan says coldly. I purposely made an underestimated guess? Qian Fei cannot accept this humiliation. He looks at Duan Jiasu. Lao Su, do I look that fat? Duan Jiasu, no. His words somehow comfort Qian Fei's feelings. His anger starts to go down for a while, yet he still says something angrily to Sang Yan. Starting today, you do not need to communicate with me anymore. If not, every time I meet you, I will hit you once. Go away. A 3-second silence. Duan Jiasu laughs and adds, I thought you were 100 kilograms. If you are just 93 kilograms, I think it is okay. Qian Fei. In a flash, Qian Fei feels so tragic. He looks at Duan Jiasu like Duan Jiasu is an unfaithful lover. Why are you following him to attack me? In the past, you clearly loved me the most. What are you talking about? Duan Jiasu says. It is bad if my girlfriend misunderstands me. Also, this is my biological go. Duan Jiasu looks at Sang Yan. He smiles so gently. How could I not help my own family? Sang Yan's eyes meet Duan Jiasu's eyes. Sang Yan is shocked. How can you make a person feel so disgusted just because you are dating? Qian Fei also shifts his side. I really cannot endure this. You are really too much. Duan Jiasu has a good temper, so he just lets him laugh. In the past when you had no girlfriend, honestly, I could bear it. Qian Fei says. Now you have a girlfriend. You are acting like a male peacock. Every day you keep being lecherous. I do not know how your mate can bear it. Duan Jiasu finds it funny. Is it too much? If you are free, you should take a look at yourself in the mirror. Qian Fei reminds him based on his own experience. The young girls nowadays do not like pestering boyfriends. If you keep doing this, in less than a year, she will get tired of you. Hearing this, Sang Yan looks at Duan Jiasu. He looks bored. Before Duan Jiasu says anything more, his phone on the table rings. It is a video call from Sang Ji. He smiles and picks up his phone. He says, you guys do not mind, right? Qian Fei, I mind. Duan Jiasu considers for a while and hangs up. He gives her a voice call. He takes his glass of water and says, I see that you guys are not having any call. Actually, I am also embarrassed to answer. But my woman has quite a temper. Duan Jiasu smiles. I cannot miss her call. In the next moment, the call is answered. Sangji says, You are outside? I am with your Ge and Qianfei. We're out for a chat. Duan Jiasu drinks his water and asks softly, Are you back at your dorm? I am back. Sangji is very sensible. Then I will not disturb you. Chat with them. I will go and take a shower. I will call you later when I am back. Okay. Duan Jiasu seems to remember something. He explains, Do not worry. I have nothing to do with them. Qianfei. Sang Yan. What are you talking? Sangji swallows her words and turns silent for a while. Then she speaks up again. They're beside you. Duan Jiasu just says, Sangji just hangs up the call. Duan Jiasu raises his eyebrow and puts down his phone. He laughs and asks, What were we talking about? Qianfei, why do I feel that now you are so annoying? Sang Yan just sends the number to him and points to the door. Take it and go away. Sangji also sends him a message. What are you doing? Sangji, why did you say those things in front of them? Duan Jiasu tries to restrain his laughter. He puts down his phone and leans back in his seat. You guys push me out, then why are you asking me out? Qianfei is startled. He looks at both of the men. What is up with you guys' attitude? Sang Yan, ? I remember in the past. Qianfei says. You also said to your maid that our roommates were queuing to get you. Do you not find yourself disgusting? How could you say those words? Duan Jiasu says lazily, Guh, that should be your problem. Sang Yan does not mind their words so much. He just says, I think I am likable by both men and women. Then he looks at both of them. Look at me. Both of your gazes are like wolves looking at meat. How could I not be scared? Sang Yan looks at Duan Jiasu and changes the topic. When will you go? Duan Jiasu, To visit my parents. Maybe soon. Why? Nothing. Sang Yan feels excited. I will come over and watch that thrilling scene. After getting the number, Duan Jiasu finds an appropriate time and dials it. It rings twice and then it is answered. Sang Rong says, And I how, who are you looking for? Shu and I how. I am Duan Jiasu. Duan Jiasu licks his lips and says politely. Recently I am back in Nanwu for work. It has been some time. Now I am settling down here, so I want to come over to visit you guys. Sang Rong says kindly, You want to settle down in Nanwu? Duan Jiasu, Yes, I am planning to progress here. That is great. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu does not know what to expect. He hangs his eyes low and says seriously, Last time I was too rushed, so I could not go into detail about my condition. So I want to ask when you would be free. I want to chat again with you about what happened last time. Sang Rong turns silent. It continues for 10 seconds. Sang Rong laughs. On the weekend, I am free. You can come over on Saturday night and have dinner with Shu. Recently my friend gave me a bottle of beer. Yen, that brat, has not come home for some time. I also have no one to accompany me to drink. Duan Jiasu turns relieved. He smiles. Okay, I will come over on time. Then sorry to trouble you and That Saturday, Duan Jiasu brings a basket of fruit and tea leaves and comes over to Sangji's house on time. The one who opens the door is Li Ping. She smiles at him and takes all of the things. Then she says, Next time when you come over, you do not need to bring so many things, Please sit down. Wait for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Duan Jiasu takes off his shoes and takes the initiative. Let me help you. No need. It will be done soon. Li Ping says. Just sit down here. You must be tired from coming here. Sang Yan, pour a glass of water. What are you doing sitting there stupidly? Duan Jiasu looks at the sofa. He notices that Sang Yan is sitting down leisurely on the sofa. He is chewing his favorite chewing gum. He just says to Duan Jiasu, "Pour it yourself." Sang Yan is really coming just to watch the thrilling scene. Duan Jiasu notices that Li Ping looks like she will explode soon. He says quickly, "It is okay, I will pour it myself." Li Ping watches Sang Yan for a while and she just nods. She returns to the kitchen to help Sang Rong. Duan Jiasu follows her to go inside the kitchen. He greets Sang Rong and then comes out of the kitchen. Then Duan Jiasu sits down on the sofa and asks, "Why are you here?" "I heard from my maid that my parents seem not to like you." He asks, "Is it true? Tell me about it. Lekka could be happy for a while. You can just watch. Later, please try hard not to talk." Duan Jiasu says seriously, unlike his usual self who loves to joke. Sang Yan glances at him and feels that something is wrong. "Who wants to meddle in your matter?" "My maid requested me to help. I just want to help while I am having dinner too." Duan Jiasu purses his lips. "No need to help." Seeing his unusual behavior, Sang Yan raises his eyebrow. "Bro, why are you acting this way? Is this such a major thing that it can make you so scared like this? You should know what kind of people my parents are, right?" Duan Jiasu just laughs and says nothing else. Just in time, Li Ping says, "Dinner is ready." At the dining table, they are not really chatting. From time to time, Sang Rong asks several questions, and Duan Jiasu answers them seriously. Most of the time, they are just eating. It is quite an awkward situation. After dinner, when Duan Jiasu goes to the bathroom, Li Ping starts to signal to Sang Yan to leave. Sang Yan is puzzled. "Mom, what is wrong with you? A few days ago, you said that you missed me, right? I just came back home for a short moment, and you want to kick me out. Come over another day. Today I am free. Another day I have things to do." Sang Yan says, "I do not care when you are free. I do not even care if you have no time this lifetime." Li Ping says firmly, "Anyway, now you should leave. These people seem like they are going to talk about a secret." The more mysterious it is, the more Sang Yan's rebellious state of mind is powerful. He says calmly, "I will stay for a short while." Seeing how sour Li Ping's face is, Sang Yan clears his throat and says, "Mom, I just miss you after not seeing you for a few weeks. I want to stay longer with you and chat with you." "Okay. When you did not come back home for a few months, why did I not hear that kind of word from you?" This time, Sang Rong speaks up. "Just let him be. Anyway, he is useless." Sang Yan. Very quickly, Duan Jiasu comes out of the bathroom. Except for Sang Yan, the three of them are chatting. After a while, Duan Jiasu gets to the main point. "Last time you told me about your worries. After I went home, I have considered them. I want to explain clearly about my situation." Duan Jiasu says slowly, "My father's accident affected the victim's family situation. At first, the victim's family members would come over to find trouble with us. Yet after my mother passed away, this matter has gradually decreased. There is only Jiang, the daughter of the victim. The living room is so quiet. The other three people are not talking. For this matter, I was not good at handling it." Duan Jiasu says, "After I graduated and moved to Yihe, I was so busy working. Jiang kept pestering me. I did not have the energy or time to mind her. I thought that because I was living alone, I did not need to worry that she would influence anyone, so I did not really mind it. I heard from Sangji that Jiang had come to find her. I did not expect it. It is my mistake for not thinking it through thoroughly." Duan Jiasu pauses. His Adam's apple bobs. "Because of my problem, it affected Sangji and made you guys feel worried and insecure. I am so sorry because of this." Sang Rong sighs. "No, it is unrelated to you. After that happened, I have made it very clear with Jiang. I will go through the police to solve this problem. She appeared a few times, and each time I reported her to the police. Afterwards, I never met her again. It has been my consideration since last year to come back to Nanwu. I have been working for several years. I also have a fair amount of savings. This period of time, I am waiting for the game studio to become stable, then I will start to look for an apartment to buy. The apartment will be in Sangji's name. There are 2 years left before Sangji's graduation. These 2 years, I will also keep you guys informed about my situation. Duan Jiasu purses his lips. As for my father, out of responsibility and duty, I cannot abandon him. But at present, with my economic situation, it is enough to pay for his medical bills. Duan Jiasu cannot be sure whether Sangji's parents have changed their thoughts about him. Duan Jiasu feels his throat is dry. I have no way to change my family. The things I possess are not many. But I will use everything I have to treat Sangji well in this lifetime. Except for his hurtful past. His present, including his future, everything of his. Everything, he will give it to her. Chapter 82. Everyone feels that this matter is too early to be discussed. It is not yet to the part where they need to consider a lot of factors. Sangji is still young. They have not been together for so long. There might be a change in the future. Maybe in years later, it would not be the same situation. Perhaps halfway, something will happen. Maybe it would create a situation where they would break up. But after Duan Jiasu got together with Sangji, he never considered that they would break up. Since the first day of their relationship, he keeps on considering their future. Duan Jiasu recalls that day Sangji lay on his back, her tears pouring down. She said to him, "Why am I still 19 years old? Why can't I be 29 years old? I don't want to be so young. That should be that time." She should know that her parents disapproved of their relationship. Yet she was worried that it would affect his mood if he knew about it, so she just kept it to herself. She let herself be sad alone. She let herself try hard to change her parents' minds. The day she knew that Sangrong said something to him, she comforted him, and she should have felt helpless, yet she said to him not to be unhappy. Because of that matter, she let her imagination run wild. She worried that he would give up because of this, so she came back to Ihi in advance. At the airport, she cried and revealed her secret. She told everything to him. She hopes that he would not feel inferior because of it. She hopes that he could know how great he is, that he is worthy of her long years of crushing on him. What a great Sangji! For everything she does, she first considers him. No matter if it is in the past or now, though she is younger than him, though it is him who should take care of her, yet she always is his armor and protects him behind her body. Duan Jiasu does not hope that Sangji would feel caught between him and her parents. He wants to solve this matter. No matter if it is sooner or later. The atmosphere in the narrow living room turns silent. Duan Jiasu lowers his head and mocks himself silently. He finds it hard to bear. He starts to think what else he could do if her parents are not agreeing. This seems to be his everything. Sangrong considers for a while and finally speaks up. The apartment will be only in Gigi's name? It breaks the silence. Duan Jiasu releases his breath and nods. Yes. Sang Yan is stunned by Duan Jiasu's words. He tries to straighten out his way of thinking. He speaks. Wait a while. Dad, are you trying to bully him? Li Ping suddenly slaps his thigh. What are you talking about? Can we be a bit reasonable? Sang Yan says. It can't be true. How could I never see it? Are you guys people that hold the belief of well-matched in social and economic status for marriage? Mom, when you introduced me to women, how could you not mind their economic status? You said that you would accept anyone as long as it is a woman. Li Ping is so furious. With your standards, how can you be compared to your Mei? If a woman would want to be with you, I would burn incense and pray to Buddha. Sang Yan controls himself and says, let me ask you guys something. If Xiao Gui were with a Fu heir Dai, she could have everything. The man's family is rich. Would you guys be willing to accept happily? Li Ping, it is not about that. Then what is it about? Sang Yan looks at Duan Jiasu and clicks his tongue. Mom, take a careful look. Duan Jiasu is indeed a bit lacking compared to me. But he is a great man. Li Ping cannot bear her son's attitude anymore. The one who is lacking compared to you, is that a man? Sang Yan is used to her attitude. Okay, forget it. But he is great toward Xiaogui. He is not poor. There is nothing really bad about him. Li Ping looks at Sang Rong and tries to calm her anger. She sighs. Let Dad finish his words. Sang Rong looks at Duan Jiasu and continues to ask, when are you planning to buy an apartment? Duan Jiasu, I estimate it will be this year. You and Gigi are not fixed yet. Sang Rong says. You are letting the apartment be in her name? Duan Jiasu nods. Sang Rong, you are not afraid that you will break up with her after 2 years? Sang Yan frowns. Dad, your words are not good. How can you curse them to break up? Li Ping cannot restrain her emotion. She grabs his arm and drags him to the room. Go inside the room. Only the two of them are left in the living room. The atmosphere turns much more deserted. Duan Jiasu is not affected by it. He just smiles faintly and answers Sang Rong. It is no use for me to keep the apartment. It is better to leave it to her. Son, no one invests that much money just for dating. Sang Rong laughs. If anyone knows about this, their first response would be that you are being blackmailed by our family. Duan Jiasu is startled, and before he can answer, Sang Rong just says, it is better for the apartment to be in your name. You bought it with your own hard work. I and Gigi's mother actually do not mind about those things. Actually, Gigi has mentioned your relationship to me and her mother several times. Sang Rong says gently. He pats Duan Jiasu's shoulder. Mainly, if we just listen to her words, we are not confident enough. Last time I said those words to you because I wanted to see how you would respond. Duan Jiasu, I understand. Previously, I said that I minded your family's condition because I was afraid that Gigi would be hurt because of it. But if you can protect her well, then it is enough. Sang Rong says. I also know that me and Gigi's mother's attitude affected your feelings. I think as parents we should cause a bit of trouble in early dating. Duan Jiasu turns a bit relieved, yet he does not know what to say at this moment. Because of saying those words to you, I keep feeling sorry. For this matter, I know you also do not feel well. I also know that the mistake is not on you. It is unrelated to you. You do not need to place yourself at the lowest level just because of that matter. Duan Jiasu looks at Sang Rong. His throat is so dry. He always knows that Sang Rong and Li Ping are good people. Duan Jiasu understands their thoughts. He knows that they should be worried for Sangji. What they do is for Sangji's good. So he will do better. He thought that if this time it could not work, he would try again by coming again. He would try hard to make them ignore his father and not mind that matter. Yet he never expected that Sang Rong would respond in a positive way. He even comforts him. Conversely, Sang Rong does not mind. Look at how Yen responds. He also feels that we are bullying you. Sang Rong laughs and says, I am also not a stubborn person. I feel that what you said tonight is enough. I also believe that you can do everything that you said to me today. In the future, if you are free, come over and have a meal with us. Duan Jiasu stays there for a while. Li Ping and Sang Yan come out of the bedroom. They do not mention what happened before. The conversation goes in a different direction. It is getting late, so when it is 9 o'clock in the evening, Sang Yan takes the initiative to go back home. Duan Jiasu and Sang Yan go out of the Sang family apartment. Sang Yan walks in front and asks casually, what did my dad say to you? Duan Jiasu smiles. He looks happy. He does not disapprove anymore. What happened to you? Sang Yan sounds like he is sneering at Duan Jiasu. How could you say those words? Why should we, as male adults, live strong-willed? Why? A man should have his own assets. Sang Yan says lazily. Though it is not important whose name is on the apartment, if you keep doing that, in the future your life will be extremely tragic. That Xiaogui will be pampered by you. Duan Jiasu is still smiling. It is okay. Sang Yan looks at him. Also, do not monopolize everything. Sang Yan says. You are unreasonable. Sang Yan has his car today, so he sends Duan Jiasu back home. When he is home, Duan Jiasu gives Sangji a video call. It is answered quickly. He can see her small and delicate face. Her eyes are glistening and watching him. Duan Jiasu smiles. You are not at the dorm? Sangji finds a glass and leans the phone against it. She continues to chew on her potato chips. I came to stay over at your place. Tomorrow I do not have class in the morning. I can wake up late. Duan Jiasu also has nothing to do, so he just lies down on the sofa and watches her chew her potato chips. Seeing his appearance, Sangji blinks. Today you seem to be so happy. Duan Jiasu lowers his head and laughs. I am quite happy. What happened? Sangji watches him for a while and purses her lips. Then she smiles. She suddenly follows him to laugh. What happened to you? Why are you laughing foolishly? Today I went to meet your parents. Duan Jiasu does not hide it from her. They do not disapprove anymore. Hearing his words, the potato chips in her hand fall. They do not disapprove? What did you say to them? He continues to laugh and does not answer. Sangji asks again, really. Though Duan Jiasu does not answer, Sangji starts to laugh and smile. She is clearly infected by his mood. Her worry is finally solved. She picks up her phone and sticks her face close to the screen. She watches him. Duan Jiasu. She smiles happily. I am so happy. It is not only because her parents finally approve of their relationship, but also because he has received his confirmation, so she is happy. Duan Jiasu looks at her smile and her dimple. He suddenly wants to bite and chew it. He strokes her face on the screen. His face looks affectionate. I am also very happy. Duan Jiasu. Sangji calls after him again. For this matter, at this moment, it is finally solved. Sangji sits up and says seriously, in the future, no one has the right to feel that you are not great because of this. She mumbles, you are the greatest one. That night, Duan Jiasu is comforted by 3 different people in 3 different ways. His heartache seems to disappear without a trace. Perhaps in the past he was unlucky. Yet at this moment, Duan Jiasu feels that he is so lucky. After Duan Jiasu moves back to Nanwu, Sangji's life seems to remain the same. Every day she goes to attend class and joins competitions or activities. When she is free, she goes to his house to stay. Though she has less time to contact him, she also has more things to do. When she has time, Sangji goes to the city hospital to check on Duan Jichang's condition. She does not mention it to Duan Jiasu, yet she feels that with him not being here, she can help him do things too. Then if something happens, she can inform him about it. The days pass just like that. In the beginning of March, the list of winners for the competition that Sangji attended last semester is released. As she expected, she has successfully gotten a position on that list. Though she got 3rd place, it makes her feel surprised. When she is about to inform Duan Jiasu about it, she notices that a person who never messages her has sent her a message. A few days ago, she met Shi Xiaoyu in the supermarket. She came to talk to Sangji about Jiang Ying's matter. Shi Xiaoyu, I want to talk something to you. Sangji, what? Shi Xiaoyu, previously, you said something to me. I started to observe Jiang Ying's condition. I also frankly asked her several questions. She did not hide it from me and was frank with me. Shi Xiaoyu, I feel that she is okay. She is mentally healthy. It is just that she is a bit immoderate and stubborn. She does not listen well to others when it comes to your boyfriend. Otherwise, she is normal. I do not know whether that classifies as having a mental problem or not. Sangji is somewhat at a loss. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Shi Xiaoyu, I just want to help her say something. Actually, she is not a bad person. It is just because of her father's death. It created a trauma in her heart. Yet, she would not hurt anyone. Sure, Xiaoyu, recently, her family has also experienced problems. She should figure things out. In the future, supposedly she will not go and find your boyfriend again. You also do not need to be worried. I also want to apologize to you for what I did in the past. I am sorry. Sangji does not know what to say to her. For Jiang Ying's matter, she is actually not the person concerned. She feels that she has no way to reply. But when she recalls Jiang Ying's words and actions, she feels in a bad mood. Sangji looks at the screen and then replies, The award ceremony for the competition is held at Yihe University. It will be a day before Sangji's birthday. The people attending the ceremony are students, tutors, and several entrepreneurs. At first, Sangji was expectant for it, but at this time she is not that interested. Because she has been stood up by Duan Jiasu. Since Duan Jiasu went back to Nanwu, every day she starts to tear off her calendar and starts to expect her birthday to come soon. When she notices that the day is coming soon, she makes a plan to want to go somewhere with Duan Jiasu. In the end, Duan Jiasu sends her a message. For the time being, I have business to do. I cannot come home. Next time I will make it up to you. Sangji actually is very unhappy, yet she knows that he is busy, so she does not lose her temper at him. She can only be sulky and sullen. This time, she is sitting inside the assembly hall. She notices Duan Jiasu's message. She does not reply to it immediately. She just takes a look at the time and wants to reply to him after 10 minutes. She wants to let him feel it for a while. Feel the feeling of being treated coldly. The award ceremony does not start immediately. There are several tutors starting to talk. While they are talking about art, Sangji just listens for a while and feels bored quickly. She does not continue to listen. Her phone lights up again. She looks at the screen and feels that 10 minutes is still not enough. She does not reply to his message. After a while, Duan Jiasu sends a message once again. Why are you not replying to my message? Sangji starts to be moved. When she is considering whether to reply or not, her classmate beside her pokes her shoulder and says excitedly, Sangji, look at the 1 o'clock direction. He is so handsome, right? Sangji immediately raises her head. In an instant, she notices that the man is the one who is sending her messages. The man who said to her that he could not come because he was so busy. Duan Jiasu is wearing a formal suit today. He looks educated and fine. He is tall and his appearance is too seductive. His suit somehow makes him even sexier. Sangji rarely sees him looking so handsome. Her gaze is fixed on his body, and she seems unable to look at anything else. She even forgets that she was sulky. She has an impulse to run toward him and hug him. It has been a month. Her classmate is still talking. Hey, which company is he from? It seems that he is from a game company. Duan Jiasu is standing there and looks around. In a few seconds, he locates Sangji's position. He raises his eyebrow. He is smiling and starts to walk toward her. Sangji is sitting on the aisle side. The classmate says, Hey, is he walking toward us? Wow, it seems to be true. He is walking this way. When Duan Jiasu is standing beside Sangji, her classmate immediately shuts up. Duan Jiasu bends his body and uses 2 fingers to tap on Sangji's phone. He lifts up his eyes and says, Tong Shui, could you take a look at your phone for a while? Your boyfriend seems to be looking for you. Chapter 83. Sangji lowers her head and looks at her phone. Then she raises her head again. Her lips move. She wants to say something, but Duan Jiasu has already stood up straight. He looks at her affectionately and gently. In this row, everyone sitting down are students. Everyone is looking at them. Sangji does not know most of them. Because she is not too familiar with them, most of them have also never met Duan Jiasu. He seems to come over to remind her. He says nothing else. He just nods lightly and then takes a step back. He returns to his seat. When he is gone, Sangji's classmate leans forward and says, What happened? That handsome guy came over to flirt with you? That is also too. But it is true. That classmate continues. That guy is too handsome. He should be a playboy. Moreover, it is easy to say that his face is the face of a jerk. That classmate clicks her tongue and says, I have never seen that standard of a jerk's face before. Hearing this, Sangji looks at her. Her expression turns complicated. The classmate asks, what is it? That man. Sangji cannot help but explain. Is my boyfriend. A few seconds of silence. It is too awkward. Her classmate just laughs dryly and explains, I mean he is too handsome. Sangji does not really mind. After all, indeed Duan Jiasu looks that way. She just smiles and says gently, it is okay. I am not angry. Her classmate is curious. How did you meet? Sangji replies to Duan Jiasu's message while answering her classmate. He is my Guji's friend. Hey, I also want to have a gaga. Her classmate is jealous. It is best if he could be handsome and have handsome friends so I could have special advantages. They both chat for a while. Sangji starts to concentrate on chatting with Duan Jiasu through WeChat. Sangji, when did you come here? Duan Jiasu, this morning's flight. Sangji, why are you here? Duan Jiasu, I heard that you would attend this award ceremony. Previously, my company was also invited to come over, so I replaced Jiang Jia to come here. Sangji is unhappy. Yesterday you said that you were not free. He made her be in a bad mood. Duan Jiasu, I wanted to give you a surprise. Duan Jiasu, are you angry? Sangji looks at his words and feels that her bad feeling just goes away. She recalls the way he looked when he wore a full suit. She licks her lips. Okay. It is quite surprising. Sangji thinks about it and takes the initiative to mention. Then should we go and sit down together at the back? Sangji, there are empty seats. The assembly hall is big. There are a lot of seats. The front seats are basically filled. But the other seats are empty and people can sit anywhere they want. Duan Jiasu, okay. Seeing this, Sangji tidies up her things and says something to her friends. Then she stands up and goes to the back row. She finds 2 empty seats. After a while, Duan Jiasu also comes over and sits beside her. Sangji looks at him for a while and finds him extremely attractive. She notices that most of the women are looking at him. She is a bit unhappy. Why are you wearing a suit? Did you change it after getting off the plane? Duan Jiasu holds her hand and massages it. Sangji mumbles. My classmate said that your face is the face of a jerk. Duan Jiasu pauses and lifts his head. What? She said. Sangji watches his face and says, it is hard to meet a standard face of a jerk. What kind of face is a jerk's face? I also do not know. Sangji starts to be unscrupulous. Just the one you have. Duan Jiasu's eyes move. Sangji just explodes without waiting for his answer. She suddenly pinches his face and says, could you not exert your charm on other people? Duan Jiasu is startled and finds it absurd. He is silent. I exert my charm. Sangji holds his head and shifts it. She wants to block his face with his body. She says, you should sit this way. She considers again and says seriously, in the future, could you wear a gauze mask when you go out? Seeing her face, Duan Jiasu just responds and smiles. Xiao Siyu Bao. Sangji does not deny. She glances at him and suddenly notices his tie. It is the tie she gave him. Sangji changes the topic. When will you go back to Nanwu? The morning of the day after tomorrow. Oh. During Qingming, I will also come over. Duan Jiasu says. I will go and clean up the grave for my mother. That time, do you want to come together? Sangji nods. Okay. Duan Jiasu leans on his chair and turns his head. He watches her for a while and says, come closer. Sangji is confused. Why? She just leans over. My tie is too loose. Duan Jiasu says. Help me push it up. Sangji is stunned. I cannot do it. Duan Jiasu, just push it up. Do you not have your own hands? Sang-ji just holds his tie and pushes it up clumsily. Duan Jia-su suddenly holds her wrist and pulls her. Then suddenly his lips kiss hers. It is just a very short kiss. Before Sang-ji can respond, Duan Jia-su has already sat up. He tidies up his tie and says, "You surprised Gaga." Sang-ji, ? If you want to kiss me, just tell me. Duan Jia-su kisses her lips and says, "No need to do this little matter." Sang-ji's expression is hard to explain in a few words. This man is really special. The most shameless man she has ever met. Sang-ji controls herself. She just pulls his hand to get him closer to her. Then she helps him tidy up his tie. "You twisted it." Duan Jia-su looks down and suddenly smiles. He calls after her, "Xiaohai." "What?" "I miss you." Sang-ji lifts her head and says in a low voice, "Oh." Duan Jia-su raises his eyebrows. "Just oh." "I said oh." Sang-ji helps him tidy up his tie and explains seriously, "I mean me too." Duan Jia-su laughs. "Great." Though it has already been a long time, the award ceremony has not yet started. Sang-ji looks at her phone and asks, later, "Will you go up and give a speech?" It seems that each company gets 3 minutes. Duan Jia-su, Sang-ji is excited. "Have you prepared it?" Duan Jia-su, The speech should be about the company's situation. Sang-ji also does not ask much. But because she is looking forward to it, she feels the time passes quite fast. Now it is almost time for Duan Jia-su to give his speech. Duan Jia-su stands up and looks at her. "I will come back soon." Sang-ji plans to take photos of him. But her seat is quite far from the stage, so she simply changes her seat. After a while, it is finally Duan Jia-su's turn. He stands under the bright light in front of the audience. Sang-ji opens up her video app to record him. Duan Jia-su takes the microphone from the MC and looks more serious than normal. He speaks up and describes slowly about his company. He keeps it simple. The person in front of Sang-ji is a bit tall. She is also afraid to block the view behind her. So she just raises her phone higher. It is clear that it makes her need to be strenuous. After 2 minutes, Duan Jia-su finishes his speech and suddenly turns his body. He walks to the side for several meters and stops. He notices that the MC is somewhat confused. He just smiles gently and explains, "I am sorry. My girlfriend is taking photos of me. My previous position made it difficult for her to take a good photo of me." Chapter 84. The assembly hall turns silent for a while. Then Sang-ji hears the people around her laughing. She does not know whether there is anyone else taking photos of him. She just silently puts down her phone and turns it off. At this moment, Sang-ji feels relieved. Luckily, no one knows about their relationship. There are only 5 seconds left. In the next second, Duan Jia-su just pretends like nothing has happened. He just concludes his speech. He smiles gently, yet it looks serious and cold. Sang-ji really feels that he is an awesome man. She has never met a more awesome man than him. Seeing that he is done with his speech and returning the microphone to the MC, Sang-ji suddenly remembers something. She picks up her phone and sends him a message. "Just sit down in your original seat. Sang-ji, we will meet outside the university gate." She does not want to be embarrassed with him. After she sends it, she looks around and notices her classmate is looking at her now. Her classmate just raises both her thumbs up at her. Sang-ji. He seems to have seen her messages because after he gets off the stage, Duan Jia-su does not look at her and just glances, then smiles. He returns to his own seat. Sang-ji just sits down and watches his face. Duan Jia-su seems to recognize the man beside him. He is talking with that man for a while. Sang-ji withdraws her gaze. No matter what, this time she will scold him. She will not be soft-hearted. This time, Sang-ji's phone vibrates. Duan Jia-su sends his message. "Duan Jia-su, are you angry?" Sang-ji types a bit, then she thinks about it and erases it. She changes her answer to She looks at it for a while, then in the end she does not send it. She decides to let him be troubled so he can consider his actions. Finally, it is the award ceremony. Sang-ji and several people are called together. They are given certificates. During the distribution of certificates, all the products are shown. Sang-ji feels shy. She did not expect that Duan Jiasu would come. She has never shown him her drawings. Sometimes when he passed by while she was drawing, she would immediately become alarmed and close her drawing. The screen shows the character's front view, back view, and side view. Her designed character is a man standing sluggishly. He has a white tail at his back. His hand is holding a fan. He is smiling gently. He is wearing a red Chinese robe and shows a wide area of his chest. Sang-ji looks at Duan Jiasu and meets his eyes. She pretends to look away. She takes photos, then gets off the stage. When everything is ended, Sang-ji takes photos with her friends and goes out of the assembly hall. She finds a place to wait for Duan Jiasu. The temperature outside is low, so Sang-ji takes out her scarf and covers her neck. After a while, Duan Jiasu also comes out. He is wearing a coat over his suit. He comes toward her and stands in front of her. Sang-ji watches him. I was wrong. Duan Jiasu extends his hand to hold hers and admits his mistake with a clear view of things. I just saw that it was hard for you to take my photos, so I changed my position to let you take good ones. Then couldn't you just change your position and say nothing? Sang-ji says stiffly. Isn't that called a high-profile affectionate action? Duan Jiasu thinks about it. I thought that currently Xiaogunyang like this. Last year, I came over once and saw a student go on stage and just confess. Duan Jiasu says slowly. This time, I have a girlfriend, so I wanted to try it out too. Sang-ji recalls that last time Duan Jiasu said how he planned to confess to her with heart-shaped candles under her dorm building. Indeed, this man is so cheesy. It is okay. No one knows it was you. Moreover, I have attended a lot of award ceremonies. Duan Jiasu pinches her cheek. Gugu has a sense of propriety. You have a spirit. Sang-ji's anger just disappears. She mumbles, in the future, if you do something like this again, I will really pretend not to know you. If someone asks me, I will say that he only looks like my boyfriend. Duan Jiasu smiles. Today, didn't you pretend not to know me? It is because we are out of the university area. Sang-ji pretends to be bold. Duan Jiasu does not mind her and just holds her hand. Let's go home. He does not mention her product. She does not know whether he noticed it or not. Maybe he forgot about it. Sang-ji is relieved and holds his hand back. When they arrive back at the apartment, Sang-ji goes to the bedroom to change her clothes, then she goes to lie down on the sofa. She opens up the video of Duan Jiasu that she recorded earlier. She blinks and repeats it several times, then she just smiles. Duan Jiasu comes out of the kitchen with a bottle of water. He sits down beside her and watches her expression. He also smiles and says flirtatiously, "You clearly like it." Sang-ji does not deny it. She just kicks him. Anyway, in the future, you should not do this anymore. Duan Jiasu just lets her kick him. Then he holds her ankle, lifts it up, and bites it. It is not too hard, but it is wet and ticklish. Sang-ji wants to take her ankle away, but he does not let go. She is speechless. Are you a dog? Why do you always bite people? Hu Li Jing. Duan Jiasu pauses and says lazily, loves to eat people. Come here. Duan Jiasu loosens his tie and lowers his body. He says frankly, it has been a long time since I ate you. Then he just kisses her. He is still wearing his suit. His tie is loosened. He looks affectionate. His tongue starts to probe hers and explores her teeth. He starts to suck her tongue, yet because he is afraid of hurting her, he is careful. He is gentle and patient. Sang-ji holds his tie. Very quickly, Duan Jia-su lets her go and looks into her eyes. He does not do anything else. He suddenly smiles and bites her lips again. Why did you draw me that way? At first, Sangji forgot about it, but hearing him mention it, she feels diffident and refutes. Who said that I drew you? Sangji adds unhappily, also, what do you mean by draw me that way? It is not bad, right? I even got 3rd place. It is quite great, yet you exposed my chest to others. Duan Jia-su starts to unbutton his shirt and does it slowly. It is inappropriate. It is just a small part of his chest. Duan Jia-su smiles and takes off his top. Do you want to draw me again? Sangji is unable to withstand his seduction. She immediately starts to tidy up his top. Then she says, have you prepared my birthday present? What is it? Duan Jia-su leans back on the sofa and once again pulls open his shirt. He shows his collarbone and sturdy muscles. Then she hears him say, the honor of looking at this. At first, Duan Jia-su wanted to go to his bedroom to change his clothes, yet Sangji does not let him go change. She just helps him button up his shirt and tidies up his tie. She makes him wear it like a great leader. The suit does not feel comfortable for him, yet Duan Jia-su does not say anything. He just lets her be. He holds up his face and sees her holding her glass of water. Then he suddenly says, Xiaopengyu, tomorrow you will be 20 years old. Sangji looks at him. What is your birthday wish? The earth would be peaceful. Oh. Duan Jia-su says sloppily, his tone repeating hers. Want to get a marriage certificate with Duan Gugu? Sangji says, I am still young. Then let's have an engagement first. Then when you graduate, we can register our marriage. Duan Jia-su is completely shameless. He plays with her fingers. It is great to settle down. You could help me be assured that I will get married before 30 years old. Sangji blinks and laughs. You are so miserable, oh. Duan Jia-su, am I? You will get married when you are 30. How old will you be when you have a kid? Don't I have one now? Duan Jia-su kisses her hand and says gently, I have no energy to cherish another one. I am still a kid? Sangji cannot help but speak up. She is unhappy. A few days ago, I went to work as a tutor. I was even called AE by a Xiaopengyu. You want to have a part-time job again? Duan Jia-su says calmly. Do not do that anymore. Now it is time for you to study well. If you are free, you could find your friends and hang out. She is not having any economic difficulties. Duan Jia-su does not hope that she would have the same experiences as him when he was in college. Sangji does not say anything. In the future, you can pursue your master's degree or start working. Duan Jia-su looks into her eyes. I will support you. Sangji does not know what to say. She just nods. After a while, Duan Jia-su changes the topic of conversation. You are unhappy because other people call you AE, huh? He watches her for 2 seconds and laughs. He lowers his head and kisses her again. Xiaopengyu, do you remember? When you were young, you always made me angry that way. After Sangji's birthday, Duan Jia-su returns to Nanwu. Unexpectedly, his action on the stage was photographed and posted on the school online forum. Fortunately, the pixel is not too high and it is too far away, so it is unclear. She knows this from Ningwei. Ningwei said to her that she feels that the man looks like Duan Jia-su. When Sangji is free, she takes a look at it and reads the comments. Which company is he from? I am preparing to send my resume there. Hey, it is useless for you to send your resume. Do you know that he said, my girlfriend is taking photos of me? He is so handsome. Supposedly his woman is a celestial being. Honestly, I think his action is too cheesy, but after seeing the video, indeed he is attractive. I feel so jealous. I am crying for my singleness. After that, Ningwei asks, is he your Duan Gugu? Sangji coughs and says ambiguously, they look alike. Ningwei does not expose Sangji. She just sighs. Hey, if my boyfriend were giving that speech, He supposedly could not locate me. He could watch what you were doing. It is awesome. Sangji suddenly remembers. I just remembered that time I even changed my seat. Ningwei is silent for a few seconds. Hey, Sangji. What? I want to change my boyfriend. The day of sweeping the graves, Duan Jiasu comes over from Nanwu. He books the morning flight. This period of time, the game studio has started working on a project, so he is so busy and cannot stay long at Nanwu. They both get into the car and go to the outskirts graveyard. Duan Jiasu holds Sangji's hand and takes her to a grave. Then Duan Jiasu kneels down and tidies up the grave. Then he places the things he brought for sacrifice to his mother. He smiles and says, Mom. Sangji also kneels down with him and greets AE. In the photo, Su Ruashu is very young. She has an outstanding appearance. She looks like a gentle person. She is smiling so happily. When she passed away, she was only 40 years old. Duan Jiasu introduces her. This is Sangji. He adds, my wife. Your daughter-in-law. It has been so many years, so Duan Jiasu is very calm. He tells her about his current situation. Sangji just listens quietly. Duan Jiasu is so calm and gentle. He retells everything that happened to him this year. After a while, he stands up. Then I will leave now. I need to rush to catch my plane. Right, I forgot to tell you. Dad's condition is not very good. I do not know whether he can wake up or not. Duan Jiasu says. In the future, I will settle down in Nanwu. When I have time, I will come over to visit you. Duan Jiasu looks at Sangji. Let's go. Sangji purses her lips and says to Su Ruashu, Ae, do not worry. I will take good care of Jiasu Go. She is serious. I will be good to him. Duan Jiasu laughs. What are you doing? Sangji seems dissatisfied by his laughter. Sangji glances at him, yet she continues her words. Then, Ae, we will leave first. When I have time, I will definitely come over to visit you. They both exit the graveyard. Duan Jiasu finds her words interesting. Why do I feel that you made me your wife? Sangji is very dejected. I am not saying it wrong. Duan Jiasu strokes Sangji's head and says, you will be good to me. Sangji takes out her phone from her pocket and looks at the time. Let's go. Let's have a quick lunch first, then you should go to the airport. If not, you will be late. Duan Jiasu, They both get into the car. Duan Jiasu drives back to the city, then they go to the SCBD area to find a restaurant to eat. After lunch at 5:39 in the evening, Duan Jiasu pays the bill and they take the escalator to go downstairs. When they're on the second floor, Sangji hears a fighting noise. She looks over and sees a middle-aged woman with a child fighting with a young woman. Sangji is startled, because that young woman is Jiangying. In the next moment, that middle-aged woman pulls Jiang Ying's hair and screams, your father is a bastard. How can your family spend money to find a lawyer to reduce his sentence? Are you humans? How is that related to me? Jiang Ying screams back. She tries to pull back her hair. Get lost. It is not my business. Are you crazy? After a while, security guards come over to stop them from fighting. Sangji looks at Duan Jiasu. He remains calm and does not show any expression. He looks like he does not hear anything. When they're about to take the escalator down, Jiang Ying seems to notice them. She is a bit dull. Her eyes are red and teary. Yet this time she does not act like she usually does. She does not come toward them to find trouble with Duan Jiasu. She just lowers her head and acts so petty. Sangji does not continue to watch her. She just holds Duan Jiasu's hand and goes downstairs. She hesitates and asks, her father is dead, right? Duan Jiasu considers. Maybe her stepfather. Oh, Sangyi says. Previously I heard from Shi Xiaoyu that Jiang Ying's family seems to have troubles. Yet I also did not ask anything about it. Duan Jiasu just says, Seeing how Jiang Ying was treated earlier, Sangji can also imagine how Duan Jiasu was treated in the past. But he did not act like Jiang Ying. He did not say anything or vent his anger that way. He just let it go. He also feels that it is unrelated to him. He also feels powerless. Sangji recalls the time Duan Jiasu was sick with appendicitis. He was in great pain, yet he did not plan to go to the hospital. He did not care about his health condition. Was it because he wanted to die? She feels sad. She suddenly stops walking and hugs him. Duan Jiasu is startled. What happened? I am serious about what I said in front of Ae. Sangji buries her face in his chest. She says in low spirits, I will be good to you. Duan Jiasu feels that her serious appearance is silly yet cute. He smiles. I know. Jiang Ying seems to have experienced the same thing he experienced. She is receiving the retribution for what she did to Duan Jiasu in the past. It seems like a circle. So in the end, he gets through this hard time. Your life will turn out to be better. Chapter 85. For convenience, Duan Jiasu just directly drives the car to the airport. At first, he wanted to send Sangji back to the dorm, but she says that she wants to see him off, so Duan Jiasu does not stop her. On the way, he contacts a reliable substitute driver. When they arrive at the airport, he accompanies her to wait for the substitute driver to come. He does things in a slow pace. He does not rush things, yet Sangji feels even more panicky. She just drags him inside the airport. Do not wait anymore. You will be late. Duan Jiasu just lets her pull him. It is still early. Sangji, I will see you off to the security checkpoint first, then I will come out. The driver will be here soon. Duan Jiasu thinks about it and does not oppose it. Okay. For Labor Day, I will come back to Nanwu. You do not need to come here. Sangji walks toward his side and says slowly. Also, I just bought a box full of ingredients online to cook. It should arrive tomorrow. Okay. Do not order takeout too frequently. Do not be lazy to cook. If you are free, you could come to my house to eat. If you are shy to go alone, then you could call my good to go with you too. Duan Jiasu finds her funny. When you reach the suitable age for marriage, you start to learn how to take care of a kid? What do you mean, take care of a kid? Sangji looks at him. I am just taking care of my old man. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu just raises his eyebrow and does not mind her words. It is okay whether I am old or not. I do not care. I am okay with being yours. When Duan Jiasu passes through security and Sangji cannot see him anymore, she exits the airport. This time the driver has arrived. Sangji greets him and then gets into the car. Sangji opens up her WeChat and informs Duan Jiasu. Sangji then notices there is a message from Shi Xiaoyu. Shi Xiaoyu, today you met Jiang Ying. Sangji hesitates and replies. Shi Xiaoyu, earlier she called me and kept crying, yet she did not explain. Shi Xiaoyu, recently she has been in a bad mood. If she did something bad, let me apologize to you for her. Sangji then understands. Probably Shi Xiaoyu could not get any explanation from Jiang Ying, so she wants to ask her about what happened. Sangji just makes a simple and concise explanation. We were just passing by. We saw that she was hit and scolded by a woman. There is nothing else. She did not do anything bad. A short silence. Shi Xiaoyu, okay, I get it. Thank you for telling me. Shi Xiaoyu explains. This matter actually is unrelated to her. It is her stepfather's matter. Her mother is getting ready to get a divorce. Sangji does not mind too much. She just replies, Shi Xiaoyu, hey, I feel baffled. Though I can understand the family members' feelings, it is a bit over. It is unrelated to Jiang Ying. She is not even close to her stepfather. Sangji does not reply this time. Shi Xiaoyu, in the past, Jiang Ying could not figure things out. Because of this, she also lived a sad life. These years she was unhappy. She did not have a lot of friends. After this matter, she is much more okay. In the future, she will not come to find your boyfriend. Sure Xiaoyu, yet she might not be able to forgive him. Sangji does not know why Sure Xiaoyu is making this clear to her. She just looks at her phone for a while and laughs. No need for forgiveness. Sangji, we do not need it. Blaming Duan Jiasu for the mistake of his father and just saying will not disturb, yet also not be able to forgive, is it because she feels that she is very merciful and magnanimous? Duan Jiasu did not do anything wrong, so he does not need any forgiveness from anyone. He never creates a disturbance. He just wants to distance himself from this matter. Sangji, in the future, do not tell me anything about her. I am not close with Jiangying. I am also not curious about her matters. Sangji, also, I know that she is a victim. Sangji, but she is not the only victim. Then Sangji just puts down her phone and looks at the scenery outside. She remembers that during her birthday, she hopes that the earth would be peaceful. She hopes that in this world, there would be no criminals in the darkest corners. She hopes that before the offense, they would consider the consequences, especially for the family. She hopes that they would ponder how the family would live because of their action. If this hope is too great, then Sangji hopes that one day, people could distinguish clearly between the offender and the offender's family. Sangji buys the ticket back to Nanwu for May 1st in advance, yet it does not come in handy. Because on the last day of April, Duan Jicheng passes away. Until his death, he did not even open his eyes for the last time. His life ends by the time he was seized with panic. In this lifetime, he could not compensate for his sin. He even let down his family. When Duan Jiasu gets the call, he is so calm. Because he knows that sooner or later that day would come. It is just that it comes when he did not expect it. He does not feel anything much. He just books a flight back to Yihe. When he gets off the plane, he calls Sangji. They meet in front of the hospital entrance. Sangji comes over and holds his hand. She does not know what to say to him. She just simply says, I will accompany you. Duan Jiasu, MM. When he enters the mortuary, Duan Jiasu looks at the man who is covered with a white sheet. He reads the name label. Duan Jicheng. He comes over and pulls the sheet back a bit. It shows Duan Jicheng's rigid and colorless face. Duan Jiasu says, congratulations to you. You do not need to face your mistake and just pass away. Duan Jiasu considers for a while and says in a low voice, if you meet Mom, please do not look for her again. Do not hurt and harm her. Let her live a happy life. Then Duan Jiasu watches Duan Jicheng's face for a while. He feels that he has nothing else to say to him and covers his face with the white sheet. Duan Jiasu looks at Sangji. Let's go. Let's handle the paperwork. Sangji lifts her head and nods. She watches his expression cautiously. She is sad for him. She is at a loss for his calm demeanor. She leans closer and once again holds him. What happened to you? Duan Jiasu says gently. It is okay. I am not sad. After all, he is past the age of dreaming. He also knows that in this world there are only a few miracles. He hoped that Duan Jicheng could be conscious, yet he understands that it is a low probability. They exit the mortuary. Sangji suddenly stops walking and opens up her arms wide. Hug. Duan Jiasu is startled and bends his body. He hugs her. He can feel that her little hands are patting his back. She says, I cannot tell you that it is okay. Because he is not okay. But I can accompany you through the sad moments together. I will accompany you through every matter. Sangyi says, you do not need to endure it alone. I hope that knowing this, you would not find it hard to bear. Hearing her words, Duan Jiasu's smile disappears. He hangs his eyes low and suddenly calls after her. Gigi. Am I really old? She does not know why he suddenly says those words, but Sangji denies it seriously. No. Duan Jiasu's Adam's apple bobs, like he is enduring his emotion. After a while, he speaks up. How can I have no parents anymore, ah? Sangji feels sad too. She hugs him even tighter. Her eyes are red. She tries to endure her sobs and says slowly, I will accompany you. For whatever I have, I will give it to you. For the warmth and love that I receive, I will also give everything to you. Let me make a promise to you, okay? Sangyu says. In the future, we will also have a family. I will accompany you for a long time. My family members will also be yours. Duan Jiasu repeats. We will also have a family. Sangji strokes his head and learns to talk like him. She says seriously, for everything that other people have, our Jiasu will have it too. Duan Jiasu laughs. He says hoarsely, okay? Yet indeed it cannot erase the past. At this moment, finally it seems to be thoroughly past. On the 10th of July, Sangji comes back home for summer vacation. After finishing her exams, Sangji just takes a taxi to the airport to go back to Nanwu. The next morning, she is taken by Duan Jiasu to go and take a look at a new apartment. They are looking at the model of the apartment. 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, and a small balcony. The room is not that big, yet it has a good environment. It is quite fine. But the price is something that Sangji finds hard to accept. She is afraid that the agent would hear her. She leans closer to Duan Jiasu's ear and reminds him. It is too expensive. Our Gigi plans to use this house as a cage. Duan Jiasu says again. If it is too cheap, you would be embarrassed to show it off. Gugu is waiting to be caged. Sangji frowns. Just buy the 2-bedroom one. Xiaohai, this is an apartment that we will use for our marriage. Duan Jiasu says. One for us. There should be rooms for my Xiaohai. Sangji is very serious. Then we just need 2 bedrooms. We should have a study room. Duan Jiasu says. Gugu has never tried it inside the study room. Sangji bites her lips and pinches his cheek. Duan Jiasu cannot control his laughter. He smiles happily and asks seriously, so, do you like this one? Sangji looks around and just says, expensive. Then just this one. Duan Jiasu has come over to take a look, and he feels this is okay. But he wants to ask Sangji's opinion. I will tell the agent. Another day we will come with the papers. Sangji says nothing else. When they are out of the marketing office, Sangji cannot help but say, why you? Duan Jiasu, Sangji grumbles. You look quite handsome. Duan Jiasu smiles. Then, you have a good temper. You have a great education and skills. So, then now. Sangji also does not know how to explain her feeling. She says, you are quite rich too. Duan Jiasu just responds. I also have a great body, okay? Sangji does not want to let him praise himself overly, so she ridicules him. It is obvious that there is nothing great about your body. Hearing this, Duan Jiasu looks at her. Nothing great. Duan Jiasu, okay. What? After all, I depend on my appearance to eat. Duan Jiasu says. It seems I should put in more effort. They both get into the car. Sangji looks at the time and says, take me to Shanghai Plaza. Today I have a high school reunion. I have promised that I will come. Duan Jiasu, tonight I will eat at your house. I know. Mom has told me about it. Sangyu says. I will go there in the afternoon and eat lunch with them. We will chat and I will not stay there for a long time. Duan Jiasu just takes her to Shanghai Plaza. Then he goes to the supermarket near Sangji's apartment to buy a few things. Then he goes to Sangji's house. Because it is the weekend, Sang Rong and Li Ping are at home. He sits in the living room and chats with them for a while. Then he goes to the kitchen with Li Ping to help her. After a while, Li Ping looks at the cupboard and says, Hey, Jiasu, help me go to Gigi's bedroom. Please bring me the plate there. Yesterday she had a midnight snack, and I forgot to take it out. Duan Jiasu nods. Okay. Duan Jiasu washes his hands first, then goes to Sangji's bedroom. This bedroom, he has come inside once. That time, that little girl was so nervous and pulled him inside. She used a worried tone when she asked him whether he could pretend to be her gugu to meet her teacher. It has been years, and the room remains the same. It is not big. There is one bed, one desk, one chair, and one wardrobe. There is nothing else. It is arranged in a delicate and soft style. Most of it is in pink. The blanket is messy and scattered on the floor. There are several clothes around the bed. Duan Jia-su helps her pick up the things and folds the blanket. He then notices several dolls that are arranged near the bed. They are all from him. The toys on the desk, the makeup bag, the backpack, they are all from him. It is his mark on her life. Duan Jia-su goes toward her desk and wants to take the plate. He then notices a sketchbook. He purses his lips and takes it. He flips it open. In the next moment, a piece of paper falls out from it. Duan Jia-su looks down and reads what is on the paper. My dream. 1. Get into Ihi University. 2. Duan Jia-su. The writing is soft and the paper is wrinkled. The second one seems to be smeared with blank ink. It seems to be smeared so hard that the paper would tear. But he can see the words clearly on it. Duan Jia-su turns stiff. Then after a while, he picks up that paper. He lifts his head and looks at the milk bottle near the window. It is full of stars. He goes over and holds that milk bottle. Sangji arrives back home around 5 o'clock in the evening. There is only Li Ping in the living room. This time she is watching television. Hearing noise, Li Ping looks over and asks, "You're back." Sangji nods and asks, "Is Jia-su here?" He helped Mama cook for the whole afternoon. He is resting inside your Ji's bedroom. Li Ping says, "It is almost time to eat dinner. Go and call him out to eat." Sangji replies, "Okay." Then she goes to Sang Yan's bedroom. She feels relaxed with Duan Jia-su, so she just opens the door. In an instant, she sees that man sitting down and leaning on the sofa. He is holding a cigarette and looking at his phone. He is wearing a white shirt and trousers. In the next moment, he just lifts his head. He looks enchanting and seductive. It is a familiar scene. Just like in an afternoon a few years ago. The young Sangji, because full of worry, just opened the door rudely. Then she met the 20-year-old Duan Jia-su. He always was so indifferent. He did not care about anything. For her preposterous action, he did not change his expression and just let her be. He is gentle and cold. He is dazzling. He is a hidden treasure that could not be hidden. Just like that, Sangji entered his world. She let this man occupy her whole youth. It was her hope, yet she could not get it in the past. Sangji just stands there for a while. "Come here." Sangji says nothing and just comes over. At this moment, Duan Jia-su holds her wrist and pulls her into his embrace. He presses his lips close to her ear. He says hoarsely, "You are." He pauses and finishes his words seriously. "My only wished for." Sangji lifts her head and looks into his eyes. She purses her lips and sobs. Sangji immediately recalls what happened in her youth. That time, she tried to control her feelings, yet she could not approach him. She could not tell anyone. It was a sweet and sour secret for her. She ever cried alone because of it. She had ever wanted to cross him out of her life, cross out her feeling like it does not exist. She used to say with sobs, "I will not like you anymore." Yet when she met him once again, she was utterly defeated. That deep crush, at first, she wanted to hide it inside her heart forever. She did not want to let anyone notice. Yet in the end, it becomes something that she could not hide. At this moment, she feels that it is unnecessary to hide it, because it was always her dream. And at one time, she also became his only dream. The end.